Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Donald Trump says he's disappointed in Russia and promises to release a major statement while revealing a new NATO-backed plan to send US weapons to Ukraine. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's ready to negotiate a permanent ceasefire during the proposed 60-day truce, but only if Hamas is fully disarmed and stripped of power. US envoy Tom Burges has warned Lebanon to act fast on reforms and disarm Hezbollah, saying Trump's support won't last forever. President Trump says he's disappointed in Russia and plans to make a major announcement on the issue next week. His frustration comes as Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Russia's top diplomat and revealed a new framework for Ukraine peace talks. He also said he would supply weapons to Ukraine via NATO. Meanwhile, the president is weighing 500% tariffs on countries that continue buying Russian oil, gas and other exports. For more on this, we're joined by our Washington correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, what can we expect from President Trump's upcoming statement on Russia? And why is he signalling this now, do you think?
Well, the president made this announcement that he was going to be making this statement in an interview with NBC News, and he didn't elaborate on what was going to be part of this major statement. But if his comments over the last couple of weeks, and certainly this week, are anything to go by, they are not going to be exactly friendly towards President Putin or Russia. As you mentioned, he has said repeatedly now that he is quite disappointed in the Russian president. He used some very salty language earlier this week in a cabinet meeting, saying that everything that President Putin tells him turns out to be meaningless. So he is growing increasingly frustrated with the Russian president, also with the pace of these peace negotiations. He really feels as if he is being strung along by Russia, that they are using this as a diversion to intensifying their attacks in Ukraine. What we may see in this announcement could be a signaling that he is ready to get on board with this bipartisan sanctions bill, which is right now being debated up on Capitol Hill. This is a bill that has wide support. 83 Democrats and Republicans are co-sponsors of this bill. So it is something that could move forward very quickly, and it would establish this 500% tariff on countries that import Russian oil, gas, uranium, and some other products. Another thing that we heard in this NBC interview is the president saying that these weapons supplies to Ukraine are going to resume, and that is going to include this Patriot defense system, which has the ability to detect and shoot down Russian missiles. Those shipments had been paused earlier this week, but the president seemingly didn't realize that that had happened. It was something that the Pentagon reportedly did without informing him. So we're seeing some movement here. What exactly is in this statement, though, we are either going to have to pay very close attention to the president's social media page or just sit tight until Monday.
And Tony, talk to us about Rubio's meeting with Lavrov in Malaysia. What do we know exactly about this new peace framework and what it means for Ukraine?
Well, this was a meeting that took place on the sides of the ASEAN summit taking place in Malaysia. They had a 50-minute conversation. The Secretary of State saying that it was an important conversation, although he didn't get into the details of it. It was important for a couple of reasons, though. It was an opportunity to meet face-to-face with a Russian official, but also an opportunity to really relay and convey this growing frustration from the White House over the pace of these peace negotiations. He did say that they talked about this new approach to a peace deal, although he warned that it would not guarantee peace in Ukraine. It was something he said he was going to bring back to U.S. President Donald Trump to consider. But we don't have any details on what this new approach could potentially look like. We know what Russia has been after in these previous negotiations. It wants Ukraine to demilitarize. It wants it to not join NATO, to also recognize the land that Russia has seized, not just in this ongoing war, but also in Crimea. And these are red lines, some of these things, for Ukraine. So it really raises a lot of questions about what a new approach could really look like.
Something else that you mentioned very quickly, Tony, as well, was the 500% tariffs. That obviously has implications not just on Russia, but I guess on American allies that are still trading with Moscow, yeah?
Yeah, you're exactly right. So this is on any country around the world that would be importing Russian oil, gas, and uranium. So the big ones are going to be China, India, Brazil, and even some EU countries. But in terms of allies, India would be the biggest one here, and they have been buying a lot of Russian oil since the start of this war. Russia has heavily discounted this oil. India's a massive economy, a growing economy. Access to cheap oil is quite important to fueling its domestic growth. And at this point, nearly 40% of India's crude imports come from Russia. So it is particularly concerned with any sort of tariff that could be placed on it, especially since India, as well as Brazil and China and many of these other countries, are facing tariffs from Trump separately, whether those are separate tariffs on things like car imports or aluminum and steel, or whether it's this blanket tariff. And in addition to that, for a place like Brazil, India, and China, President Trump earlier this week threatened an additional 10% tariff on BRICS nations, saying that they align themselves with anti-American policy, particularly as it pertains to the U.S. dollar. The big question is, how is this going to be enforced? At the very start of Trump's second term in office, he disbanded a task force whose sole responsibility was to monitor and enforce sanctions against Russia and Russian oligarchs. Without this type of task force in place, it's really hard to understand how they will be able to track all of these shipments and then enforce this 500% sanction. But this is an idea that Trump is really starting to warm to at this point after many months of praising Russian President Vladimir Putin and showing a lot of skepticism towards Ukraine.
Now, the big news in the last couple of hours, Tony, the resumption of US weapon shipments into Ukraine as well. How is that going to fit into this broader diplomatic strategy that we're seeing from the Trump administration?
Well, it's a really interesting announcement that the president has made and really points to his frustrations with Russia at this point. So the way that this is going to work, which is different from what we have seen, obviously, under the Biden administration, but even before he made this announcement, is that these weapons are not going directly to Ukraine. They are instead going to be sold at 100% value, according to the president, to NATO. And then NATO is going to distribute these weapons to Ukraine. So that is a departure in the way that it has happened before. Also, I mean, it's almost a 180 that we're seeing from Donald Trump here. A lot of his MAGA base, when he was campaigning, had talked quite repeatedly about not wanting to supply Ukraine with any more military equipment, with any more funding, that this should really be an America First type of presidency. And the president himself is a well-known non-interventionist. So the fact that he is willing to resume these shipments, perhaps because they are going to be paid for instead of donated. But the fact that he's willing to do that perhaps is, again, this indication that he really wants to get Putin to the negotiating table. The president campaigned on bringing this war to an end within the first 24 hours of his presidency. But in reality, he's found that much, much more difficult to achieve.
Indeed, a 180 turn, it seems, on the Trump administration's part. Tony Waterman, live in Washington, thank you for joining us. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is ready to negotiate a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, but only if Hamas disarms as part of a proposed 60-day truce. Talks are underway in Doha with a US-backed plan aiming to secure the release of 10 hostages and a pause in the current fighting. But deadly Israeli strikes continue across Gaza, where aid groups warn that no place is safe and civilians are still being killed while queuing for food. In an interview with Fox Business Network Mornings with Maria Netanyahu, she said negotiations are focusing on a 60-day ceasefire that would see half of the living and deceased hostages returned to Israel. Have a listen to this.
We are talking about a 60-day ceasefire in which half the live hostages and half of the deceased hostages would be returned to Israel by these Hamas monsters, you know. And yes, I think we're getting closer to a deal, I think.
Would you be poised to agree to some of those demands, such as the UN back in charge of humanitarian food distribution?
Well, among them, but we have our own distribution system that has been established to prevent Hamas from stealing the food that is supposed to go to the population. They steal it, they take it for themselves, and the remainder they hike the prices and basically extort the Palestinian population in order to use it to continue recruiting people to their war machine, so their terror machine. So obviously, we don't want to give up the thing that we began with, which is distribution that goes directly to the people. It doesn't go through the Hamas, the Hamas pillage.
For more on this story, I'm joined by Dr. Ayman Youssef, the Professor of Conflict Resolution at the Arab American University of Palestine, who is joining us live from Jenin. First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Ayman, for speaking to us. Netanyahu is now publicly backing a 60-day truce that is tied directly to the disarmament of Hamas. How realistic, though, is a ceasefire deal at this stage? And what's the likelihood that both sides can actually agree before that window closes?
Yes, thanks for having me in this show. I think both parties, Hamas and Israel, are negotiating on the basis of win-lose situation or win-lose game. We have two possibilities or two scenarios. One of them really to reach a political deal in the coming days, and this political deal is being negotiated in Doha. Both parties, Israel and Hamas, are trying to improve the condition of negotiation in order to reach the best deal, in order to sell that to the Palestinian public opinion as well as to the Israeli public opinion. But my concern at this stage, Netanyahu is speaking in terms of full defeat and full surrender to Hamas. And Hamas, on the other hand, still believing they have some winning cards in there and some bargaining chips in their hands to further negotiate a good deal. So we have the two possibilities, either reaching a political deal or further military deterioration of situation in Gaza.
There are obviously a lot of stumbling blocks here, but despite these indirect talks that we're seeing in Doha and the US-backed proposal that's also on the table, what do you think is really preventing any sort of agreement? Is it the aid flow, the military withdrawal, Hamas's future role in Gaza? What do you think is the key issue here?
Yes, this is, I think, major strategic question, and I think we need a strategic debate around that. There are many, many hindrances and many stumbling blocks in the way of signing this deal. Not only the humanitarian aid distribution mechanism as Israel, and even, as Hamas demanded, I think also even the question of Israeli withdrawal from major corridors and major areas controlled by Israel, in the last 22 months. Israel now is controlling more than 70% of geography of Gaza, and they are trying to engineer, this geography as well as demography, in the sense that pushing the Palestinians into very much, closed zones, so that in the future maybe there is a plan of forced migration or pushing them maybe to Sinai or to the sea. I think this is part of the Israeli thinking. And there is also the the issue of next day, next day to the ceasefire. What are the possibilities, for Hamas? Is Hamas going to be part of governance, or is it part to be, outside Gaza? There are many issues, and I think many tricky issues that both parties are still negotiating. And I think the main concern at this stage, there is no trust, to have a deal. Both groups should have a kind of confidence building measures and a kind of good intentions and good trust. I think this issue is very much missing. So therefore, we need a kind of a strategic deal imposed either by the US or with the help of Qataris and Egyptians. If we leave matters to Hamas as well as to Israel, I think they are going to disagree.
Dr. Ayman, and we do hope a deal is reached if it can move forward. And you mentioned a bit about the future there. If we see the hostages freed, if we see Hamas weakened, how do you think this might reshape the rules of future confrontation? So if in the future it happens again between Israel and an armed Palestinian faction, do you think, well, maybe this is the beginning of the end? You did mention very briefly Hamas having a part in ruling Gaza going forward, but could this actually spell the end for Hamas?
Yes, I think yes. This also another major question. I think in the Israeli minds they have a plan for 10 years, and 10 years in order not only to get rid of Hamas. It is not only a confrontation between Israel and Hamas. I think they are dealing with the threat coming from Gaza. Gaza in the Israeli mind and Israeli, strategic, thinking is a real threat, either with Hamas or free from Hamas. This huge number of population is considered to be a huge, a threat and a huge risk for Israel. Therefore, I think the Israelis are not going to get rid of Hamas and armed groups. Maybe another group will rise up more, more radical, more fundamentalist, and in this way, it again, pose a kind of a threat to Israel. The Israelis are using this current confrontation not only to settle dispute or conflict with Hamas, they are trying also to settle dispute even with ordinary Palestinians, the whole idea of the Palestinian entity. And because of that, this conflict has some strong, implications and repercussions, even, for West Bank, for Palestinian, entity and the future Palestinian state in the Palestinian territories.
Dr. Ayman, talk to me about the feeling on the ground. Israel obviously says Hamas must be stripped of all governing capability, of all military capabilities. But if that does happen, what are the effects? What do you think we'll see in the West Bank? Tensions are already very, very high there. Israeli operations are ongoing. So what would be the feelings on ground if that does happen?
Yes, many bloody, many bloody scenarios. The confrontation and the battle is going on between the Palestinians and the Israeli side. The Israeli side, the regular army, as well as, the colonial settlers who are everywhere in West Bank, more than 800,000 Israeli settlers. They have their own army of organized, 100,000, who are carrying, weapons. They are doing all dirty works, and they are part of the political agenda of this government. They are the electoral basis for Bligvir, Smotrich, and Netanyahu. Therefore, I think the tension will rise up, will have more incidents, and will have more clashes between the Palestinians and the Israeli colonial settlers. I think we'll have also more confiscating of land and even annexation of Jordan Valley. Jordan Valley constitute more than 40% of the West Bank, and it is part of Area C. Therefore, I think Israeli government, the Israeli, Likud-led government will use this huge opportunity to settle scores and to settle disputes with the Palestinians by taking unilateral measures and unilateral actions and direct control of this Area C, and therefore cornering the Palestinians and pushing around 400,000 Palestinians staying in Area C, push them to major towns and cities in West Bank.
Dr. Ayman Youssef, thank you so much for joining us and talking to us today. Now, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's not concerned tariffs might alienate America's trade partners in Southeast Asia. That on the sidelines of an annual gathering of the region's top diplomats taking place in Kuala Lumpur. Following a meeting with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Rubio also said there is a high probability of a meeting between US President Donald Trump and the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Patrick Falk reports.
Trump administration tariffs were on the tip of everyone's tongues in Malaysia this week at the ASEAN foreign ministers' meeting and threatened to derail the US's diplomatic push in Southeast Asia, the world's fifth largest trading bloc. Washington's imposed levies of between 25% and 40% on countries in the region, some of the heftiest doled out to its trading partners. On his first visit to Asia since taking up his position as US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio defended President Trump's trade policy.
So I understand if you had a deal where you were running these huge trade deficits with the United States and exporting a lot to the U.S. and built your economy around exports, but had very little import or very little economic activity coming in from the United States, I understand why you don't want that to change. But I think most mature leaders, and everybody here is a mature leader, understands that that's not a sustainable dynamic.
Regardless, ASEAN nations are concerned over global trade tensions and geopolitical uncertainties. In a joint communique issued on Friday, member states said tariffs risk exacerbating global economic fragmentation. China is eyeing the opportunity to strengthen cooperation with the region. Foreign Minister Wang Yi reaffirmed China's commitment to ASEAN nations in Kuala Lumpur and pressed ahead with negotiations on a free trade deal due to be formally signed later this year. The Chinese foreign minister has been vocal in his criticism of the US at the gathering of ASEAN diplomats this week, calling the levies an attempt to deprive Southeast Asian countries of their right to development. A face-to-face between Wang and Rubio on Friday was closely watched. It comes amid simmering tensions between the world's two biggest powers. Chinese media reported after the talks that both sides agreed to explore expanding areas of cooperation while managing differences. There was further talk of a potential meeting between President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping, but still no date was discussed. Meanwhile, there were smiles and handshakes between Rubio and his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. Rubio said the two had frank and open discussions the day before without giving much away. That meeting coming as President Trump grows increasingly frustrated with Russian leader Vladimir Putin over Ukraine. Earlier this week, he said Putin's peace efforts were meaningless and says he'll deliver a major statement on Monday on the conflict, something Lavrov and Rubio apparently touched on in their talks.
I don't know about any big surprises, but as you are familiar with the diplomacy, you understand well that there are topics which cannot be discussed. Yes, we discussed the Ukraine crisis and we reaffirmed our position stated by President Putin.
Russia's been pounding Ukraine with a record number of drones and missiles in recent days. It could face biting sanctions by the US. Trump says it's an option if he wants to use them. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya, Singapore.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. US singer Chris Brown has pleaded not guilty in court to 2 charges relating to an alleged bottle attack at a London nightclub 2 years ago. The musician is charged with having an offensive weapon and attempting to cause grievous bodily harm. Brown was arrested in Manchester in May after he returned to Britain for the very first time since the incident occurred. A trial is due to start in October of 2026. The Kurdish militant group PKK have laid down its arms, marking the start of a disarmament process aimed at ending a 4-decade conflict. A ceremony that was attended by around 40 PKK fighters was held in Iraq's northern Kurdish region. The process is expected to involve the Turkish, Iraqi and Kurdistan regional governments over the coming months. A German backpacker missing for 12 days in Western Australia's outback has been found alive and well. Police discovered Carolina Wilga's abandoned vehicle in a nature reserve just north of Perth. Prior to her disappearance, Wilga had been travelling in Australia for 2 years and working at mine sites. And finally, US musician Justin Bieber has released his 7th studio album titled Swag. The surprise 21-track record is his first album since 2021 and his first since becoming a father last year. The release follows a lot of online concern for the singer's mental health after a confrontation with paparazzi. US envoy Tom Burges has warned Lebanon to act fast on reforms and to disarm Hezbollah or risk losing Washington's support. Despite last year's ceasefire with Israel, the group has refused to disarm and continues to defy international demands. The US has warned that Hezbollah still pose a global threat and is actively expanding its fundraising and also its terror networks abroad. Now, for more on this story, I'm joined from Beirut by Dr. Hadi Murad, the editor-in-chief of the Truth website. Dr. Hadi, thanks for joining us. First of all, is Hezbollah really buying into this, or are they quite cautious about Tom Burges's tactics at the moment?
Hello, dear. Actually, Hezbollah right now is facing a dilemma in which that he doesn't trust anymore since Amos Hochstein 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and even in the last summer when the diplomatic speech of the U.S. envoy did not work well with Hezbollah, and that's why Hezbollah right now is not being fooled between quotation by the diplomatic speech of Tom Burges. He knew that the last time there was a great war happening in Lebanon, and he knows that a great war is happening in Lebanon, and this movie was seen before, actually, and right now also he is trying to avoid this scene which was happening in August or in October 2024.
Now, some things have not been, they've been addressed by the collective presidential response as well, but there's some real issues that are at play here. What are those issues?
Okay, actually, right now the big elephant inside the room is the disarmament of the Hezbollah from Lebanon, and this is not negotiated till now between the three presidents in Lebanon, Aoun, Nawaf Salam, and actually Nabih Berri and Hezbollah. The three presidents have actually a unified response to the proposal of Tom Burges. However, Hezbollah till now is not accepting the fact that these missiles are endangering Lebanon and putting Lebanon in the wide risk place. That's why Hezbollah is trying to be in a denial phase right now, though there is actually a clash in the leadership of Hezbollah. It's an exclusive information that we have from alhaqiqa.net, which is now the General Secretary Sheikh Naim Qasim is trying to say that we are going to have our armies and our missiles till the last martyr in Lebanon. So he's trying to risk the whole Lebanese population, not only the Shia population, the whole Lebanese population, because he is saying that we are already losing in Lebanon. So why to lose alone? Let us have this battle lost between or among the whole Lebanese citizens. However, the other party in Hezbollah, which is made by the DIO Muhammad Ra'ad, and also Muhammad Ra'ad actually is trying to say that we want to abide by the rules of this proposal of Tom Burges, because we cannot come into again another war which could make lots of losses inside the Lebanese population and destruction of the buildings in Lebanon.
Dr. Hadi, we're hearing as well the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, and we will circle back to what you mentioned with regards to inside Hezbollah in a minute, but Nabih Berri is facing some very tough pressure from Hezbollah to not endorse this disarmament. Is that potentially something that will make this fall down? Is that a stumbling block that we're facing?
Yes, there is actually a major trouble between the Speaker of the Parliament, Nabih Berri, and Hezbollah political system, and this was shown up actually in the latest Ashura days, which happens yearly and annually. It was actually reflecting the clash between the leaders of Hezbollah and the Amal movement, and mainly the youth of Amal people. Now, also another newspaper in Lebanon, which is called the Al-Akhbar newspaper, made a huge actually criticism towards Nabih Berri, and this newspaper is usually as an advocate for the Mumana'a or Hezbollah and Amal and this ally. So right now, Nabih Berri, who is well known of his diplomatic ways of tackling the issue and the mainly his tactics in the politics in Lebanon, is sitting inside the corner and having two fires from two sides. One side is the two presidents, Saoun and Islam, and the other side is Hezbollah. But I believe that at the end of the day, Nabih Berri will not listen to any voice from Hezbollah, because he knows that the disarmament is one of the core points of the Tom Burges proposal. And actually, this was not mentioned in the response of the three presidents. The main response is the disarmament in the north of the river, not the south of the river. And Hezbollah is trying always to hide himself from the big actually crux, which is the total disarmament in the whole Lebanese territories. And this was actually mentioned by the Prime Minister Nawaf Islam, who said that there will be no reconstruction in Lebanon if the disarmament procedure is not happening.
Dr. Hadi, it sounds like there might be some cracks in the surface of Hezbollah at the moment. Is there a feeling that they actually want to go to the negotiation table? Are they open to that, or is there very much a faction that are sticking to their guns on this one, quite literally?
Actually, my resources say that Hezbollah is trying to negotiate from a strong level, from the stronger player in the game, and from my resources, I know that Hezbollah is trying to ask for the trio or the al-muthalatha. It means that the Shia and the Sunni and the Christians will be having equal portions in the government and in the political system. And he's trying also to ask for for example, Prime Minister. He is trying to get more roles in the constitution of Lebanon. However, this cannot happen while Hezbollah right now is the weakest point inside this political game or the political aspect or the political scene, because in 1 year and a half he could be asking for more requests in order to have in the negotiations. Right now, Hezbollah is not able to actually to win or to overcome the challenges by asking for more and more requests. That's why I believe that Hezbollah should lower his expectation in order to save the Lebanese people, especially the Shia Lebanese people. And I am from the Shia population who are actually opposing those policies of war and putting and risking actually the Lebanese citizens inside a bloody war which happened in 66 days. So right now, we have to know that we are unable to abide by these risks, and you have to give a concrete answer to the Lebanese government, which will be actually giving also the answer to Tom Burges, and hopefully we could be living in peace in Lebanon.
Dr. Hadi Murat in Beirut, thank you so much for joining us. President Donald Trump is heading to Texas following last week's flash floods that killed at least 120 people and has left many more missing. He's expected to meet emergency workers and survivors. His visit comes as local and federal officials face intense scrutiny over their response to the disaster. We can now go live to Washington with our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you for joining us. First of all, what is President Trump doing in Texas today? What's the situation currently on the ground like there?
So we're expecting President Trump to be touching down in Texas imminently as he departed the White House earlier on. He spoke to reporters and he said, it's a horrible thing what's happened in Texas. He said nobody can believe it. Now, on his schedule when he arrives, he's going to receive a briefing about just what is going on, what the state of play is with the search, rescue and recovery efforts that are ongoing there. And he's going to be participating as well in a roundtable meeting. He's expected to talk to survivors, to some of those families that have been impacted by these devastating floods, and also to the first responders that are working so very hard on the ground to ensure that they're doing everything that they can right now. It's been a week exactly since those devastating floods, the Guadalupe River having a summer's worth of rain in just a few hours. More than 120 people have been killed so far, but there are still more than 170 people missing. So President Trump today, it's really going to be about him stepping into that role that we've seen presidents play in disasters like this, of consoler in chief, reassuring the Texas population that the president, the administration, is going to be putting all resources behind these search and rescue and recovery efforts.
I guess, Sarah, a lot of plates have been spinning for the Trump administration when something like this happens. It's not the huge priority right now. So how has he publicly responded to this disaster so far? What have we seen from the president?
Well, the president hasn't criticised anything that's been taking place on the ground and the way that we've seen him respond in past disasters. So if you think back to the California wildfires, there was a lot of criticism over the emergency response from Governor Newsom. Now, we know President Trump is close to Governor Abbott, the Texas governor. He has expressed publicly his support for the governor's efforts and said that the administration will be standing behind Texas right now, that everybody is thoughts and prayers are with the people on the ground. But it does come as there's been increasing scrutiny and questions asked over whether the Trump administration's cuts potentially to the National Weather Service could have impacted the response efforts on the ground in the wake of the deadly flooding. Now, President Trump has been asked repeatedly, because he is the one who's announced that in the past that the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, that would be scaled back, potentially cut. He's been asked repeatedly in the wake of these floods in Texas about that, but he's so far avoided answering the question directly. Expect more of that today. There are going to be lots of families on the ground who will be looking for some kind of answers. And as we said, there is that increasing scrutiny over exactly what happened in the lead up to these floods, whether the warning systems were up to scratch, and what happened in the aftermath as well, and whether resources were scrambled quickly and effectively enough to try and save as many lives as possible. And like the devastation really on the ground in Texas, it can't be overstated. You know, more than 120 people killed, but a lot of those were children. One of the areas very badly impacted along the Guadalupe River was a children's summer camp, so a number of girls killed in the flooding there, and people still missing. So families right now just desperately waiting for answers.
And they really are devastating scenes. Sarah, in comparison to previous natural disasters, the federal help that we're seeing right now, how does it compare and contrast to previous FEMA operations in disaster-torn areas?
Yes, so it's a difficult situation that the administration finds itself in, because you've had these announcements that they're going to be making the cuts to FEMA, that they're potentially going to be scaling it back or removing the agency altogether. There's questions over what the replacement would be. And then you've had this disaster hitting. Now, President Trump has called this a 100-year catastrophe. So the White House has been very adamant this is a natural disaster. You've had them push back very, very heavily on any criticisms of President Trump or the administration's handling of this, and indeed of their decisions to make some cuts to these various agencies that potentially there's questioning around whether that will have impacted the response. So you have the National Weather Service. There are questions over whether staffing levels were impacted. Also scrutiny of the flood warning system. There are people on the ground, some of the local officials, they've been saying that they didn't know, they didn't get the alerts in good time. We know a number of these areas weren't evacuated at all until the flood hits, and you have this river turning into this deadly wall of water in just the space of a few hours. So there is really a lot of scrutiny over what needs to happen now to ensure that there are better warning systems in place in the future. In one of the areas, Kerr County, that had been very badly hit, the sort of epicenter of the flooding damage, they discussed in the past having some sort of siren alert system that hadn't been implemented, it said because of the cost. So those are the types of measures that are going to be being looked at very closely right now to see whether they can be implemented now for the future. But of course, this disaster is still playing out on the ground. You've still got those search and rescue teams that are out looking. You've again got the FEMA under scrutiny for how quickly they've come in and provided that assistance. You've actually had some questions raised as well about Homeland Security, some of the approvals that they apparently requested, delaying, it's being reported, the ability of FEMA to get on the ground and assist as rapidly as perhaps they should have. All of these questions haven't been clearly answered. As we said, the White House really pushing back hard on any criticism whatsoever right now. The president himself making lots of noises with sympathy with regards to what's happening in Texas, but no criticisms right now, but making clear that the administration now will be standing behind Texas to give it all the resources it needs, the president says, to be able to effectively manage this disaster.
Sarah, thank you so much. I'm going to have to leave it there as we are out of time. Sarah Firth, live in Washington, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. A reminder of our top stories. Donald Trump says he's disappointed in Russia and promises to release major statements this week, revealing a new NATO-backed plan to send US weapons to Ukraine. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he is ready to negotiate a permanent ceasefire during the proposed 60-day truce, but only if Hamas is fully disarmed and also stripped of its power. And US envoy Tom Burges has warned Lebanon to act fast on reforms and to disarm Hezbollah, saying that Trump's support won't last forever. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and as always, you can follow us on X. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Non-Western or anti-Western? Are some countries hijacking the push for a new world order for their own benefit? The latest BRICS Leaders Summit has wrapped up. Is it really a viable global alternative or just the latest platform to air anti-US grievances? We'll put it to the panel on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. That's coming up.
Hello and welcome. I'm Arabiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. All newspapers continue to cover President Trump's resumption of his trade wars, this time threatening higher tariffs on Canada in the middle of trade talks. American newspapers also focused on the suspension of 6 Secret Service agents in connection with the Trump assassination attempt last year, as well as the State Department's intention to begin layoffs in an effort to downsize government. We'll start with the New York Times, which published an interview with former Justice Department lawyer Riz Khan, who alleges that the Trump administration pressured legal staff to mislead judges and ignore court orders in pursuit of its deportation agenda. Khan, who was fired after defending a mistaken deportation, describes a culture where loyalty to the president's goals trumped legal ethics and due process. The report also points out that Khan provided Congress with communications that appear to show senior officials discussing the deliberate defiance of judicial rulings and misleading courts about deportation plans. While also DOJ leadership denies the accusations, Khan's testimony and supporting evidence have prompted congressional scrutiny and raised alarms about the erosion of legal norms and the ethical challenges faced by government attorneys under political pressure. While the New York Times reported on widespread, abrupt terminations at the Justice Department and FBI, which left employees wondering if they will be next, it also reported on the American State Department's intention to begin layoffs in an effort to downsize government. The report highlights Secretary of State Marco Rubio's plans, of which he previously informed Congress to cut more than 15% of the department's U.S. staff, nearly 2,000 jobs, in a move aimed at streamlining what leadership calls a bloated bureaucracy. The decision follows a Supreme Court ruling that cleared the way for mass layoffs across 19 agencies despite ongoing litigation. The piece also underscores the deep anxiety and declining morale among State Department employees, many of whom feel undervalued and frustrated, especially after working extra hours during recent crises. Some staff expressed relief that uncertainty around layoffs is finally ending, even as the cuts remain deeply unpopular. To the Wall Street Journal now, which, like many other American newspapers, reported on President Trump's threats to impose a 35% tariff on Canadian imports starting August 1st. It also published an analytical report previewing President Trump's unprecedented tariff policies, which are used as a tool for advancing U.S. political priorities and often unrelated to trade. The report highlights how Trump has imposed or threatened steep tariffs on countries such as Brazil, Canada, and Colombia, leveraging access to the American market to push for outcomes on issues like Bolsonaro trial and the fentanyl crisis. The piece also quotes experts who note that this breaks with decades of global trade norms where tariffs were reserved for economic disputes. The report underscores growing concern among economists, businesses, and even some Republicans who warn that unpredictable tariff threats create market instability and legal risks. It concludes that Trump's approach signals a major shift away from the post-war rules-based trading system, raising questions about the future of global economic cooperation. In its weekly situation report, Foreign Policy reviewed President Trump's recent pivot in his approach to Russian President Vladimir Putin, marked by unusually blunt criticism and renewed support for Ukraine. Trump's frustration with Putin's refusal to negotiate peace and continued attacks on Ukraine led to sharper rhetoric and the approval of more defensive weapons for Kyiv. The report also notes this is a significant change from Trump's historically conciliatory stance towards Putin and skepticism about aiding Ukraine. Experts also and officials see Trump's shift as a recognition that his business-style diplomacy has failed with Putin. However, the review emphasizes ongoing uncertainty as both Ukrainian and European leaders remain cautious about Trump's unpredictability and whether his tougher stance will translate into consistent long-term U.S. support. Moving on to The Times, which published a report reviewing the recent Britain-France summit, highlighting it as the most significant bilateral meeting since Brexit. The summit produced a one-in, one-out migrant return scheme, allowing the UK to send some Channel migrants back to France while accepting others with family ties in Britain, a move leaders hope will disrupt smuggling networks. The report also details new defense agreements, including joint nuclear coordination and plans to expand the Franco-British expeditionary force to 50,000 troops for NATO operations. Additional also cooperation includes joint missile production, development of backup GPS systems, and enhanced support for Ukraine. The report concludes that while Brexit-related tensions remain, the summit marks a new era of pragmatic collaboration on security, migration, and European stability. Nathalie Segoun asked in Le Monde today if Macronism will outlive Macron himself. This piece explores the uncertain legacy of French President Emmanuel Macron as his second term nears its end. The debate was ignited when government spokesperson Sophie Primas suggested Macronism might soon end, reflecting broader doubts about its future. The report also argues that Macron's political movement, built around his personal leadership and lacking a strong party structure or even a clear doctrine, may struggle to survive without him. Successors like Gabriel Attal and Edouard Philippe are distancing themselves from Macron's brand, while critics claim Macronism is inseparable from the man himself. Segoun concludes that although the traditional left-right divide is unlikely to return, the political centre could indeed persist, yet only if it adapts and moves beyond Macron's personalist approach. In an exclusive report, the Jerusalem Post provides an in-depth look at IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir, tracing his journey from an ambitious armored corps recruit to Israel's top military strategist. He is indeed credited with masterminding Israel's recent successful campaign against Iran, significantly disrupting its nuclear and missile capabilities. The report underscores Zamir's advocacy for a larger tech-driven IDF, as well as the need for Israel to be prepared to act independently. The report concludes that his doctrine of combining strategic audacity with restraint is reshaping Israel's defense philosophy for the future. Away from politics, The Telegraph published a report today reviewing the significant impact Natasha Archer has had on the Princess of Wales's public image over her 15-year tenure as aide and stylist. Archer, often called Catherine's secret weapon, also guided the princess through key milestones from her royal wedding to motherhood and health challenges, while also orchestrating a transformation in her style. The report explains how, under Archer's influence, Catherine evolved from cautious traditional outfits to polished modern looks that have defined her global fashion status and sparked the Kate effect. Also, the report highlights Archer's behind-the-scenes professionalism and discretion, which elevated both the princess's wardrobe and the visibility of British designers. It concludes that as Archer indeed leaves to start her own consultancy, her legacy sets a higher bar for royal style and support staff alike. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, fresh PMI data from Riyadh Bank shows that businesses in Saudi Arabia's non-oil sector are not only growing faster, but also hiring faster than they've done in 14 years. In just a moment, we'll be speaking to the bank's chief economist. Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is supporting the kingdom's Vision 2030 economic diversification plan, announces that assets topped $1 trillion in 2024. The PIF posted a net profit of nearly $7 billion despite economic challenges. With office rents in Riyadh hitting record highs and premium office space in Jeddah in hot demand, we take an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's commercial real estate boom. Plus, in a sign of how much the Saudi capital has changed and how important it's become, a Riyadh edition of the much-loved board game Monopoly goes on sale in September. We'll be speaking to the game's developers. Hello and welcome to the programme. Last week we were talking about the International Monetary Fund raising its 2025 GDP growth forecast for Saudi Arabia to 3.5%. That was on the back of demand for government-led projects. Well, this week we have another sign of resilient economic conditions and robust demand. According to new data released by Riyadh Bank, the Saudi non-oil economy saw its Purchasing Managers Index climb to 57.2. That's up from 55.8 the previous month. Well, the PMI is an economic indicator reflecting overall economic health. And amongst other things, it takes into consideration business spending patterns and hiring. Well, a score above 50 shows expansion, and the latest figures are well above that threshold. Well, this same report says the Saudi businesses have been adding new jobs at their fastest pace in some 14 years. Well, let's get more now with Dr. Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at the Riyadh Bank, who are authors of this report. Dr. Al-Ghaith, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just briefly, talk us through the Purchasing Managers Index and what the latest information tells us.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for having me in this show. As you rightly mentioned, that the PMI recorded 57.2 for this month, which is in the expansion territory. That means the economy of Saudi Arabia has grown from last month when we compare it to the last month. By how much? By this 57.2, where previous months was growing, but it was growing at a slower pace than this month. So what does that tell us? It tells us that in the third month of this second quarter, the Saudi economy is growing and it's continuing growing. We saw the GDP projections from the IMF has been adjusted from 3 to 3.5, and that takes into consideration both the oil economy, also the non-oil economy. With the PMI, it looks into the non-oil economy, and it takes into account also the future output and the current things that happen within the economy, and also takes into consideration the employment. All these things take into account, and then we get the PMI, which points to an expansionary month for June, which could be translated that we'll be having another high increase in the non-oil GDP, which could be above the 4% from 4 to 4.5% for the second quarter.
Okay, just looking at the highlights of your report, I mean, we're talking here about a highly active labour market by the looks of things. What are the main drivers for the activity in the labour market then?
Okay, one, we could look at the report and understand that the employment has expanded from the previous months. And also when we look at the trend, we understand that the employment has increased the highest since 2011 May. So that is very high growth number and has been driven by multiple things. One, the sector, and within this survey shows that construction has contributed the most to the employment. Other things also point that employment is expanding because we have so many new orders, so many, if we could say also sales, that made firms or companies to hire more to get these sales done. So they have been trying to get more employee to get more output, and that's what pushed the employment to be higher than what it was, and that is another indication of the health of the economy.
So construction's one star performing sector. Are there any others that stand out for you?
From the survey, this is the major one, and it shows we have also the manufacturing, and it shows also this in the future output that the most promising sector is the manufacturing.
Okay, I mean, all of this is good news, isn't it? But there are some challenges associated with the hiring spree that's going on there in Saudi Arabia, not least a huge increase in staff costs. Does that worry you at all?
One thing we need to look at the entire economy, and we understand from the latest report for the Vision 2030 that the unemployment has been adjusted as a target from 7% for Saudi to 5%. Just recently, the unemployment report for this quarter, the first quarter, came out, and it shows also a new reduction for the unemployment to reach to 6.8. Unemployment for the total Saudi Arabia is 2.8. One is that the reduction in unemployment is challenging because we, as Saudi Arabia, is still a young economy or a young nation. Young nation means that we will have more labor forces coming, and then to reduce the unemployment, you also have at the same time an increase in employment force. So it's not you're only hiring; you need to hire at a higher rate than the employment force. That's one thing. Whether this is challenging in terms of increasing the staff, still there is room because we have unemployment. We haven't reached the full employment rate, so still there is a room for the employment to grow. We could look at also the inflation, and the inflation rate still is not high. It's 2.2 for the May, and this indicates it hasn't yet been reflected in the prices that we also saw in the output prices in the PMI survey.
Okay, just to sort of wrap up this conversation, how would you describe the overall sentiment amongst non-oil businesses right now?
Yes, within one of the components, we have the future output, and it has been growing, and it has growing, as we just mentioned, in the manufacturing. One, so we have a growing economy, and growing in new sectors that hasn't been growing before and it hasn't been tapped. So what we look at right now, a healthy economy and in the non-oil economy, and it has been growing, and it's growing in the healthy numbers.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Naif El-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund has reported that total assets exceeded $1 trillion in 2024. But while total assets under management rose 18%, net profit was down from a year earlier, falling to 25.8 billion riyals. That's just shy of $7 billion. Well, the PIF is steering Saudi Arabia's economic agenda aimed at weaning the country's economy off oil. Well, by 2030, the PIF aims to have $2.67 trillion under management. That's up from a previous target of just under $2 trillion. Well, I'm here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let me just ask you, why the drop in profits, do you think?
It's a range of factors, Tom. I mean, every enterprise goes through its fluctuations. We've been seeing a lot of macroeconomic volatility. There are global factors. Interest rates have been relatively high. There are some overruns on projects, some value realizations that perhaps haven't taken place as early as expected. So, these usually lead to asset write-downs. But all of that being said and done, I mean, if your question is one of a financial slump, yes, perhaps this is how we could look at it. But I think the real question is actually rather something else.
Okay, nevertheless, I mean, a pretty strong showing, is it? We're talking about some big numbers there.
We are. But Tom, the question we need to ask is, I mean, what is the Public Investment Fund? It is a sovereign wealth fund. What is the objective of the Public Investment Fund? PIF is contributing to building the country and evaluating things, investing in projects that will hopefully have legacies of 100 years and beyond. It's not a hedge fund simply looking to generate returns quarter on quarter. Now, I'll add a disclaimer to that. Of course, financial returns are important, but in the case of a sovereign wealth fund, and especially one like the PIF, the shareholders are the public, and the returns are the good of the public. I mean, let's pull some contrast, right? So one of the biggest investments, one of the most exciting projects is the establishment of Riyadh Air. Nearly 200 planes on order at the moment. Tens of billions of dollars worth of planes. There's investment into the incredible technology that they're building, into the traveler's experience. There's, really consider standing up an entire airline. Now, consider that this airline is not yet yielding any return because it's not in the air yet. So we hopefully will be seeing Riyadh Air go live later in this year. Contrast that with the likes of, say, Emirates Airlines over at our neighbors. And, that airline contributes an estimated almost 15% of the GDP of the country. Now, we could pull similar contrasts across other projects in the world, but these are the things that we have to consider when we're thinking about the yield or the return of the fund. There are a lot of unrealized assets within the organization right now. There are a lot of projects that are upcoming, like the FIFA World Cup, like Riyadh Expo. I'll give you a number, right? 100 billion. That's the estimated economic contribution for Riyadh Expo 2030 alone. FIFA World Cup, I mean, I won't attempt to estimate any numbers there as yet, but what I can share with you is that when the FIFA World Cup took place in Qatar, some estimates said that it contributed up to 4% of the GDP of Qatar. So, one element of this is the fact that there are a lot of assets and projects that are currently under development. They are underway, in which the value has not been realized yet. Revenue is actually up, by the way. So just to flag, the total assets under management are up. Revenue is up. Profitability is down, yes. And we could dissect the financial elements of that. But if we look at it in the lens of what the PIF is doing for the public good, establishing entire airlines, establishing entire cities, establishing entire industries that take decades, if not centuries, for nations to build, all within the space of a few short years, the net return, I think, is quite positive. So it's a matter of which lens we want to look at it in.
Yeah, I can see you've been posting about this on LinkedIn, got lots of reaction, lots of engagement with your post. I mean, just to sort of sum this up, Ali, I mean, do you think it's fair to say, I mean, a very simple analogy, but would you say that the PIF has essentially been planting the seeds during the last few years, hasn't yet harvested them? Is that basically where we're at?
Without question, Tom, without question. If I wanted to build a factory, I wouldn't just buy 3 pieces of machinery and then expect to start profiting tomorrow. But if I establish the supply chain, motivate the people, provide strong conditions, get the best technology in place, learn the processes, and set it on its way, I may just end up building the next Siemens of the world, the next GE, the next whoever is to come out of Saudi Arabia. So that is what's really going on over here.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We're going to leave it there. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. We'll speak to you again a bit later on. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories we're following for you now. Saudi Arabia's oil exports are reported to have soared to the highest level in more than a year during the month of June. Crude exports rose by 450,000 barrels per day from a month earlier. Well, last month's increase came against a backdrop of concerns over supply disruption resulting from the conflict between Israel and Iran. During a visit by the Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto to the kingdom, the two countries have signed a raft of deals and MOUs worth around $27 billion. This in the fields of clean energy and petrochemicals. Well, Saudi Arabia and Indonesia also agreed to bolster cooperation in the supply of crude oil and strengthen cooperation in mineral resources. The Saudi-backed electric car maker Lucid has announced a 38% rise in Q2 deliveries. Lucid delivered 3,309 vehicles in the quarter ending 30th of June, but missed Wall Street expectations. Well, as demand for Lucid's luxury EVs appeared to soften, the company's CEO says that US tariffs have driven costs upwards overall. And the Saudi flag carrier Saudia has announced it will start operations from Riyadh to Moscow in October. The announcement of these 3 weekly flights comes in the context of a sharp increase in tourist numbers between the two countries. Well, a new e-visa program is thought to be a key factor behind this growth in visitor numbers. Now, today we're going to take an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's real estate sector. Well, in line with Vision 2030, increased home ownership and increased tourist numbers are fueling demand for both residential and commercial property. Well, specifically on the commercial property side, office rents in Riyadh are reported to have hit record highs in Q1, up 23% year on year. This as foreign investors and global businesses set up shop in the kingdom. That's according to a report from the global property consultancy Knight Frank. Well, both Riyadh and Jeddah are seeing strong demand for premium office space, with occupancy levels in top Jeddah developments now standing at about 95%. Hotels are also seeing strong occupancy levels, boosted by a sharp increase in foreign tourist numbers. Well, let's find out more now about the Saudi commercial property market, and we can speak to Saud Al-Soleimani, who is the country lead and head of capital markets for Saudi Arabia at JLL. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Tom, and pleasure to be here. And I'm delighted to be hosted by you today to go over one of the very interesting topics in Saudi, actually on a global level as well, which is the Saudi real estate market.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to talk about. Let's start with an overview of what you're seeing with regards to property prices, both in terms of rental and sales. What are the key trends you're seeing in Saudi's big cities?
Well, it depends on the asset class. Without a single doubt, the office has been the hottest in terms of price increases, followed by land prices over the last few years. But now with all the government regulations, it started a little bit to be more mature and stabilized, and to start to be reduced a little bit over the past 2 months, I would say. The retail has been almost stable, some decline on the lower quality bit. So it's not as fast in terms of pace as the other sectors. When it comes to industrial has been witnessing significant growth due to the limitations of the available quality supply. And for the hospitality, there's been a significant shift toward Riyadh over the last few months due to all of the events and conferences are being hosted. And finally, when it comes to the residential, Riyadh and Jeddah are a bit ahead of the curve, but Riyadh again been witnessing a significant increase over the last few years due to the massive relocation of population internally within the kingdom to Riyadh, migration and international expats.
Okay, that's really interesting. Clearly, lots of new supply in the commercial space, especially in big cities. Is that catching up with and matching demand, would you say?
Well, at the moment, when it comes to office space specifically, the answer is not. It's not catching up yet because there are several factors. One, the supply is coming slower than anticipated. And number two, the demand is increasing significantly internally from the kingdom when it comes to government and local companies, and also the regional headquarters and new international companies. So there is a much higher pace in demand and a bit lower pace of supply.
Okay, well, when it comes to what's driving demand for commercial space, which are the main sectors you're seeing leading the way?
Well, it goes across the board, starting from the professional services, consultancy services, international and local banks, government entities, oil and gas, especially in the eastern region. They have their own requirements and normally big office space requirements. Law firms as well. There are lots of international law firms entering the Saudi market over the previous few months. So that also a key sector within the office market.
Okay, and tourist numbers set to reach 150 million people by the year 2030. You've got lots of big events in Saudi Arabia as well coming up. I mean, across the whole hospitality sector, is there enough capacity for all those people?
Well, the answer is, as of today, the current hotels wouldn't be sufficient for sure, to your question. However, given all the upcoming supply, mainly driven by the large-scale and giga projects, we believe the future outlook will be stable in terms of supply versus demand across the board, either in Riyadh or Jeddah and Eastern Province, or let's say the smaller tier cities, because there are many future supplies coming to the market. So we believe all what has been anticipated as of today, plus the upcoming years, will be able to catch up with the demand for the 150 million.
Okay, so huge projects, obviously, as well, supporting Vision 2030. They're attracting lots of investment, I'd imagine. Is it mostly domestic or international capital that they're attracting?
Well, actually, there is a huge demand for income generating over the few years, actually. So from an income generating perspective, there is a huge demand from both local and international, but unfortunately, the current existing liquid income generating assets, high quality, are very limited. So this has been witnessed. We've had to, we were mandated to sell one of the very prestigious compounds in Riyadh, and the amount of demand on it was just unbelievable. We couldn't expect the demand that we had locally, regionally, and internationally. So that was a great example. And for the development projects, I would say at the moment, locally and regionally, are most of the investors, because development comes with its own risks. And for internationals, it's normally they start with income generating, or they come as financiers, private debt, and then they put equity. It's a normal trend that we've been witnessing in almost all countries that had construction boom. So international started to come, but mainly on a private debt element rather than pure equity. However, we've seen some, they already did it, but it's becoming increasingly toward income generating, especially that most of them are aware that.
Mr. Al-Suleimani, as we've been talking, we've been discussing the exciting projects coming up in Saudi Arabia, huge projects like NEOM, the Red Sea project, the King Abdullah Financial District. How involved is JLL in those big projects?
Well, we are proudly engaged on the majority, if not all, the large-scale and mega projects. We normally don't mention names for confidentiality reasons, etc. However, we are engaged across the board. We are one of the only companies across the world that can cover end-to-end services. So we cover the entire development cycle, starting from consultancy, valuation, moving to the execution phase where we do the project management, construction management, until the property management and facilities management. And then we help also with leasing and investment sale or investment management. So that became a competitive edge. We are also proud that we were the first international firm to enter Saudi Arabia. That was in 2007. And that also provided us a competitive edge, and our vision was long-term. Today we are close to 600 employees in Saudi, covering every single asset class, every single service, and that provided us with a great competitive edge on the projects when it comes to large-scale or mega projects.
Okay, so one of the things I wanted to ask you just before we finish is about some of the projects that JLL has been putting out, some of the reports, I should say, that JLL has been putting out. One of those reports focuses on demand for warehouse facilities. Just tell us what we can take away from that warehouse report. What does it tell us?
Well, I mean, first of all, the demand for quality warehousing has been increasingly witnessed across all the cities. Okay, so it's not just Riyadh or Riyadh and Jeddah. And the players within this sector are also very limited. Okay, so this also, from a development standpoint and investment standpoint, created a huge shortage in the market. So we've witnessed a massive surge in demand, boomed mainly by e-commerce. Okay, so that had a huge contribution to the equation, and all the projections anticipating by 2030 to have 80% contribution by e-commerce to the entire retail sector. The National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, NIDLIB, had a huge element into that demand as well, because there have been many clusters entering to the market. We've witnessed global institutional investors entering the market, including DP World, Gulf Islamic Investments, Maersk. They are making a significant impact in the market when it comes to that, as well as DHL. They acquired recently a major supply chain logistics company, and they had their JV with the Saudi Aramco. So all of these are making a huge impact to the market. Going specifically to what are the things that having a huge demand, I would say grade A for sure when it comes to offices, cold storages, last mile solutions, and as well as quality data centers, which we consider as part of the logistics sector as well.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, looking ahead, what would you say are the top priority areas that JLL is going to be focusing on in the kingdom?
Well, we are focusing again on, we have a very two different strategies we are working. So in terms of the short to mid-term, we are focusing in our key sectors today in the market when it comes to, especially the one that with high potential, like data centers and warehouses and specialized services, entertainment, healthcare, sports, etc. So this is like from a sector's angle. From a services angle, we are betting on two main sectors. or services. One of them is the capital markets advisory. We are witnessing lots of PPPs over the last few months. I would say since Q3 2024, this has been the hottest topic in the market, which is engaging the private sector, procuring developers, engaging international developers and investors. It's been a very important element for us that we are focusing on at the moment. The facilities management, we believe, would be one of the very important elements as well in the Saudi market, given the growth of all of these construction and projects that are being delivered over the next few years. It will require very high quality service providers to come and help to manage those.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. Saad Al-Suleimani, country lead and head of capital markets for Saudi Arabia at JLL. Thanks again.
Thank you, Tom. It was a pleasure.
Well, let's get more on the real estate sector now. We can speak to Ali Raza, who's the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Ali, thank you very much indeed for joining us and staying with us, I should say. What would you say are the main trends you're seeing in the Saudi real estate sector right now?
So, Tom, the growth is robust. I mean, naturally, with all of the development taking place across the land, the market is heating up. Prices are increasing, which is a point of contention for some, perhaps, depending on how we look at it. But all in all, there's a very positive trajectory. There are some thematics here. I mean, there's a major emphasis on logistics, and a lot of growth is being driven by e-com development. We just heard from our friend at JLL earlier on. There's an extensive program in place by NIDLEP, the National Industrial and Development Logistics Program, to develop up to 46 logistics hubs around the nation. Cloud infrastructure is the name of the game almost anywhere in the world at the moment, and Saudi Arabia is no exception. But specifically within the kingdom, I mean, the initiatives that are underway with the work of Humane, the hyperscalers that are taking a serious position in kingdom, the local data center developers like DataVault and others, there's a significant piece of growth within the cloud infrastructure segment as well. Now, I mean, at the moment, the market is very heated up. There's a 98% occupancy rate in the commercial market in Riyadh. So I would argue, I think one of the biggest trends that's really coming out of this is the development of Riyadh and Jeddah, cities like these, really becoming commercial hubs more than anything. And there's, of course, a lot of flow-on effects of that. But that, I think, is the biggest trend that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, when you speak to people in Riyadh and in Jeddah, they tell you it's difficult to find office space at the moment. Is that something you're hearing from your contacts, your business associates, Ali?
Well, at 98% occupancy rate, yes, it is very difficult to find an office space. But why is that happening? I mean, these are all positive indicators, nonetheless. Not if you're moving offices in the very, very near future, but the regional headquarters program, right? This has been one of the biggest drivers of commercial activity in Kingdom. The regional headquarters program has seen over 600 international firms set up their regional headquarters within Saudi Arabia. And I mean, this is from the likes of Oracle to ServiceNow to Adobe. I mean, the list could go on, right? We're talking some of the largest cap names, household names that we're all familiar with. They've now chosen Saudi Arabia as their home, as the regional headquarters. So naturally, this is going to bring in an influx of expats, investors. I mean, in the real estate sector in particular, there's been almost a 40% growth in FDI. So whilst the FDI numbers were slightly lower on other fronts, actually in real estate, we've seen north of 40% FDI. So, again, I mean, go back to the original point, the market has heated up. The commercial activity is only going to continue to compound from here, from what we can see. And that is most certainly having somewhat of an impact on the office space.
Okay, so just to sum up, Ali, what would you say is the overall health of the real estate sector, both commercial and residential? How would you describe it?
So both are extremely healthy and moving in a positive direction. Now, let's break that down, right? So office occupancy is high, challenge for those looking for an office, but also an indication of the business sentiment. the flow of foreign direct investment, the commercialization of these city hubs like Riyadh and Jeddah on the residential front. So the government has taken many initiatives to maximize home ownership and maximize home affordability. There's a number of programs in place which have seen the reduction of the minimum deposit required to purchase a home through mortgages, the reduction of age, because Saudi Arabia, those of us who know the land know that Saudi Arabia has a very young population, right? Almost 65% under the age of 35. So the age to purchase a home in one of these programs has been reduced from 25 to 20. So when you compound the industrial development, the economic changes, you look at the ambition from the young professionals, the enablement of home ownership and a reduction of affordability, when you compound all these things, whether commercial or residential, there's a very positive trajectory that's showing in the current climate.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Really appreciate it. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. Thank you for your time. Now, our final story for today's edition is also closely related to the property market. Well, as a reflection of the major transformation the Saudi capital is undergoing, an all-new edition of Riyadh Monopoly is set to go on sale in the coming weeks. Well, Monopoly, which has been around for nearly a century, is the best-selling board game in history. Well, those behind the Riyadh edition say that they see this game as celebrating Riyadh's rich heritage and modern transformation. Well, we're joined now by Adam Jackson, who is the COO and the co-founder of KEAD Entertainment, or Kyiv Entertainment, I don't know which one it is, which developed the Riyadh edition of Monopoly. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just first of all, Adam, what does it say about Riyadh that the city is now on the Monopoly map?
I think it enters the family of Monopoly and basically iconic cities that are represented all around the world, often found on a Monopoly board. So in many ways it's enabling Riyadh to enter into that realm, and it brings familiarity to people as well from such an internationally recognized brand that people now can sort of relate to Riyadh City by it having its place on that Monopoly brand.
Okay, where did the idea come from? How did it strike you and your associates that now was the moment to launch this?
Well, it started off as a whisper, as these things sorts of do. It was about 14 months ago, and it was sort of a lightning bolt from heaven, so to speak, that sort of landed on our laps. And then from there, we sort of explored the idea further and negotiated some rights and things like that to enable us to do it. And that was sort of like the planting of the seed. And then, like a snowball, it sort of grew. And then, we got good support locally. Our first partner was Diriyah. They came on board and really got in behind us and supported us. So, we were really appreciative of the level of support that the Riyadh business community and also cultural tourism associations got in there and supported us.
Yeah, it's a great game, Monopoly. Everyone seems to love it, which is why it's stood the test of time. What sort of reaction have you been getting there in Saudi Arabia when you tell people about this project?
Yeah, a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz, a lot of chatter. As you know, the population of Saudi Arabia, below the age of 30 is 63%. So there's a lot of youth engagement there. They're excited about it. They sort of see it as another doorway that the country has entered into or through under the 2030 vision. So they sort of see this as just another milestone that's been reached and achieved of where they once were and where they're progressing to. So, we've been delighted with the level of and the response and the enthusiasm, the passion, and, dealing with, we've had 14 different stakeholders involved with the game. And each of those have, 14 different teams. And so a lot of those people in those teams, it amazes me the immense passion and focus and basically ambition that these teams have for the city. And that's conveyed, it was always conveyed, when we were putting the the final touches and the planning processes in place for Riyadh monopoly. So it's quite remarkable. It's truly, it's a testament to the people of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, while you've been talking, we've been looking at some stills of people playing the game. I mean, it reminds me quite a lot of the version. I grew up on the London version, but, there are lots of versions of Monopoly, and I think the original one was New York. But has it got roughly the same sort of look and feel, or have you got some different touches that you've introduced to this version?
Yeah, that's a really good point. We've introduced, quite a few different features. So, for example, Monopoly City Editions now will be in the square format, so it's moved away from the rectangular format. Our own personal touches were focused on the tokens, so we made them gold as opposed to silver, and we only kept one of the traditional tokens, which was the gentleman's hat. Outside of that, we actually designed and had new tokens made, 5. So we have the PIF Tower, which is in Kyiv, of course. We had the camel representing the heritage of Saudi Arabia through Diriyah. We had the coffee cup, we had the STC racing car, and we also had the Saudi Airlines aeroplane. So that was one of the key areas. And then there's other, sort of some more particular design features around the brand around the box of Riyadh and the name there, which is sort of a bit different. So, my wife, Fiona Jackson, she plays a key part inside the Kyiv group. She's got a strong eye for detail and for design, so she did a great job there in bringing those sort of aspects to life to differentiate it from what has been before.
Yeah, I was just wondering while you were talking there, I mean, the version that I grew up with had Mayfair and Park Lane as being the most expensive, the sort of purple ones that you didn't want to land on if you didn't own them. I think in the New York edition it's Boardwalk and Park Place, the really expensive properties. Which are the equivalents in Riyadh?
Yeah, that's a very good point. They were CAF'd, both were CAF. So the traditional Mayfair and Park Lane were the CAF Plaza and Skywalk Plaza. So Skywalk, so it's the CAF Skywalk, very beautiful, and because the journey of the board game is sort of an old merging into the new, and the final 2 squares on the board being the new CAF, iconic skyline. So there was a play there with the story and the narrative that we were aiming to convey and communicate, as well as that sort of strong economic, financial sort of powerhouse that CAF plays within the kingdom as well. So it was quite fitting that they were on those last 2 squares.
Okay, so you got the most expensive properties. Everyone knows, Monopoly's also got some less expensive properties. Probably, I don't know if it's a sensitive topic to ask which are the least expensive properties, but let me just ask you how you came up with the criteria for how you ranked the value of the different properties.
Yeah, we didn't actually. What we aimed to do, as opposed to the traditional way of, like you just mentioned, for example, the first square is British International School Riyadh, and that's the brown square, and that's because education is the first step in one's development in life. So that's how we sort of we played on the story of development, both sort of as a person and also within the city and the development of Riyadh. So then after that, the other brown square is the souk, and that's a very old traditional souk there within Riyadh. And then you make your way around the board as you sort of go. So it wasn't so much a dollar value as such. It was more part of a story and a chronological sort of time frame that we had attached to the different colours. And then we just sort of broke it up as well into the methodology behind it was different sectors. So Diriyah, for example, to match their colour palette, they went with the orange. They took the 3 orange squares. 3 kingdoms in the history of Saudi Arabia, so they had 3 squares. So it's sort of yellow was focused with tourism, so that's where the Riz Carlton was. It fitted well with their offering. And then, the dark green squares, you've sort of got Saudi Airlines. We had our official partner there, Saudi Youth Society, STC. So, it wasn't so much a monetary sort of focus. It was more where they fit within the narrative and the methodology that we had sort of applied.
Sure, and actually today, the Old Kent Road, which was the cheapest one on the London Monopoly board, is actually now quite an expensive part of London. Just lastly, I mean, Monopoly is, according to the Guinness World Records, the best-selling board game in history. And I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what I read. What do you think is its enduring appeal, Adam?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's amazing. It amazes me that Monopoly has an engine of its own. We found that all the way through the project. You know, there were dips and peaks and troughs of momentum and rhythm through the project. And sometimes when you'd hit a trough at the lower point of it, it would somehow just pick itself back up. There's just a worldwide knowledge of Monopoly. It's a great game on many different levels. For example, you know, it teaches the young mental arithmetic. It teaches them money management skills, how to negotiate, how to position yourself. It teaches, entrepreneurial spirit, property sort of ownership strategies, rent, mortgage, the role of a bank. So it sort of beats the test of time. And you know as well as I do, we always compare things to bricks and mortar. So as long as we're here, even though we're in this digital age, property still plays a major part in our lives. And I think this is the board game that's closest to representing, in a fun, sort of friendly manner, how to play the property game without actually going and buying property.
Yeah, fun and friendly, unless you were in the household I grew up with. And we had quite a lot of fights over Monopoly. But thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Adam Jackson, the COO of Kyiv Entertainment. Thank you for your time. Well, that is all we have time for on this edition of The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Thanks for watching. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the world, Los Angeles. The cultural hub boasts of more than 300 museums and tourist attractions. And yes, great weather. What to do when in LA? First on the list is, of course, a behind-the-scenes studio tour at the Universal Studios Hollywood. The most popular attraction offers tourists a chance to explore the Hollywood movie studios, including great 3D experience shows. Next is the Walt Disney Concert Hall, found on Grand Avenue in downtown LA. It is designed by Pritzker Prize-winning architect Frank Gehry, with acoustics by Yasuhisa Toyoda, and has been praised by concert-goers for its stunning architecture and extraordinary sound. The concert hall is home to the renowned Los Angeles Philharmonic and the Los Angeles Master Chorale. Museums and art hubs in LA are also known for housing some of the world's most renowned collection. One may find a repertoire of masterpieces, including works of Vincent van Gogh, for fans of Hollywood entertainment, movies, television, and music. Los Angeles is the place where one will most likely see a celebrity. The secret is to dine at the restaurants often visited by the stars, such as the famous Wolfgang Puck at the Hotel Bel Air. LA is also a great destination for those who love to shop. Popular shopping centers and little kiosks around the neighborhood are frequently visited for great bargain finds. For the ultimate window shopping experience, visit the world-famous strip of stores along Beverly Hills, which is known as a place of luxury and style. Tired of the usual ways of discovering LA? Have a different view of Hollywood by heading to the Runyon Canyon Park, one of the most popular hiking areas in LA. One may also find quieter spots to rest and relax in LA. From Malibu to South Bay are the best beaches in Southern California. The 2-mile-long Santa Monica Beach is also worth the visit, as well as the Santa Monica Pier, the Pacific Park Amusement Park, and the Heal the Bay Aquarium. A true city of champions, one should also catch a game when in LA. Visit the Dodger Stadium, one of the great cathedrals of Major League Baseball and a popular Instagram location. The ballpark has already hosted 8 World Series, and the Dodgers have won 4 World Championships. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Non-Western or anti-Western? There are strong arguments in favour of a new multipolar world order, but have some countries hijacked the idea of countering US influence for their own gain? The latest BRICS Leaders Summit has just wrapped up. Is it really a viable global alternative or just the latest platform to air anti-US grievances? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. BRICS is the Global South's answer to the G7, a collective of emerging economies looking to challenge Western dominance.
We all see that fundamental changes are taking place in the world. The unipolar system of international relations that served the interests of the so-called golden billion is becoming a thing of the past. It is being replaced by a more just, multipolar world.
And he has a point. A lot has changed since the end of the Cold War, when the US took the lead on the world stage and its currency became the global benchmark. But how much of this push for a new world order is really a push for an anti-America agenda, especially from countries like Russia and China, which are looking for ways to circumvent US sanctions or restrictions? If a shake-up of the world order really is necessary, how do multiple countries with diverse economies and political systems work together for the collective good? BRICS is an example of just how hard it can be to square that circle. China and India are strategic competitors and embroiled in a long-running border dispute. New members, Egypt and Ethiopia, are at odds over the Nile River Dam, and Brazil, unlike Russia and China, wants to avoid a focus on geopolitical confrontation. Coming up on this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, has the unipolar world order been a failure, and is it time for a shake-up? Is BRICS a viable alternative? And has the push for a non-Western grouping morphed into an anti-American platform? Stay with us, the debate is coming up. Joining us to discuss BRICS and whether it poses a challenge to the US-led order, I'm joined by Carla Sands, a former US ambassador in President Donald Trump's first administration and current Vice President for Energy and Environment at the America First Policy Institute. Then we've got Andy Mock, Professor at Beijing Foreign Studies University and a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. And rounding out our Counterpoints panel, Oliver Stunkel, a political scientist and Professor of International Relations at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in São Paulo. Everyone, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, when the Soviet Union collapsed, so too did the system of bipolar world order, with no USSR to counter it. The US was left as the unparalleled superpower, economically, militarily, and politically. But times are changing. Whether the US is abdicating its role or the balance of power is simply being redistributed, some countries are no longer comfortable being resigned to followers in a US-led world. So, Carla, let's start with you. Has the US failed in its role as the unipolar world leader?
Well, certainly you're right that it's not a bipolar world where we had the Cold War with the USSR versus the US, and everyone else was sort of players in that world. Today we have a rising China, we have a rising India, and the EU is still, I would say, a strong world power, certainly economically. But in spite of it being a multipolar world, the United States is clearly still the leader of the world. And I hope under President Trump's leadership that it remains that way, because the United States spreads freedom of speech, freedom from oppression, right? Human rights, the right for women to be equal to men, the right to practice one's own religion, the right to gather in a public space and not be oppressed by the government. All these things are freedoms that the United States and the Western world have shared with the rest of the world. So in order for the world to benefit from the beautiful freedoms that have been shared by the West, the United States must stay I would say, leader in the world, we also don't spread the kind of negative things that some of our adversaries, certainly President Trump, peace president, and he stands for peace. He stands for economic prosperity, for energy security for all countries. And the fact that he is leading in that way is for me, very inspiring. And I hope it is for the rest of the world as well. We can see African nation leaders meeting with him today at the White House. They want to do more trade with the United States as well.
Okay. Andy, what do you make of that? Do you agree that the US remains the only viable leader of the free world?
Well, Melinda, I would actually say that we are not yet in a multipolar world, and in many important ways, we are in a bipolar world that is in many important ways not that different from the U.S. rivalry with the Soviet Union, in that there really are two global superpowers. So the U.S., in terms of its economy, in terms of its technological level, China really is the only other peer competitor. And I think if we look at statements from people like Elbridge Colby, who I believe also served in the first Trump administration, also was in the second, we look at SecDef Hegseth's statement about the importance of China as a pacing challenge, economically as well as militarily, that whether China wants it or not, certainly the U.S. Is treating China as an adversary. And I think, Carla makes some very interesting points that are really just maybe ideological talking points about so-called freedom, et cetera. When we think about this question of freedom, it's freedom from economic insecurity, freedom from worry about violence, things like that it's a much broader conception of freedom and human rights. And if we look at China's record, certainly since 1978, with the beginning of opening and economic reform, China's not only lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, lifted them into the middle class, but also, I think, improved human rights for China in many, many important ways. Now, of course, the political system is founded on very different values that go back not just to the CPC, but I would say to the very roots of Chinese civilization going back thousands of years. And in some ways, this is also the cause of this conflict, in that the U.S. Starts from what some might describe as politics masquerading as an extreme religious ideology.
Oliver, I'm going to bring you in just a moment, but before I do, Carla, go ahead, Carla.
Yeah, I do. I just have to say the United States over the past decades, certainly in the 20th and 21st century, have lifted billions of people out of poverty and starvation because of sharing our beneficial economy and our missionaries, our business leaders going around the world, our government, taxpayer dollars and charitable dollars pulling people out of starvation and poverty. It's been the #1 lifter of people out of poverty, the United States, in the world's history. And secondly, you look at the Uyghur people in China being oppressed, over 1 million Muslims imprisoned, tortured, raped, made to lose their native language and their religion, and other minorities being oppressed as well in China, within China, or what China claims is China. And I will just say human rights and China do not belong in the same sentence.
Okay.
Well, Carla,
go ahead.
Sentiment is certainly appreciated, even though the facts don't support it. But I would say that if we look at the U.S. economic system,
yes, they do.
How many Americans are on the verge of economic security? I saw a number that, the percentage of Americans with less than $400 in their bank account is shockingly large. And we look at, for example, in China, by comparison, $22 million in household savings. So, reasonable people can disagree about the degree of accomplishment, but certainly I respect your passion, but only wish that the facts would support it.
Well, the facts, just one more thing, the facts do say that even the poorest Americans have more money than most people in the world. In fact, Germany, which is a rich European country, has a GDP lower than the lowest U.S. state. The American people, even the ones that claim to be poor and oppressed, have more than most people around the world. So that's a false that you're sharing.
Okay, I want to bring in Oliver here. We're seeing very clearly how we've got US and China playing out on Counterpoints and on the world stage. From the external perspective of that, how do you consider, how would you score the way that the US has led from the front? And is it still, or do you agree with what Andy is saying, and China is now a very real competitor?
No, thank you. So I think from a Brazilian point of view, and many other countries in the global south, the strategy is diversification, multi-alignment. I think there's a lot of pragmatism in these countries because they depend economically on viable economic relationships to both major powers. I think we're perhaps in the transition from a bipolar world to a multipolar world. The kind of movement that Russia has made by invading Ukraine is clearly a signal of a multipolar world because Russia says, I do have a sphere of influence. That's essentially something countries do in multipolar orders. I think it doesn't really have much to do with politics. Russia could not have invaded Ukraine 20 years ago because Western sanctions on Russia would have been too much for Russia to handle. Now we're in a multipolar world. Russia can depend on China, can depend on India and other countries. So this is the kind of instability we tend to see historically in multipolar orders. And most countries don't want to take sides. They want to sort of largely leave politics aside. Brazil is a key example. The United States is the main investor in Brazil, but China is the main buyer of Brazilian products. Which is quite interesting. We have a trade deficit with the United States and a large surplus with China. So there's a consensus in these countries that in the midst of this transition of global order, the best thing we can do is try to, as much as possible, preserve ties to all actors. Brazil is a major non-NATO ally of the United States, is moving relatively close to the OECD, is trying to ratify a trade deal with the Europeans. Mm-hmm. And it's also economically very close to China and has hosted yesterday Prime Minister Modi for a state visit and is very keen to deepen ties as well. So I think from that sort of global South perspective, I would say mostly transitioning away from bipolarity towards multipolarity. But all that, I think, shows how successful global order has been for the past decades. In a way, it's just natural. I mean, it shows how many countries have been able to succeed. And one of the key goals of countries like Brazil is to preserve the rules and norms as much as possible, which allows a country like Brazil to invest very, very little in defense and more in infrastructure, health, and areas of high social returns.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you mentioned multi-alignment because we are going to come to that in one of our later segments. But something that you said, I want to throw to you, Carla. When we hear Oliver talk about multi-alignment, a country like Brazil, aligned with China, aligned with the United States. No one's picking, well, a lot of countries aren't picking sides. So if the US has done such a great job leading from the front, why do you think that some countries, particularly in the global south, are looking for other alternatives?
Well, it's a little different in the southern hemisphere than it is, for instance, in Africa or India. South America, Central America, the Caribbean, it's on the United States. It's our fault that we did not enforce the Wilson Doctrine, that we did not take care of our own hemisphere and make sure that it was secure. We had weak presidents, and presidents, frankly, their attention was elsewhere, unfortunately. And so we allowed China to come into our area. Also, Iran is causing a lot of trouble in South America, Central America, also, and Russia has a presence, and they're very destabilizing to South America. So it's causing a lot of turmoil in the South. And then we haven't done enough trade with South American countries. For instance, yes, maybe Brazil has a trade deficit with us, but there are other countries that have a trade surplus with us. We have a trade surplus with them, to correct that. China wants to use Brazil as basically their farm backyard, and they don't plan to invest. They generally don't invest in these countries. They kind of just take what they want. There's no value chain that brings good paying jobs to the countries. I'll just give an example. In Lima, Peru, they're building the Chanque port, and there's no value chain. They're just pulling the minerals out of Peru and sending them to China for processing. They're not processing in Peru. So they're taking advantage of these countries. The countries don't have enough leverage, I guess, to cut a better trade deal with China. So they're basically just removing the wealth of these countries back to China rather than improving the lot of the people, which is a project that the United States has done over the decades and centuries around the world. But it's on us that this has happened. I know President Trump is looking at South America, Central America, and the Caribbean and saying, we need to get this in a better place. Africa, we did not pay attention to Africa, and Africa really is desiring to have their own industrial revolution to benefit the people of Africa. It's time for Africa to rise. China brings their own labor. China pulls the wealth out of Africa. They don't really benefit the people, and there's corruption that they bring as well. Sure.
Okay, Andy, respond to that, and then we're going to move on to our next segment. Is it just that there have been weak US presidents, and that's the only reason China's got a foot in the door here? Or is that simplifying things too much?
Well, first, let me just make an observation that I think Carla has enormously creative use of language to say that China's taking resources from Brazil or Peru. This is trade, as I'm sure she must know, that China pays for the soybeans from Brazil or from minerals that they purchase in Peru. They invest in Chanque port, creating relatively high-paying port jobs as well. So I think that's important to clarify. When we look at in a broader picture, what's happening here is that, so China with 1.4 billion people has increased per capita incomes by phenomenal amounts since 1978. It started out becoming the so-called workshop of the world, so creating enormous demand for inputs, whether that's iron ore, et cetera, from Australia, soybeans from Brazil. So actually it's been an enormous growth engine for global prosperity. So that has changed. And of course, as the Chinese people have become wealthier and more discriminating, creating enormous demand for consumer goods all around the world. And I think this is exerting a gravitational pull that is increasingly greater than that offered by the United States. At the same time, I would agree, I think Carla and I are on the same page here, that the U.S. faces existential challenges that include unsustainable government debt, budget deficit, a sclerotic public bureaucracy, and deindustrialization. And I think President Trump has the courage and the vision to address these. Now, whether the execution matches the correct diagnosis, I think, remains to be seen. But as I'm sure we'll talk about, this is creating tremendous collateral damage, even amongst traditional American allies like South Korea, Japan, et cetera, NATO, that I describe as a ratchet, meaning that even if President Trump withdraws, amends his tariff coercion against many countries around the world, that it is permanently weakening the United States, even if another president takes office that tries to or has the exact opposite policies, that the U.S. is ratcheting down and in a position to unable to recover. And I think this is a dynamic that is only being accelerated by the current Trump administration.
Okay, we're going to come to tariffs in a little while, but I just want to move on to our next segment, because let's focus more specifically on what an alternative would be to this new desire for a multipolar world order. If countries want to shake up the global power balance, they need to provide an effective alternative. And BRICS is being held up as just that. It's grown from the original 4 members to the current 10, possibly 11, and it now outpaces the G7 in terms of global population and economic growth. But internal divisions mean it struggles to achieve its headline goals. So, Oliver, what's your take? Is BRICS a viable alternative to a Western-led world order?
So I think there's 2 slightly exaggerated notions that are quite popular of BRICS. The first is that they're way too different from each other, and as a consequence, we can ignore the meetings altogether. By the way, it's just much more than just a leaders meeting. It's around 100 meetings involving ministerial, civil society, and all sorts of engagements. The other is that people in favor of BRICS say that, you know, they can lead the new global order, or people in the West fearing that BRICS may seek to overthrow the existing order. That is also not the case. I think it's somewhat comparable to the G7. Recently, the G7 was unable to articulate a final declaration because divisions were too large. Divisions are also quite significant amongst BRICS countries. I mean, there's a group of countries that are fairly explicitly anti-Western, led by Russia and Iran. And there are countries that are embracing what most governments call multi-alignment. Like countries like India, for example, want to strengthen their ties to the United States, but they react to multipolarity and also join a grouping like BRICS, which allows them to diversify their partnership, have options, and hedge, basically. I think what countries like to do is to hedge given global turbulence. Now, it's really interesting to point out, if you read the final declaration, a lot of the stuff there is reaffirming the rules and norms of existing order. So the BRICS say in the recent final document approved in Rio that we need a strong and agile international monetary fund. We need a free trade. We need a strong World Trade Organization. We need a strong international cooperation on global health. They're not revolutionaries. They're not seeking to undermine existing institutions. In large part, there's obviously Iran out there, which is quite a radical member. Brazil is very much opposed to Iran joining. But all in all, they're not hell-bent on overthrowing what is, but seeking to engage and to reform some of these institutions, because not necessarily are the existing institutions seen as Western-led. I mean, the UN is not a Western-led institution, right? It's an institution where countries in the global South have played a very important role. So I think probably BRICS won't achieve that much when it comes to creating new institutions, but at the same time, they are clearly, despite their limitations, seeking to adapt to what is increasingly a multipolar order, which is not as dominated by the West, and in a way that's also normal. If you look at the demographic distribution in the world, the vast majority of people live in Asia. So it's only natural, if they develop economically, that they are bound to have a greater geopolitical role. So I think it's a bit of both. And of course, it was quite funny that talking to diplomats in Rio, you did have fairly a sleepy summit, and then Trump tweeted at the end of the first day, and he threatened to impose tariffs, and it sort of jolted the summit. It was quite interesting that there was this, as if everybody sort of woke up and said, this is putting us on the map in a way that we hadn't perhaps intended. And I think there's two ways of looking at what Trump basically did. The first is that he's seeking to disincentivize other countries from joining BRICS, like Turkey. Turkey's actively has applied to join BRICS. It's also a NATO member. Or he will produce a rally around the flag effect that despite the divisions, BRICS countries will actually facing a common threat, will sort of, it ends up doing exactly the opposite of what Trump wanted, which is to unite them. I think it will probably a bit of both, but divisions obviously are quite significant and will make it difficult for BRICS to create new institutions beyond what we've already seen over the past 15 years.
Carla, what's your read on that? Do you think that BRICS does pose a bit of a threat to the US and its lead on the global stage? Is it a viable alternative?
You know, Melinda, it is quite the question. So BRICS, conceived by China, to remember that they have openly said, the leadership has openly said, despite what other people are saying here, they intend to become the global hegemon. They want to push the United States out of the leadership role in the world and have the world follow. I think they call it, socialism. Well, if you look at who's in BRICS, Iran, China, you really want to be in a trade partnership with those three. Those are not, look at the leadership and how they treat their own people and what's happening in the world because of their activities. Not the best of bedfellows, I would say. And they're seeking also to plant the United States in trade by using a gold-backed currency that's to the dollar. And I think India has said they're not going to be part of that. Part of it is to be able to cut out the dollar so that they can't be sanctioned, so that they can conduct, not so good trade. Because if you're a good actor, it doesn't matter if you trade in the dollar. No one's going to touch you because that is just how it's been. To follow China's lead in this, I think it's very dangerous. 10% tariff on anyone who's participating, any country who's participating. I would imagine he's going to raise that tariff over time because, first of all, a China-led organization is, and you're right, it's big, is a threat certainly to the West and to the actors around the world.
Andy, what do you make of that? Is that fair? Do you think that BRICS is just pretending that it doesn't want to take on the US for this dominance on the world stage, but also
China?
If BRICS is trying to be a global head with China at the front of BRICS, do you think China is using BRICS a little bit to give it another tool to kind of counter the US?
Well, first, Melinda, I would challenge this framing of China wanting to be a global hegemon. So I think no leader of any country wakes up, at least in contemporary history, wake up saying that they want to take over the world, turn over an existing order. Now, certainly some in the United States, either for personal benefit or perhaps misguided beliefs, do have this paranoid feeling, right? But I think that it's to solve a problem. So one problem that many countries around the world have, not just China, is the weaponization of the US dollar and the global payment system, SWIFT. So we see this especially come into focus with the Ukraine conflict, where the US, basically was able to exercise its power to seize Russian assets. And I think this really made many countries around the world think that, it's better to have an alternative. And so I would say that BRICS is not meant to replace the so-called Western system, but to provide an alternative. And if we look at the business world, anytime you have a monopoly, generally that's not a good thing for the customers. So if you have a choice, in a way, that keeps everyone on their toes. And I think actually is beneficial for the U.S. as well, in that it will perhaps moderate some of its more extreme impulses. Because again, we see countries can vote with their feet, as we're seeing perhaps recently in the United States with the debt market, where 10-year rates have been rising. Usually when we see stress, they fall because investors, countries around the world see U.S. treasuries and the dollar as a safe haven. So they buy up U.S. government treasuries when there's any kind of crisis. And we're seeing the opposite. And I think it's precisely that countries around the world are seeing increasingly there are alternatives.
And before we move on to our final segment, I just wanted to ask you, Oliver, what your take is on that. This notion that is China trying to mould BRICS in its image to give itself more leverage, or do you think the BRICS members operate very equally? Because China is painfully outstrips a lot of the other BRICS members. I mean, I think that their GDP outranks all the other members combined.
Well, absolutely. I mean, China is certainly the most important actor within BRICS. Now, having said that, countries are free to leave BRICS whenever they wish to do so. And I think the sense that being part of a BRICS somehow forces countries to align with China is not palpable, I would say, when speaking to, say, diplomats in India or in Brazil. I mean, I think the trade issue by most of these countries is seen as a fairly in a pragmatic fashion. I think that Brazil increasingly sells products to China because of the economic complementarity. I mean, China demands soy just as it demanded U.S. soy, and the United States doesn't offer a trade deal to Brazil for a very obvious reason, because Brazil's agriculture is more competitive than U.S. agriculture. Those are red states, and they would certainly oppose a deal with Brazil and criticize Trump. So he has no interest in offering a trade deal to countries like Brazil, and they look for markets, and certainly important markets nowadays exist both in North America and Europe, but also in countries like India, China, and Indonesia, which just joined BRICS. So I think the political aspect of BRICS is not that relevant. Also, because when you look at the currency alternatives, for example, Brazil and India are actually actively blocking Russian attempts to create a BRICS currency. So the Trump pressure may actually end up, as I said, add a uniting factor to the BRICS conversations, particularly if the United States will actually impose tariffs on BRICS countries. It's extremely difficult to imagine a world in which Brazil would somehow reduce its trade to China, because there's nothing really specific that the Trump administration is saying, we will offer you X if you end up trading less with BRICS, or if you leave BRICS. In fact, it's quite remarkable that for now, at least, the Trump administration's strategy vis-a-vis Latin America and Brazil is pretty much all sticks, no carrots, right? There's very little right now that sort of Trump says, we give you preferential access to the American market. But that doesn't mean that all BRICS countries are aligned with China. I think they're, in a sense, much less ideological about this, and sort of try to be as much focused on the business side and the strategic flexibility that having many partners gives them.
That point from you, Oliver, leads us perfectly into our final segment, because President Trump has declared BRICS anti-American and has even threatened every member with an additional 10% tariff, as you mentioned. Let's take a listen to what President Trump said.
They have to pay 10% if they're in BRICS, because BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too.
Well, Brazil's president disputes that accusation that BRICS is anti-America, but he did add that the world doesn't need or want an emperor. Here's what President Lula said.
The BRICS group was not formed to confront anyone. It just wants to be another model, another way to do politics.
Okay, Andy, what's your take on that? Has the push for a new world order or a shake-up of global dominance morphed into an anti-America platform?
I certainly don't think so, Belinda. And I think here there is a, very profound misunderstanding of China's objectives. So when we hear, these rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, the Chinese dream, and perhaps it's understandable that in some parts of the world, especially in the United States, that it's interpreted as a desire to replace the United States as the global hegemon. And I think a more helpful way of understanding this is that what China is doing is providing the operating system layer. And what the U.S. fears is that China is providing an app to replace the American app. And the American way of doing things is that we not only want trade, investment, et cetera, but we also want every country around the world to adopt American values, to believe in freedom, quote unquote freedom, the way Americans define freedom, the free market system as the U.S. defines the free market system. And I think the Chinese have a very, very different approach. And, really, as formally stated, mutual respect, non-interference in another country's affairs, respecting each country's development model and development choices. So I think what China is looking to do to increase its national security is to promote a safe and stable global environment that, one, minimizes military interventions, as we've seen with the United States, with Iraq, the recent attack against Iran, that these are, from China's view, incredibly disruptive and destabilizing. Mm-hmm. So providing an operating system that lets each country make its own choices. If you want to own guns, Second Amendment rights, from the Chinese perspective, they don't have a view one way or another. You're pro-abortion, anti-abortion, that's your country's domestic decisions. But what China does want, again, is a peaceful, stable, global environment so each country can prosper in its own way.
Mm-hmm. Carla, what do you make of that? Is BRICS necessarily anti-American?
Well, in a word, yes. So first of all, it's pretty rich what you've just been saying, Andy. The war that Russia is prosecuting on Ukraine right now would end tomorrow if China withdrew its support. The support, financial support, and support of the inputs that Russia needs. Secondly, it's pretty rich to talk about abortion when China forced women to have abortions through the decades to just the terror of women in China. People try desperately to get into the United States. They are not trying to run to the border of China and get into China for that freedom and that liberty that the United States stands for and shares around the world. That's that's not just ideological, that's a fact. And the BRICS is a threat to the United States. Russia and China are trying to use BRICS to destabilize and diminish the United States. It's a threat to our economic and our political activity. And that's why President Trump used strong words, and he will continue to. Mm-hmm. Why would you want to get in bed with some of the worst actors in the world? I understand the trade piece. Absolutely. We're all doing trade with each other. But the leadership by China, by Russia, by Iran, when you look at what they bring, it is what most people are running away from, not running to.
Okay. Oliver, I'm going to bring you in, but first of all, I need to just let Andy respond directly to what Carla has been saying.
Well, I certainly don't have much to say to that. Maybe just a question. Carla, have you been to China?
Yes.
Yes?
Could you repeat that, Carla? We just lost a little bit of your audio there.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. I have
enough.
been to China.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, well then, look, let me hand it over to Oliver then. What's your take on all of this? Does BRICS necessarily have to be anti-American because it's anti-Western?
Well, I think most BRICS members are not anti-Western or anti-American. In fact, as I said, India, for example, is actually actively deepening its ties, both trade-wise and security-wise. It's a key ally of the United States. We now have countries like Egypt, which is a long-term recipient of U.S. military aid. Ethiopia is a key ally of the United States in the fight against terror in East Asia. Brazil, as I said, has the United States as its major investor. So there's certainly anti-Western members of the BRICS. Now, I just think it's important to point out that the United States is not mentioned once in the final declaration. I myself have been part of track 2 negotiations of BRICS summits, and I've spoken to diplomats of BRICS for a decade and a half. And I have seen Russian diplomats say, you know, the West is the source of all evil, so we need to include that in our declaration. And then a Brazilian diplomat raised his hand and said, well, we're sort of part of the West too, so we actually wouldn't like to have this kind of wording in the declaration. So from in a particular dimension, I think the United States can almost be, or Europe for that matter, where there's also some concern, you know, should actually commend Brazil and India for being part of BRICS, because they have really been moderating forces for quite some time. I mean, if you read the declaration, there's nothing really in there that strikes you as particularly radical or anti-order. So I think rather than thinking of the BRICS motives as seeking to overthrow the existing order, it's actually let's try to adjust it in a way that makes sense for BRICS countries, considering that, yes, there are tremendous tensions within BRICS. That's just part of diplomacy. Brazil was certainly not happy to see Iran join BRICS, neither was India. They sought to delay expansion. But again, not a revolutionary project, and certainly the majority of BRICS countries have no intention whatsoever to reduce their trade to the United States. Now, that may happen if these tariffs are implemented. And as I said, it may inadvertently unite BRICS. But I certainly think that putting all these countries into the anti-Western box is certainly not a smart strategy for the United States, because you end up pushing countries that seek to preserve ties to you into a corner of supposedly being anti-American.
And I would also add to that, Saudi Arabia and the UAE are also BRICS members as well, and certainly not anti-Western, and with very close ties to the U.S. as well as China. So I think one very interesting dynamic we're seeing here, and I'll go back to my original point that I think we are in a new kind of bipolar world, where the negative side is that countries are sometimes in a difficult position, being forced to choose, like we see this with Vietnam right now. But at the same time, countries also are benefiting. So if you think about it, you know, from a dating perspective, you know, if you have two people chasing you, you can sometimes get you know, a better deal than you can there's only one. And I think certainly countries have been very, very skillful at striking that balance. And, you know, while it lasts, it's certainly good for those countries. And I would argue, too, that the competition between China and the United States certainly can be very beneficial. It's I think, a core American belief when it comes to markets that competition brings out the best. And, clearly we do have a competition.
That is perhaps a good point for us to leave it on, because we could continue this debate ad infinitum, because it's such an interesting topic, and I've really appreciated all of your contributions, but we are out of time. So I just want to thank you all for all your analysis. Thanks to our guests, and we apologise for the slight connection issue, but Carla Sands, your audio while we had you is always very valuable. A former US Ambassador and Vice President for Energy and Environment at the America First Policy Institute. Thank you for joining us. Andy Mock, a Beijing-based geopolitical commentator, thank you for your insights. And Oliver Stunkel, the political scientist and a professor at the Zeytinli Vargas Foundation, thanks for your time on Counterpoints. And thank you to everyone at home for joining us on this episode of Counterpoints. You can watch all our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cairo, one of the world's greatest megacities, Cairo. It is rich in its historic finery, while at the same time known for its extremely hot weather, traffic, and yes, noise and air pollution. While it is perhaps the city that tourists both love and hate, the experience makes it rather worth the challenges. It's got history that spans centuries, the city is full of vigor, and Cairo is the place to be when you're looking to experience the Egyptian street life. It is, in fact, where the only surviving wonder of the ancient world is. No words can describe the majestic view of the 3 5,000-year-old pyramids on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular ones is the King's Chamber, considered one of the deepest man-made silences on Earth. Of course, you can't miss the Sphinx. It is both an enormous sight and an overwhelming experience you will never forget. It serves as a guard of the pyramids with its lion body and pharaoh face. It is certainly an iconic monument of the ancient world. You can take hours-long camel rides to get through the pyramids. Despite the heat, dust, and other hurdles while traveling, it is definitely worth it. The pyramids of Cheops, also called the Great Pyramid or the Pyramid of Khufu, is the largest pyramid of the Giza group. You can explore the mysterious interiors of its narrow passages. There's also the Solar Boat Museum behind it, where you will see the ceremonial solar barks that's amazingly been restored to its original glory. On the south, there's a Pyramid of Khafre, which is also known as the Pyramid of Khafre. It also has an internal tunnel that invites you to explore it. Finally, there's the smaller Pyramid of Mycerinus, or the Pyramid of Menkaure. When it comes to shopping, you must visit Khan el-Khalili, which is considered to have one of the world's greatest shopping experiences. Its narrow alleyways have been established since 1400 AD, and up to now is still up and about with all sorts of trade, from tiny stores to cluttered workshops. For sports and recreation, find tennis courts around the south of Jazeera or ride the stables at the sports club. The Cairo Tower, built in 1961 by President Nasser, offers you an amazing view of the sunset at its observation deck. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, Russia has launched its largest drone strike yet on Ukraine, targeting cities across the country, including Kyiv and Luhansk, with more than 700 drones and missiles. Ukraine says the scale of the attack proves the need for tougher sanctions, especially on Russian oil. It comes as President Donald Trump confirmed the US would send weapons to Ukraine and called out President Putin. Take a listen.
That was a war that should have never happened, and a lot of people are dying, and it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of thrown at us by Putin for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Jono, let's start with you. So we heard from Donald Trump there, some choice language when he was talking about Vladimir Putin. But Russia has sort of turbocharged its attack on Ukraine, and that was the early hours of this morning, Wednesday morning. Is this all down to those comments from Donald Trump? Did it cause a retaliation from Vladimir Putin?
Although it seems that way on the surface, experts are saying that it requires a lot of time, a lot of effort to put into this as well. We're looking at 728 drones, and quite a number of those were intercepted, 13 missiles as well. And something on that scale requires weeks of preparation in advance. So it's unlikely that this is a knee-jerk reaction to Donald Trump's comments. Now, obviously, this is now causing confusion. The US position will be rechecked once again because Russia could see this as an opportunity to escalate what's happening in Ukraine. Eyes have been off of Ukraine for just a while because we've been dealing with the peace talks between Netanyahu and Donald Trump. So experts will say otherwise, although on the surface of it, yes, it does kind of look like it's a knee-jerk reaction, but it will have taken many, many weeks of planning in order to be able to actually execute an attack on this scale. And I think it's been done intentionally. I think it's to try and get eyes back once again to reassert dominance and say, have you forgotten that this is also still... Trump seems to be taking no prisoners when it comes to his comments about Putin as well. And a much harder stance is what we're seeing this time around.
And he has criticised Putin before. After the phone call they recently had, he said that he wasn't happy with that phone call. So Donald Trump is all of a sudden like changing the rhetoric towards Russia. We saw him being tougher on Ukraine in the past. But Gemma, I guess some good news out of this, if you want to look at it for Ukraine, the US confirmed it's sending more weapons to Ukraine. Wow, this is a massive U-turn from the Trump administration.
Yes, it is good news, but it's not without its controversy and sort of scandal and haphazardness, really. So there's been a big U-turn. Obviously, the US had pressed pause on sending weapons to Ukraine. Now, unfortunately, no one told Donald Trump that this was happening. So there's been a big public U-turn, and it looks at the moment like the White House doesn't know what's going on. It looks like Trump doesn't know what's going on in his own administration. So what happened is, on Monday at a press conference, Trump said, we're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard. By Tuesday, and behind him, Defence Secretary Hegseth was nodding along. Now, by Tuesday, during a cabinet meeting, Trump was asked whether he authorised the temporary stopping of weapons to Ukraine. And he was visibly annoyed by this question. And he said, I don't know, why don't you tell me? Now, sources from the White House have said he had no knowledge of Hegseth pausing the shipments to Ukraine. Now, this is the second time that Hegseth has done it this year. The first time was in February. And they're using the same excuse or reason. Now, their reason is that US stockpiles are low because of, obviously they're exporting to Israel and also Ukraine. But the Democrat, Adam Smith, he's the Washington, he's a member of the House Armed Services Committee, and he said, we are not at any lower point stockpile-wise than we've been in the last 3.5 years in the Ukraine conflict. So conflicting information there, but conflicting information in Trump's own cabinet.
And I think this is where some of the concern comes in. It comes in right now. It's summertime. We've seen Russia and Ukraine upping the ante. When it comes to the war that's happening, we always hear about a summer offensive. But also when just having a look at the weapons that the US will be sending, it's defensive weapons yet again.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, the rhetoric we're hearing from Donald Trump, and we've been hearing from the European leaders, is Trump has to realise, and maybe is realising, and the European leaders have realised, diplomacy is just not working with Vladimir Putin. So are we going to see just defensive weapons go in to Ukraine, or does it have to be a shift?
I don't think we're going to see an on-ground offensive from the US's point of view in the near future on this. But for sure, I think we do need to see the strength and power is what Russia responds to over diplomacy. And we've seen that happen time and time again. And I think without this show of strength and this show of power, and Trump saying, you know what, this is what we can do. We can send the missiles over. We can help them out a lot. Without actually doing that, I don't think Russia's going to listen. They are autocratic in their own way, and that's how they manage things, and that's probably what they respond best to, is a show of strength and a show of power, which I think is what Trump is now trying to place upon Putin to try and get some sort of a reaction.
And what's interesting is I also spoke to a Ukrainian MP a little bit earlier, Oleksiy Goncharenko. He said Ukraine must fight on as Russia only understands strength, just what you were saying there, Jono. Let's have a quick listen to what he had to say.
We know Russians better than anybody else in the world, unfortunately. And I can tell you, Russia understands only one language of force, language of strength, nothing else. So if you want to have diplomacy with Russia, first you should punch them. President Trump tried to do another way. And what is the result? Half a year after, no results. Putin continues the war, increasing his attacks, and he is just humiliating the United States and President Trump. That's it. So before Putin will be punched, no real diplomacy will happen. I want diplomacy. I want this war. Ukraine agreed from March on unconditional ceasefire. We're ready any minute. The hostilities can stop today. The only obstacle is President Putin.
The only obstacle is President Putin. Russia needs to be punched in the face. Pretty strong words coming out of that Ukrainian MP there. I do wonder, you know, now we're getting an escalation in, you know, Trump's rhetoric and an escalation in the war. It seems to be like
where we started,
changed.
Well, yeah, exactly. We're back in 2022.
Yeah.
Same old problems. Trump, I think he often thinks he's getting somewhere, and then Putin just, you know, reverts to type and goes off and does what he was always going to do in the first place. And I'm wondering if Trump will learn actually from this, because it doesn't. He keeps giving him chances and chances.
Yeah.
But I wonder if this might be the final straw.
And I think Europe will also probably get into play here very quickly. And we know we've heard Germany already saying, you'd mentioned this earlier on, that Germany were looking at ways that they could potentially supply the weapons through to Ukraine. But this attack is very close to a city called Lutsk, which is about 90 kilometres away from the Polish border. So we're very close to EU territory at this stage.
And they did scramble jets at one point. You know, we have seen Poland and other Eastern European countries in that sort of flank have to do those things as protection for themselves. But it's a really interesting conversation because, like you said, it almost feels like we're back at the beginning and there needs to be movement forward. Donald Trump said he could end this in 24 hours. That is clearly a very difficult timeline to obviously stick to. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has quietly wrapped up a second day of White House talks with President Trump without any announcement of progress on a Gaza ceasefire deal. Hopes of a breakthrough have grown after the meeting was added to Netanyahu's schedule at the last minute, but no public statement followed. Meanwhile, US envoy Steve Witkoff has delayed his trip to Doha, signalling that negotiations do remain far from finalised. Right, so another situation a little bit, Gemma, where everything seemed to be really positive, cautious optimism we heard a lot, didn't we, at the beginning of the week. We originally thought Netanyahu would be staying in Washington, D.C. until tomorrow, and yet he's gone already and gone with nothing.
Yep.
He hasn't done a victory lap over the ceasefire deal. It's all gone a bit quiet.
I think all these meetings between Trump and Netanyahu gave everyone sort of false hope. And I do think Trump does stoke that because he wants the win. So he does kind of allow you to believe that they're this close all the time to solving it and finding solutions. And that's simply not the case. So, yeah, negotiations are broken down after 3 days. And what I think we have to remember is that these are indirect talks. So between the Israelis and Hamas, so they're just talking to each other through the Qataris. One can only imagine the repetitiveness back and forth. Now, some of the main points they can't agree on is the distribution of aid during the ceasefire and this one sticking point which Netanyahu is never going to agree to, which is the Israeli troop withdrawals, which Hamas are not sort of relinquishing. They're not taking off the table. Now, interesting, Witkoff earlier this week had said we have 4 issues and now we're down to 1. We're not down to 1. Absolutely not. That is pie in the sky. So I think what's interesting as well for me is that on Wednesday, so yesterday, Netanyahu was talking about the latest meeting. He talks a lot about the hostages. He really does make that the focal point, obviously, and it is utmost important to bring them back. But he said the release of all our hostages, the living and the deceased, and the elimination of Hamas's military and governing capabilities, thereby ensuring that Gaza will never again constitute a threat to Israel. Now, that is an incredibly open line, because what does Israel consider constitutes a threat to them? It could be absolutely anything. And so I don't see any doors closing here at all, just more seem to be opening.
Yeah, and once again, I feel like we have a lot of talks about talks, and we've had a lot of fragile ceasefires. You know, we're going to get there, we haven't quite got there. And, you know, Jono, I feel like we had that ceasefire when Donald Trump first came into office, and then the timelines keep on moving. Right, we'll hear back from Hamas in 24 hours. We didn't. Now we see a timeline moving again, the end of this week. That appears elusive. And, of course, Trump's US Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he's been sort of instrumental in a lot of these talks, has delayed his trip to Doha. And what does this mean for negotiations once again?
Well, 2 sides to the coin here. One is that, and this is the story that will be portrayed, is that there's a critical point that they can't get past, and they've said it's 1, and I think Gemma is correct in this one. I think there's probably more than 1. There's probably a lot of cards on the table that have not been quite sorted just yet. It would indicate that because that crux is still there, that we haven't got past the barrier of that one remaining issue. So the talks have been done remotely. They are, as we said, indirect talks that are being done remotely at the moment. The physical presence will be required when a breakthrough happens. And the question now is, when is that breakthrough going to happen? Because we've not been given a date. We know that he's been moved. He's not going to Doha. But when is he going to Doha? That we don't know yet. So it's either we're pausing because we don't have the issues resolved, it's a strategic move, and that's what they're trying to portray, that we're waiting for the conditions to be just right before the level of presence is required in Doha. Or we're on the opposite side. We saw Netanyahu leave the White House a day ahead of what was planned from Thursday. He's now left today. Does that mean that we're no closer to a deal than we were at the very start of the week, which is a concern, but I think it's definitely something that we need to look at as something that may be a possibility.
And what is also a concern is the IDF is increasing tempo of attacks on Gaza, and we have seen that. And that is another concern, because even though these talks are happening, we've spoken about this before, the hostages are not coming home, aid is not being distributed correctly across Gaza, and the fighting continues. So it seems that there needs to be a resolution at some point, because the more and more we talk, the longer and longer the suffering goes on for everybody involved, for Israel and for Gaza.
I just think it's those there's the certain breakpoints that both parties are very unwilling to move on. I don't see Netanyahu pulling all troops out of Gaza. I really don't see that happening.
The sticking points have stayed the same.
The sticking points have been the same.
And Hamas still want some sort of control, so they're not going to disarm and they're not going to move out. That's another thing.
Aside from diplomatic chaos, once the hostages are released, they really don't have anything else as their bargaining tool. So I think they're the two things that both parties will stick on, and I figure that was a very tight conversation that's gone on in the last couple of days in the White House. And a bit of openness wouldn't go astray here. When exactly we can expect to see Steve Witkoff in Doha is going to be the big change here. And then we maybe will know at what point we can look at a potential deal or a conversation that says that no deal has been reached or no deal can be reached.
Yeah, absolutely. Or even a conversation on more aid going into Gaza at the time when these talks are happening, because aid has been another massive sticking point. You know, Hamas do not want the GHF to be controlling aid when a ceasefire is reached. They want the UN and the other recognised NGOs to go in and distribute aid properly. So I think there's a whole lot of different moving pieces here. But at least I guess Donald Trump's getting everyone talking, you know, getting Netanyahu to Washington, D.C. and getting Hamas in indirect talks with Israel in Doha. But we never know. We never know. Like you said, we could possibly see a deal by Friday. I mean, anything's possible, I think, sometimes.
Do you think as well, like, I do find that Trump, when he speaks directly, he will say, oh, the talks perhaps didn't go as I imagined, or, you know, he can be quite honest in that respect. So I think when he comes out and talks about, you know, these meetings they've had, he doesn't tend to lie, I don't think. He's quite honest. He'll say, it went like I expected, it didn't go as I expected, you know, so... He'll be another barometer of finding out.
And I think what's always interesting is, you know, you watch those cabinet meetings in the White House and it's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Yeah.
It's 2 hours long and Donald Trump just fields questions from everyone. And I often think, you know, when it came to the Ukraine weapons situation, he's very honest.
Yeah.
And that's something that we don't often see.
I mean, we can hope there's honesty in this as well, because we do want to know what's going on. But I think we may be waiting a while to find out what really was the conversation that happened behind closed doors. And we can only hope that by Friday we have some movement forward, be it Steve Witkoff on the ground or not. Some movement forward is what we require.
The electric vehicle company lost $68 billion following the news, which a former friend turned foe, President Trump, had just called ridiculous. The latest political move by Musk has made investors extremely nervous after sales plummeted during the CEO's time in the Department of Government Efficiency, other known as DOGE. So, OK, Elon Musk. I felt like I wanted that bromance to last. It didn't. They had a public breakup. It's all gone a bit wrong, hasn't it?
It went so
it went so wrong so quick.
So quick.
So quick and publicly. You know, nothing worse than a breakup on public
stage.
As
we were saying, actually, before, you said that the richest man in the world, the most powerful man in the world, it's hard for them to share the...
But I really wanted them to be friends because I felt like they needed each other, but obviously clearly didn't work out. OK, so America First Party, I think that's what... No, the America Party, original name. But is it just a way of Elon Musk getting back at Donald Trump? Has he... is it just his frustration, or do you think he's actually really going to follow through with this?
Well, he's going to try, definitely. But I think it is a bit of both. It is personal retaliation from Musk towards President Trump. And at the same time, there is genuine desire for policy change on behalf or on the part of Elon Musk. We shouldn't forget that basically, I think predominantly it is retaliation. Musk announced that he will create this party, America Party, just days after the big tax bill was passed by the Congress. And also, he called this bill an insane spending bill because it's going to add $3.4 trillion to the deficit. And Elon Musk has warned repeatedly that this deficit is going to bankrupt the country. And this is where it could be a real policy or a genuine policy desire to change the American policy. However, of course, President Trump has threatened to cut federal subsidies to Musk's companies like SpaceX and Tesla. He also retaliated. He also basically did so many things to hinder SpaceX as well, which I think is quite insane, because if you think about the how many satellites that are orbiting the Earth, apparently America owns 8,000 of those. 7,000 are owned by Tesla, and in light of the space satellite wars between China and the US, it means that America is shooting itself in the foot, basically, if it does all the policies that hinder SpaceX from doing its work.
And I think that's been sort of the result of the spat that we've seen, haven't we, between the public one, between Trump and Musk. You know, there were kind of, grievances fired across both social media accounts. But I just wonder about political parties forming, especially in the US. You know, it's always been Democrats and Republicans as far back as I can remember, and I'm only 18. But, you know, is it a good thing for democracy,
Look,
John?
I think there's, like, the more parties there are in most countries in the world, the better, because then you can pick which one you prefer to support and go behind. The US is a different beast. It is Democrats, Republicans, that's it. And there have been splinter groups who've tried and who have failed. A few different reasons, one of them being public support, the second one being financial support. As Rawi mentioned, finance, not so much of an issue when you're Elon Musk.
Of course.
You can fund the political party. But a splinter group is going to fracture the vote. And that's then an issue, because now you take your hardcore Trump fans, who were also hardcore Elon Musk fans, and now you're splitting that vote down ever so slightly as well. And you think, right, well, how much can the party suffer? And where are these votes wasted votes? Because we've heard before, previously been said, when you're voting in the presidential race in the US, your vote for an independent is effectively a spoiled ballot vote, because it is a waste of time. You may as well just not vote, because it's not really making any difference. You're not making any change. And it's a tricky one, because this is where politics are now meeting business models. Because in what case you may have Elon Musk has formed his own party. Does Jeff Bezos form his own party? And now we're voting, because we have a celebrity in the White House, effectively. That's what Donald Trump is, a celebrity in the White House who is a businessman. And I'm not taking away from my support that I've always given for what Donald Trump has come to the table with, but I think that something like this will splinter down the party more than they need. And now you've got MAGA fans who've got two potential places to go, and he needs the votes that he can get for across the board, be it Senate or House or otherwise. He requires those people to continue loyal to the House of Trump.
I agree with that, but also when I think of Tesla and I think of SpaceX and I think of Elon Musk, really, he's the richest man in the world. He's lost a lot of money through being involved in politics, right or wrong. The reasons he went in were valid. And I think, is Elon Musk going to be taking just this absolutely massive gamble because he's so clever? We've got to remember he's a genius of our generation, and no one can deny that. Electric vehicles, reusable rockets, Starlink, as you mentioned, satellites. Reputationally, I worry if he now gets involved in this, our investors going to really panic that he's just moved so far away from what he's been amazing at. And
they already have.
Companies.
I think they already have. Today, it's been reported that the shareholders of Tesla have been pressuring the board to keep Elon Musk away from politics as he's preparing to delve back into politics with this America Party. But as you said, Jono, the main hindrance usually for a third party, which has never ever succeeded, even though it is the polls show that 58% of Americans want a third party to get out of this, you know, gridlock of just the two parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. Yet still, it had never worked. But the main hindrance has always been funding. Now, Elon Musk has funded the nomination and the election campaign of President Trump with $250 million to $280 million. So he's not lacking in funds. Yet it's going to take, well, according to experts, it takes usually about 10 years and $1 billion to be able to create a new national party.
I would argue that you could say it takes a lot less, and it just takes disgruntled citizens to make a new political party. If we take the UK, for instance, and Reform Party, and their huge turnover of success, even in the local elections that took place, 667 out of the 1,600 seats in primarily Tory counties, basically, have been taken by the Reform Party with Nigel Farage at the helm. And the whole reason why he has gained such massive popularity is a disgruntled population of people who thought, I am not happy with A or B, I would like to go for C instead. And that's been a quick turnaround that is probably 2 to 3 years.
But I do think the UK is different politically, just if we look at them compared to the US, because, you know, we've always had the Liberal Democrats too, so there's always almost been a three-party. You know, we have Conservative, Labour, Lib Dem has always been in place. The Green Party's another party, so there is fourth, and now we're getting Reform in, which is essentially now leading in the polls, but was a fifth big main party to be created. But I think my concern with Elon Musk is I think he could really change the world if he concentrated on business.
But we shouldn't forget that he's with the Doge experience. A lot of people, he lost a lot of popularity. He's even less popular. His favorability is about 36% compared to Trump's 42%, and he's competing in, you know, for the Trump voters. So basically, how successful would he be to gain these voters after everything that he's done in Doge? After a lot of people and experts are saying that he's incapable of consistency, he's quite rash. His rash decisions might affect, you know, political change. Maybe they don't have a lot of trust in him. So,
and also we've taken away from the fact that if he does this, we've seen the scathing comments from Trump previously when they've got into a spat with each other. Is that really something he wants to go through again? I mean, Elon Musk has got enough political hurdles to try and overcome to form this party, to get into the race and to finance it and fund it and back it. I don't know if he needs Trump down his neck about this, because he will go absolutely nuclear on him.
And an Australian woman has been found guilty of killing her estranged husband's relatives after she cooked them a beef Wellington with death cap mushrooms. She was also found guilty of attempting to murder a fourth person. Erin Patterson had pleaded not guilty, claiming that the poisonings were accidental. Camille Nedelec has more.
A place to host that became a place to kill. This is where Erin Patterson deliberately served beef Wellington laced with poisonous mushrooms, a court has ruled. Her defence lawyer said nothing as he left the court, but one of her friends was visibly upset.
Hello. How are you feeling?
I'm saddened, and it is what it is. Thank you.
Did you have a chance to talk to Erin, though? Do you think that Erin was capable of something like this?
Patterson was the only witness for her defence. She said she had a loving relationship with her in-laws and that the fatal lunch served in July 2023 was an accident. After eating the individual servings of beef Wellington, Patterson's mother-in-law, Gail Patterson, her father-in-law, Donald Patterson, and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, all fell ill and died. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, was also at the lunch and was left in a coma for several weeks. Patterson said she hadn't died because of an eating disorder, but Wilkinson said he remembered she had served her own food on a different coloured plate than everyone else. Patterson was unable to explain how the deadly mushrooms ended up in the meal, first claiming she had got them from a local supermarket before saying she had got them from an Asian shop, then claiming she had foraged for them but wasn't sure. The case has gripped the country and drawn the world's media to the small town of Morwell, where local residents have also been following the trial.
Many things were said where I did think, oh my goodness, I think she's done this. And either way, there are no winners. There are no winners in this. You know, everyone has suffered.
Now the case is over. Local authorities are calling for a return to normality.
I think it's very important that we remember that we've had three people. 3 people have died, and we've had a person that nearly died and was seriously injured as a result, and that has led to these charges. I ask that we acknowledge those people and not forget them. I ask also that the Patterson family and Wilkinson family have asked for privacy during this time, and I ask that the media please respect that.
Patterson will be sentenced at a later date when the court will assess why she did what she did. She could face a life sentence. Camille Nedelec, Al Arabiya.
Michael, beef Wellington for dinner? No, let's be serious. This case has completely captured the entire world. You know, sometimes I think it's been such a sort of outrageous murder, you know, a poisoning, a beef Wellington, that we don't actually realise that 3 people have lost their life. She is essentially a mass murderer.
She is, absolutely. And this is the reality, you know, killed 3 people, attempted murder of a 4th, but also, you know, she is the mother of 2 children. And you could argue that while those lives have not been destroyed, thankfully, they're going to have issues that they're going to have to deal with as well. And because it is a small Australian town, you have a town that's probably going to have to go through a healing process as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never actually thought of that, but we just saw that really small town, haven't we? And as we were saying, she's been found guilty on all counts. What do we know about the sentencing and how long, you know, Erin Patterson could possibly spend behind bars?
So, Leigh Ann, this sentencing is still yet to be scheduled, but she is looking at possibly decades, maybe life in prison. And I think a lot of people would be glad to hear that, you know, that she's going to be behind bars, because she's obviously, you know, an extraordinarily dangerous person. Just to sit down there and serve people a dinner and just happily watch them eat it, you know, in front of you, knowing what their fate is going to be, is just evil on a different level, you know?
I think you're right. It's so premeditated, isn't it? And even when it came to the different coloured plates that it was served on. And she went to quite a lot of effort to get these death cap mushrooms, we now find out. And it just seems to be a whole series of events. And she was kind of, in some ways, unlucky, because the 4th person fell sick but survived and then sort of rang the whistle in many ways.
Yeah, it's a case that's captivated, you know, as we talked about earlier, large sections of the world. There are podcasts about it. I've listened to a couple of them. One is called A Deadly Marriage. The other is called Mushroom Lunch Murders. So they've sensationalized it. And you know that it is the fodder for a Netflix series at some point. But it is also, it brings... It focuses attention on, you know, these small town communities where you are in a position where you trust so many other people. You traditionally might not lock your doors. You might feel incredibly safe. And yet it comes down to a family member who, unfortunately, you know, thought she had no other way out of an awkward situation. And she went to one extreme after the other, where it was the research, as you said, into the mushrooms, and then the backstory about the cancer, not having the cancer, and then inviting the relatives over. Her ex-husband was fortunate enough that he backed out at the last minute. There were so many moments where it felt like a sane person might have said, "Oh, I've gone too far. I need to stop." And yet that didn't happen in this case.
Well, her ex-husband, his intuition was, you know, working for him that day, wasn't it?
It was phenomenal, because he was invited, but last minute just pulled out.
And I think, obviously, with, you know, beef Wellington, it's traditionally made on a log, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
And Erin even went to the trouble of cutting them all individual pieces and making it was so premeditated. And I think the 4th person, I think she probably meant for them to lose their life as well, and just so it happens they didn't, and that was how the plate, as you say, Leigh Ann, got discovered, the different coloured plate.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, sometimes when a trial is happening, we speculate so much, but then once the verdicts come through, you see all the little bits that we missed and what got the jury to that decision. So it'll be fascinating to see if we get more pieces of evidence coming out of the trial, maybe some CCTV footage of her. You know, I've seen some stuff of her going to a hospital, then leaving. So she did some suspicious stuff. And it will be interesting to see over the weeks what comes out and, of course, how long she's sentenced for. And, Michael, I hope you're still listening to those podcasts. And it's all about Dubai, a new restaurant in Dubai claims we can all dine in the future with artificial intelligence actually running the whole show. Woohoo! Set to open in the world's tallest building. Of course, that's the Burj Khalifa. They will have a chef, AI man taking care of the menu and also the servers. The eatery's food will still be assembled by humans for now, but will help develop the cuisine. So there are AI technology is going to help develop your food, basically, Wandy. I want to know what you think of this. Are you going to be woohoo? What a name! You're going to be booking a table like woohoo.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, I like this concept. I think it's really like the future of gastronomy. This is what is needed.
Tell us why, Wandy. Why do you need AI to make your food?
You know, when I order a salad at restaurants, sometimes you find that they put in too much lettuce, too little cheese. So obviously AI there's a lot of precision when it comes to technology, AI. So in this case, obviously, I would have the right amount. And then when it comes to counting calories, it would put the right amount.
And do you know what annoys me when I go to and I order a salad in a restaurant? They always put half an avocado. I want a whole avocado.
Exactly.
Don't cheat me out of my avocado.
The AI chef then would make sure, of course, that you have a whole avo.
You're both probably too young to remember, like, there was a Star Trek episode where they had the food replicator when, I think it was Captain Picard, and he had a Sunday roast. You just press what you want into the machine and it kind of makes it out of some sort of probably like plasticine or something. And I remember watching that as a kid going, cannot wait until the day when that is invented and you can just have exactly what you want made instantly. And it sounds like this restaurant's going to be a version of that, but I'm afraid I'm not a fan.
But the second part that I really like about this restaurant is the sustainability part. Obviously, it will reduce food waste. The UAE had said that, I mean, the stats, it expects food waste to increase to 2.2 billion tons this year. So obviously this type of restaurant is needed. More branches will need to be opened across the UAE. You see, there is a positive side.
We can't convince Shane. I don't think he's up for woohoo.
Sustainability.
But no, I'm all for sustainability. But we do live in Dubai, so I think you've lost that battle already, to be honest. So I think, yeah, I'm all for sustainability, but I don't want a machine sort of making my food and coming up with it. I go to a restaurant for the ambience and the social, which I think you can only get from a human. And so I will not be booking a table.
You like the human touch when it comes to your food. Yes. Wandy and I will go up without you, it's fine. But I just wanted to say, on another note, you know, AI is becoming the thing of the future. It's what we talk about all the time. It's become so dominant. You know, should people be really fearful of losing their jobs to AI? Because we're now seeing restaurant workers, it's potentially waiters, servers. It becomes a whole another dynamic we haven't thought about, maybe.
I think in the restaurant industry, it's kind of very much a gimmick at the moment. Like, you'll see a lot of sort of you know, robot waiters. You'll see like robot deliveries, but I think it's not really going to change, especially in this part of the world where labour is still very, very low. But in terms of AI in general, yeah, it is going to take away a lot of jobs. I looked up some of the stats. PwC was saying that 1 in 4 of their CEO surveys said that they are going to cut about 5% because the AI will make things more efficient. Then you've got Bloomberg Intelligence saying that 200,000 jobs would go in banks because everything will be automated. So it's all rather depressing. But then actually, when you look at it, in America so far, they looked at the stats and about 17,000 people lost their jobs because of AI in about between, I think, 2023 and the end of 2024, which in the whole of America is not that much. But I looked at it, and there is always going to be a lot of jobs that are lost, and there will be some jobs that are created. So if you've got kids, get them to do coding. Maybe don't learn a language. I don't know. But I do think it's going to be just a bit like the move from the agricultural revolution to the industrial revolution, and the population of the planet's increased since then, and those people found jobs. So I think there will obviously be a lot of people lose their jobs, but as you progress, other jobs will come onto stream that God knows what we'll be doing in 10 years' time with AI.
And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and in today's edition, we take a look back now at some of the highlights of the week. Now, turning our eye to the war in Ukraine, at least 8 people were killed overnight in Russian drone attacks in the Donetsk region to the east of the country. Well, Russia's aerial assault came shortly after the US President Donald Trump criticized his Russian counterpart, President Vladimir Putin, and even threatened him with new sanctions. Let's take a listen.
We get a lot of thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want a sanctions? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move
I'm
ahead with
looking
that?
at it, yeah. No, I'm looking. The Senate is passing and passed a very, very tough sanctions. But yeah, I'm looking at it.
Well, let's stay with the war in Ukraine and get a US perspective now. We can speak to Kurt Volker, who is a former US Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations under President Trump and former US Ambassador to NATO. Ambassador Volker, thank you very much indeed for being with us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Now, back in April, I think it was at the Globsec conference in Prague, you're quoted as having said that you didn't think peace in Ukraine was likely by the end of the year, but you didn't rule out the possibility of a ceasefire. Do correct me if we're misquoting you. But if that is correct, has your position changed at all?
No, I still hold by that position. So let's start with the idea of peace. Vladimir Putin has made clear that he does not believe Ukraine is a sovereign and independent state, and that it is not a separate national identity. He believes Ukrainians are actually Russians. And so with that, there is no compromise. There's no possibility of peace. His goal is to eliminate Ukraine as a state and as a national identity. So I don't think we'll ever have a peace agreement. That being said, I think it is possible to get a ceasefire. I think you can convince both Putin and the Ukrainians, much easier, but you can convince Putin it is too costly to him and to Russia to try to continue this war. And so he could be compelled, really, to accept a ceasefire. If that's the case, and I think that could be, then we can all build on that ceasefire to build a more stable, lasting, but very tense standoff. What would cause Putin to come to that conclusion? I think the most important thing that he's going to be confronting is the finances of the state of Russia. They are low on foreign exchange reserves. They do not have a lot of money coming in from oil and gas sales, and that may be going down, especially if secondary sanctions are applied. So he may face a fiscal crisis. And then on the military front, he's losing a lot of soldiers and a lot of equipment. Now, he's also building more equipment and he's recruiting more soldiers, but he's losing a lot. And so it may be that by the end of this year, he would like to see a ceasefire.
Right. And you just touched on what I was going to ask you next, which is about this economic Achilles heel. I mean, you mentioned a couple of indicators there, another couple of economic indicators that are flashing red in Russia. Q1 GDP is down very sharply, down to, I think, 1.4%. Manufacturing activity declining, consumers tightening their belts. I saw that car sales were down 30% in June year on year. Inflation is high, there's a recession looming, and the budget is strained. I mean, it could be, couldn't it, that if current sanctions, I mean, you seem to be suggesting perhaps they're not adequate, but if they were cranked up a bit, I mean, could this be the way to end the war?
I think, again, to get to a ceasefire, yes, I think that is the way to go. All of the indicators you just mentioned are indeed out there. They're real. They're flashing lights. Just last week, there was an economic conference in St. Petersburg where the head of the National Bank was talking about some of these indicators, and President Putin felt he had to step in and say, well, actually, things may be a little bit worse, but we are taking measures to deal with it. So even Putin was acknowledging that they are facing some of these issues. And if you're a consumer, okay, maybe Putin doesn't care about you that much, but your means are going to be really limited by inflation. And that is a corrosive thing over time. And the official estimates of inflation perhaps are 11 to 13%. I think the real number is much higher.
Yeah, I mean, some suggesting it could be as high as 20%. Yes. And yeah, it was the finance minister by the name of Anton Siluanov who called the situation, the fiscal situation, a perfect storm. I mean, in this context, isn't there the ability for the US and Ukraine's other allies to deliver a knockout blow?
Well, there certainly is the opportunity to step up the sanctions. I think what is called for are secondary sanctions. That is to say, anyone who is taking part in helping Russia evade the existing sanctions, banning the sale of oil and gas and financial transactions to pay for it. If we did that and enforced it, I think it really would have a very significant effect on Russia's state budget.
Okay, since President Trump returned to office in January, I mean, has anything been achieved with regards to bringing this war to an end? Any steps in that direction? And has President Putin shifted an inch?
Yeah, I think that there have been. I think that he has aligned the United States and Ukraine in terms of policy goals, where Ukraine is now agreeing that there can be an immediate ceasefire in place. Prior to that, they would have wanted to retake territory. And President Trump didn't want to support the continuation of the war and to have American weapons used to continue the war, but for Ukraine to be able to defend itself if Russia continues. He seems to have achieved that with President Zelensky. He and Trump now agree on the idea of an immediate ceasefire. Second, President Trump came into office promising not to use any more American taxpayer dollars to support Ukraine. But that doesn't mean that we cut Ukraine off. It just means that assistance has to be paid for. And here again, they've now reached a deal on access to Ukraine's natural resources to create a redevelopment fund, which can be collateralized as a way of paying for this assistance. In addition, the U.S. can let Ukraine borrow money, or the European Union could lend money to Ukraine. So as long as Ukraine is able to pay its own way, then weapons flows to Ukraine can continue. And that's something else that I think has now been put into alignment. The piece of the plan that has not worked is getting Putin to agree to a ceasefire. And that is where, as we just discussed, I think more pressure is needed on Putin to try to push him in that direction.
Right. So when President Trump says he's not happy with President Putin and used a couple of strong words, as he tends to do at the moment, when he's unhappy about things, I mean, do you see this as being a mere mood swing by President Trump, or do you see this as part of a broader strategy?
It's a little of both, I guess I would say. There's definitely a mood swing because he has tried. President Trump has really bent over backwards to give opportunities to Putin, to give offers to Putin, enticements that would get him to agree to a ceasefire. And Putin has rejected him on every occasion. And I think that has soured Trump's mood. He's very frustrated with Putin right now. In addition to that, I think Trump knows he's choosing those words, those salacious words you highlight, carefully, in the sense that he wants to demonstrate his displeasure to see whether that can also motivate Putin. But the reality, as I see it, is that Putin only responds to force, only responds to tough actions. And that's what Trump is going to have to do to get any attention from Putin at all.
Okay, and of course he might respond, might he not, to a collapsing economy?
Well, that's right. And that would be caused by the types of tougher sanctions that we just discussed. He may not have a choice if he wants to preserve the Russian state to actually call for a ceasefire, because otherwise it runs the risk of unraveling the state's finances for its own preservation.
Do you think President Trump's going to send those Patriot missiles? And is he going to send enough of them to make a significant difference?
Yeah, well, yes, he will send Patriot missiles or move Patriot missile batteries. He's encouraged Germany and perhaps others to do so as well. Numbers are an issue because production of Patriots is not happening fast enough to cover the demand that Ukraine has, as well as other countries around the world have. So it's difficult to get the sufficient numbers. But there need to be Patriots because in certain types of incoming weapons, the caliber missiles, for example, Patriot is really the only system that's effective. On the Shahed drones, the Iranian drones that Russia sends into Ukraine, other systems can take those out. But for certain systems, the Patriots are really necessary.
Right, and they're really expensive. They're $1 billion for one battery. I mean, that's a huge amount of money. The German Chancellor had a clever idea. Friedrich Merz said that perhaps Germany could buy Patriot missiles from the United States and then deliver them to Ukraine. That would be quite a big win, wouldn't it, for the Trump administration? Something as well for him to show his support base.
Yeah, there's nothing to say that should not happen. It is a good thing for Germany to do that. The question will come down to numbers, just how many Patriot missiles and systems are available. Because we do have this queue of countries that have lined up for production. If you were to make a new order for Patriot missiles now, you might be waiting 7 to 9 years to get those missiles. So in order to increase the numbers going to Ukraine, you're talking about either bumping Ukraine up in the queue, or you're talking about redeploying systems that are already deployed elsewhere. And that is what I think Trump has in mind. And yes, indeed, Germany could help with that, including by sending some of its own Patriots.
Right. I mean, there's one of the surprising developments in the last couple of days, and I just wanted to ask you what you thought of this, was the announcement of the suspension of military aid to Ukraine that was signed off on by the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. And then when asked about it a couple of days ago, President Trump said he didn't know anything about it. Were you surprised that the president's sort of not really in the loop with regards to important decisions like this?
I don't think the president was not in the loop. I think he didn't want to publicly criticize the Secretary of Defense or Undersecretary of Defense. Just didn't want to get dragged down that road in answering questions. But he saw what happened and he corrected it. And I think that's what matters.
You are, of course, in Rome right now, and that's where, amongst other things that are happening, this coalition of the willing is holding talks, 31 nations, reconstruction efforts for Ukraine under discussion as well there. I'm just wondering whether there's a potential win here for President Trump as well, a bit like with NATO, where he got leaders to commit to a higher percentage of GDP on defence spend, whether he could perhaps get leaders there to somehow commit to, or the envoy from the United States could get those leaders to commit to greater spending in the war effort for Ukraine. Do you think there could be something like that in the offing?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as you pointed out, the NATO summit was a big win for Trump, getting allies to commit to 5% of GDP for defense spending, 3.5% of that in hard defense budgets, and 1.5% in related spending. Getting some of that now committed to support Ukraine so that it rebalances the level of military support for Ukraine, that is quite possible, and that's beneficial. But you mentioned this coalition of the willing, and a major part of that is the idea of security assurances for Ukraine going forward once there is a ceasefire. And that is tremendously important because if there is a ceasefire, as I said, I don't think we'll ever have a peace agreement. So we need to make that ceasefire as permanent as possible. And having European nations step up with security assurances and aid for Ukraine is critical to that. The other thing happening here in Rome is the Ukraine Economic Recovery Conference, which is now the fourth in a row after Russia's full-scale invasion. And it is important that if there is a ceasefire, the international community is positioned to move quickly to help Ukraine recover, rebuild, allow people to move home, get people back to work, strengthen the economy so the tax base is strengthened. All of those things need to happen, and they need to happen fast when there's a ceasefire. And the best way to do that would be for this Ukraine Economic Recovery Conference to establish a permanent body, maybe put a former European prime minister in charge, but a body that is focused day to day on trying to problem solve. How do you remove the obstacles to business investment in Ukraine that would power a rebuilding of the economy?
Okay, just lastly, I mean, it seems that President Zelensky has found his groove when it comes to how to deal with President Trump. We're told that a telephone conversation between the two men on Friday was their best conversation to date. I mean, that sounds pretty encouraging. What does President Zelensky need to get right, in your experience of dealing with President Trump, in order to make sure he's fully on side and fully on board?
Yeah, well, we've all seen some of the mistakes that President Zelensky has made in dealing with President Trump in the past. So not embarrassing President Trump publicly or criticizing him publicly, that doesn't go over very well. Instead of asking for weapons to win the war or asking for weapons to push Russia back, ask for weapons to defend civilians, defend people, and to recommit every time to a ceasefire that Ukraine wants peace, and it's really Russia that does not. Just getting some of that messaging right so it aligns with what Trump is trying to do makes for a much better conversation with President Trump.
And just absolutely my last question, in a word, really. If relations between Zelensky and Trump were at zero in February during that world-famous encounter in the Oval Office, on the scale of 1 to 10, where are they now?
Well, it's one of those things that it's interesting you put it on a scale because I think it does move. I think that his relationship with Zelensky a few years ago was quite good. There was a little bit of friction during the presidential campaign. It hit a low point, as you said, at that Oval Office meeting. It has rebounded a lot since then. Remember, they met here at the Vatican in Rome, at the Vatican on the margins of the funeral for the Pope. They met again after that on the margins of the NATO summit. They just spoke again now. So I think their relations are in a much firmer place again. Who knows how to assign a number to that, but it's not 10, but it's certainly more than 5.
Sounds like a 7 or an 8 to me. Well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Kurt Volker, thank you for your time. I'm joined now by Ahmed Fattour, who is a spokesperson for the Palestinian National Liberation Movement, Fatah, which is, of course, the leading party within the PA. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate it. A lot's happening on the diplomatic front. Talks in Washington, talks in Doha. Are you encouraged by anything you're hearing?
Well, we are hearing a lot of news, but we are not seeing anything on the ground. After 21 months of genocide, it needs immediate acts from the world to stop this criminality. Every day, hundreds die, children die, people are starving. I'm surprised that it took so much time until now. And to be frank, this proposed today by Woodcock is the same proposal that took place in March. I'm surprised why Israel has refused that deal 3 months ago, but are accepting it right now. But in any case, we need immediate ceasefire, and the world need to pressure towards that to take effect immediately, because the Palestinian people in Gaza cannot wait any longer. There's shortages in food, there's shortages in medicine, shortages in clean water. 70% of Gaza has been occupied. And now 90% of Gaza is and could not be planted. It's polluted, can't be planted or produce any food. 95% is nearly demolished. So we are talking about a catastrophic humanitarian situation that need immediate action.
Okay.
And right now, the talks in Washington.
Yeah, just tell us what your understanding is as to what's holding everything up. Why the delay? What are the major roadblocks at this stage?
The only roadblock is Netanyahu and the far-right extreme Israeli government that does not want peace. They want an endless war where they could push forward their schemes of colonizing and ethnically cleansing the entirety of Palestine. Of course, that is a crazy idea that is not going to take place. It's unattainable. It's ridiculous. These ideas of forceful displacement of the Palestinian people or removing Palestinian people from their lands and think that this way they will liquidate the Palestinian cause. This is a crazy idea. And any talk about forceful displacement and forceful immigration, giving it labels about voluntary immigration. Of course, it's not voluntary. This is coming after destruction and killing and removing all sorts of life in Gaza, which does not make it voluntary, of course. But that scenario is going to only increase the conflict further. It will not end there. We have to remind the Zionists that in 1948, 70% of the Palestinian population have been ethnically cleansed. That did not make the Palestinian people forget their rights or their indigenous historical lands. In the contrary, it created the longest modern liberation revolution since 1948. Until today, the Palestinian people did not give up their rights. Another Nakba will not change anything. It's going to only affect the entire region and the world in retaliation. When there's an influx of refugees, when there's an influx of persecuted, oppressed population, that means there's a need for justice, and that justice is going to keep coming back to Israel. And it will only create an endless cycle of violence and wars and revolution. We have already reached the two-state solution. And the Arab world has already offered Israel in 2002 a full recognition and normalization plans in exchange for the establishment of the Palestinian state in 1967 borders, which is the land they occupied in 1967 aggressive war. Israel refused that offer and continued to refuse any path for peace and only go forward again for wars and destruction. And now what we hear from the White House, Netanyahu is still repeating the same mad idea of moving and forceful displacing the Palestinian people. That is unattainable, that's ridiculous, that's not going to take place, and we will not allow it, and the Palestinian people will not accept it, and they will not give up their rights to come back or return. And what's unfortunate is that when President Trump was asked about the two-state solution, he said, I don't know, let Netanyahu answer that. That is, of course, a step backward and bring us back to square zero after 32 years of peace process. These thoughts are only going to set us back 3 decades behind. And I have to remind the American administration that it is George W. Bush who publicly declared that he supports and endorsed the two-state solution as the only viable solution for the question of Palestine. And it is the only recognized and the only supported and endorsed solution recognized by the EU and by the UN and by the Arab world, who have declared clearly that they refuse any kind of normalization without the end and a just peace for the Palestinian cause.
But Mr. Fatouh, I want to interrupt you there just in terms of what the President of the United States has been saying. I mean, you have to hand it to him that he has given this issue a good degree of urgency. He seems to be extremely serious about wanting a deal to happen. He's been applying pressure. He's got some momentum carried on from the 12-day war that he took a strong hand in trying to bring to an end. I mean, he does seem to be sincere, doesn't he, in wanting to bring about a peaceful resolution to the situation in Gaza?
We, of course, see that President Trump is trying to find peace. He's trying to seek a Nobel Prize for peace. And that's why we urge that the path for that Nobel Prize, and to be remembered as the American president who actually solved the question of Palestine and gave the Palestinian people their justice, is to go and push and enforce the two-state solution. This has come in accordance to the international law, in accordance to the UN resolution 2334, UN resolution 194, UN resolution 242. They are all internationally recognized, endorsed resolutions by the international community on the question of Palestine. This resolution has been blocked by the Israeli occupation and now is even extremely violated by the far-right Israeli government. I think and I believe that unfortunately President Trump is under the influence of insincere Zionist lobby who are not taking care of American will to go for peace. They only want a peace designed for their colonial project. That does not work, of course. The problem until now that the Americans are always looking into finding a solution that best suit the Israeli government. But we have to address the fact that the Israeli government does not want peace. The Israeli government does not recognize the state of Palestine, neither recognize the Palestinian people. You know, Netanyahu is extreme enough to even reject the established fact that there are Palestinian people. This is how, crazy he went in his extremist ideology. Now, we call on to American administration. We already have established a political process that could lead to a two-state solution where two countries live side by side in peace and harmony, preserving security and preserving good relations. And that is the two-state solution. And when Trump, in his first term, he actually was going forward toward that path. But unfortunately, under Netanyahu team and lies, it has been diverted. We ask the administration to go back to the unanimously agreed upon solution and resolving the Palestinian cause. We have to address also the other fact that after the ceasefire takes place, there must be a political process that would lead into a settlement to the cause of Palestine, because the entire region now demands for that in order to progress their relations with Israel and to do the Abrahamic Accords. Also to stop the cycle of violence, because this is crippling the whole region and is also crippling Israel. Israel need to think, the camp of peace inside of Israel need to speak up. Now is the time for them to speak. I'm surprised that they are still silent after 21 months of madness by the fascist Zionist far right.
Yeah, I mean, one difference between President Trump now and President Trump in his first term is he seems to have established even closer ties with leaders in the Middle East, in particular in the Gulf. And he seems to be listening to them. When we look at what he did with regards to Syria, for example, bringing Syria in from the cold and really trying to normalize at a very rapid pace the ties between Washington and Damascus. That's just one example. Does it give you hope that President Trump is engaged with and apparently listening to other people in the region apart from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, we are hopeful, of course, from the Arabic pressure on the United States administration demanding for resolving the Palestinian cause. And he is listening to the Arab world, but until now, he did not listen to the Palestinian people. Until today, no Palestinian officials have been in the White House. The president of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, was not invited to the White House, but Netanyahu was invited there 3 times. And this does not reflect that there is some sort of clear and impartial discussion of the issue. And the Arab world has said that the Palestinian cause is the central cause of the Arab world, and no normalization or progress with with Israel without resolving the Palestinian state. President Trump do realize that. Until now, unfortunately, he did not take the brave decision to do that and apply that. the political system in Israel has shifted extremely to the right, that they could not accept any sort of settlements or having a Palestinian state next to them. And that's not in the favor of Israel, nor the Palestine. Israel will not even enjoy any security without the liberation and the ending the oppression of the Palestinian people. Otherwise, we are talking about endless violation. Israel requests for a security over its borders. Can we ask, where are Israel's borders? Until now, there's no defined borders for Israel. They are invading Lebanon, invading Syria, of course, occupying Palestine and invading its cities and villages continuously. Pogroms, Israeli settlers, extremism. Where are that going to lead us? Of course, it's not going to lead us for peace. If we want to go and discuss peace, we have to come back to the facts and grounds and actually provide a way, a just solution, political independence and independence to Palestinian people. Therefore, there will be peace. Otherwise, it is an endless war.
Is Fatah and the rest of the PA ready to step in terms of running Gaza when the Israeli military pulls out? And because, of course, disarming and dismantling Hamas is one of the key conditions that Israel has put on the table. What I'm asking you is, can you and can the PA step in and fill the void?
Well, I have to tell you that PA is still there, actually. After the coup of 2007 by Hamas, the PA did not leave everything. They are still paying for the education, still paying for the health system, still paying for their employees. And there are tens of thousands of employees in Gaza, and teachers and doctors that all belong to the Palestinian Authority. The prisons is, vanished because of the coup. The security forces vanished because of the coup. But the people in Palestine, in Gaza, and in the West Bank, actually go back to the Palestinian Authority. We have to, address the fact that PA is the legitimate authority. And going back to Gaza is not actually something that is a gift. It is a demand by the people. It's the national demand that the PA return to Gaza. Now, if you check out the polls in Gaza, more than 90% support the return of PA and for a technocratic government. Hamas did signal that they would accept leaving power and going back, allowing the PA to go back. We also endorse the Arab plan, which states a political process for a gradual recovering Gaza and reconstruction of Gaza, as well as bringing back the legitimate Palestinian administration, the authority to Gaza, for a period of time until Gaza is healthy again, and there is a time and allows it to go for elections, and then we go for elections for presidency and parliamentary elections. Right now, what we are calling for is a temporary government run by technocrats, not by parties and political parties, to pave the way until we reach that point. But that all depends on Israel ceasefire, ending its war, and to retreat. Otherwise, we can't achieve that. So here's the missing link that is making everything collapse, which is the Israeli occupation that is enforcing an endless war and refusing the PA, refusing any peaceful settlement, refusing any political process to take place. That means they don't have a plan for the day after the war. And without a plan, we have chaos and havoc. So what we are saying, we have the plan. The Arab world has provided the plan. It was endorsed by the EU, endorsed by the UN, endorsed by the Islamic nations. We are waiting for the President of the United States to also endorse it and take action, because we have to admit the fact that Israel weapons and arms and funds come from the United States. He has the keys, and I hope he would use it.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, we've and briefly, if you will, because we're nearly out of time, but I mean, we've been speaking to people who say that we're really on the edge of, the dawn of a new era, not just for the people of Gaza, not just for the Palestinian people, but for the whole Middle East. I mean, I know you haven't got results yet, and that the diplomatic efforts haven't yielded peace in Gaza yet, but does it feel like we could be at an important crossroads and that results may be just around the corner?
If they plan to make a new Middle East, then I hope they should resolve the very main crisis of the Middle East and the central cause of the Middle East, which is the Palestinian cause. And any plans for the region can only pass through the gate of an independent Palestinian state. Without this, nothing could be fruitful. We have to understand that the Palestinian cause is a sensitive cause for 2 billion Muslims. It's now a global struggle of liberation and a symbol for freedom all around the world. This is not a cause for 7 million or 10 million Palestinians anymore. This is for everyone, and this is a just cause, and the world cannot, turn the blind eye to our just cause. The United States, if they are sincere in building, a new Middle East that has a strong relation, has strong economy, has peace and progress with a justice and sovereignty of its nation and its countries and dignity for its people, then the Palestinian cause is a center of all of that. And I hope that the new Middle East plan is not a colonial plan devised by the Zionists in Middle East who want greater Israel, which we hear on the news. It's not hidden anymore, of a plan to invade, to control the entirety of Palestine, half Lebanon, half Syria, half Iraq, half Saudi Arabia, and some parts of Jordan. And this madness needs to be confronted. And if you want a new Middle East, the Middle East that respects its own people equally under the law, whether are Jewish or non-Jews, and the Palestinians should have their independent state according to the international resolutions and the agreed upon agreements. And I hope the United States could achieve that and actually be the very first president, Mr. Trump, to make peace.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Ahmed Fatah, spokesperson for the Palestinian National Liberation Movement, Fatah. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, staying with the diplomatic efforts in Washington, we're going to turn now to our next guest, Daniel Levy, president of the U.S. Middle East Project and a former advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak and his government. He's also a former Middle East negotiator. Daniel, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure speaking to you. Obviously, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington. I mean, is there anything you're hearing or seeing that suggests that progress is being made to bringing an end to 21 months of warfare in Gaza?
Look, Tom, the fact that you have a proposal on the table, the fact that you have representatives of both parties back in, it seems, some kind of proximity talks, those things we know. Other things are more speculative. Will Envoy Witkoff be visiting the region? Will there be an announcement while Netanyahu is still in DC? He has still some days to go. He's staying till almost the end of the working week. And I think more crucially, perhaps, it seems that Netanyahu's calculation and wiggle room has shifted somewhat since the so-called 12-day war with Iran. Netanyahu, let's be very clear, has been the main obstacle. There's been a deal on the table. Many in the Israeli media are acknowledging that not much has changed. But some things have changed, and the details of the arrangements are going to matter. Israel's military has now removed the civilian population from about 75% of the area of Gaza. Its military is now across Gaza. They're going to have to withdraw, redeploy from most of that for a deal to be reached. And you have this added complication of how aid is delivered. Aid is traditionally delivered according to humanitarian principles and by UN and other international agencies who know how to do this. What Israel has insisted upon since it began its most recent version of a full starvation siege as part of its genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza is to introduce a new formula for aid delivery, an organization with no history, no track record, and which has, it seems in some respects intentionally, turned aid distribution sites into killing fields. This Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, operating in only a few places as part of the effort to physically kettle Palestinians closer to the Egyptian border. So the withdrawal of that horrific experiment and its replacement with traditional more effective, non-murderous forms of aid are going to have to be part of this. In other words, is there an opportunity? Yes. Details will matter. Unfortunately, and this is crucial, Tom, we are still talking about what seems to be a temporary rather than permanent ceasefire as far as the Israeli premier is concerned.
Thanks for that, Daniel. You raised a lot of important points there. And one of the things we've heard from the Israeli side is that one official who's accompanying Netanyahu to Washington says that Israel's getting 80 to 90% of what it wants. I mean, clearly there's a margin that they're not getting, but does that sound significant enough for some meaningful progress to come out of these talks?
The important thing with any agreement that is reached is that both sides are able to turn to their respective publics and say, this is a good deal for us. So if the Israelis were telling you we're only getting 42% of what we want, you could be pretty sure that this wasn't going to turn into a deal. So I think we can kind of park the spin. What is significant here is this creation of an expectation. Now, that can go in one of two directions. One is that the Israelis are saying, look, we were getting what we wanted, this was about to happen, and the other side collapsed it. That's where we've been for an awfully long time. Israel's refusal to bring this to an end, but their success in having the US administration align with their talking point that the other side is to blame. We could yet be back in that scenario. The other scenario is you actually get an agreement where there's enough that works for each of the parties to carry this forward. I think we are still going to have a major fault line over whether this is interpreted as a temporary ceasefire or the on-ramp to a definitive end to what has gone on militarily in Israel's military assault. Most of that will depend on the Trump administration. Netanyahu will still want to be able to navigate between those options, between bringing this to an end as he did previously in March, because he will look at his coalition politics.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful, hasn't he? Prime Minister Netanyahu's got to keep President Trump on side, and President Trump really wants a result here, it would appear. And some guests have suggested his motivation is that Nobel Peace Prize. Whatever his motivation, he wants a result. And he doesn't want this delegation to go back to Israel and for all the progress that's been made to go in the dustbin. So, I mean, you know, he's going to hold Prime Minister Netanyahu to account on this, isn't he?
I wouldn't jump to that conclusion. We have seen things that Trump wanted to have happen on the Ukraine-Russia front, for instance, that have gone absolutely nowhere. Other things have perhaps made more progress. We know that the news cycle, when Trump is in the White House, can be relentless in how it jumps from one thing to another. We know that the attention span isn't necessarily one that sticks with a given issue. And we know that the relationship between what is said and what is really going on doesn't necessarily have to be so closely aligned. So I think what you've hit on, Tom, is a key question, which is how much does Trump see this as something he wants to bring closure to? He was seminal in getting that ceasefire in January, but he also moved on and he allowed Israel to break the ceasefire, to impose an even worse starvation siege, and for things to get so much worse again. So we could be in either scenario. We could be in the Trump that wants to see this happen, or we could be in the Trump that will put out a Truth Social media post and move on. If it's the former, then he does have the wherewithal to hold Netanyahu's feet to the fire and make it happen. That's what we're going to have to be looking out for.
And it appears as well, just looking at President Trump's visit to this region where I'm speaking to you from only 6 or 7 weeks ago, it would appear that on the back of that visit, he does listen to, and he's got the ear of many of the key leaders here in this part of the world. And do you think to a certain extent Trump is starting to realise that perhaps they're the source of rather better advice when it comes to issues in this region than the traditional ally Israel, because you know, if you look at what the Trump administration did on with regards to Syria, it was completely different from what, you know, Israel would have advised. And we've seen him, you know, his administration engaging in direct talks with parties that the Israelis weren't comfortable with. Do you see him slightly going his own way a bit and perhaps listening more to Arab leaders than perhaps to Benjamin Netanyahu alone?
It is a fascinating question. One of the things that may have upset the calm on the Israeli side was precisely that perception. After that historic visit in the three GCC states, not going to Israel, this sense that something has shifted. The president goes, heaps praise on the leaders there. And let's be clear, comes back with some very lucrative deals for the US. When he goes to Israel, he knows that it kind of works in the opposite direction. You have to open your wallet. Netanyahu, one of the things that may be driving the visit that is happening at the moment is he wants to correct that. He wants to reset that. He wants to make sure he is not playing second fiddle. And that is an interesting dynamic. Look, first of all, there's a question, to what extent is there a very proactive approach on the part of those leaders that he saw in the region when it comes to specifically the Palestinian question? You're right to refer to Syria and other things, but how much is Netanyahu making the weather on the Palestinian question rather than those leaders? Secondly, how much do states in that part of the world where you are now look at things and say, okay, we have relations with Iran. We've always had concerns with Iran as well. But when it comes to Israel, someone has to rein them in, because this is now having a radicalizing, destabilizing effect across the region. So we need you to rein them in, Mr. President. And how that dynamic plays out is one of the things that we're going to be looking at and perhaps following for years to come. Add to it, Tom, Trump now has an issue with his MAGA base that we haven't seen in the past, which is there is a split between America first and Israel first. A lot of his most important, influential backers didn't like the idea of going into Israel's war with Iran, and they're not particularly keen on seeing this Palestinian question continue to suck American time and credibility. But for Netanyahu, not only is his ability to have freedom of action against the Palestinians absolutely central, but also let's not underestimate the extent of the points of access Netanyahu and the Israelis have in Washington, D.C., in any administration, across those multiple points of influence in the US.
You haven't mentioned public opinion in Israel, and I don't know if you think that's an important source of pressure for Prime Minister Netanyahu at the moment, not least given the fact that it's reported that 5 Israeli soldiers were killed in northern Gaza today, bringing the death toll from this war, these 21 months of fighting in Gaza, to 450 on the Israeli military side. I mean, do you think Netanyahu is starting to reach a point where he can no longer justify to his public that soldiers are dying, 5 today alone, and without any obvious end game in sight? I mean, 21 months was not really what people imagined, presumably, back in October 2023 for the length of the campaign in Gaza. I mean, do you think he is under, totally, public pressure, the like of which we haven't seen up until now?
I'm not sure I'd call it the like of which we haven't seen. Netanyahu, not necessarily because of his treatment of the Palestinians, but in general is a divisive figure inside Israel, a polarizing figure. You have a pro-camp, you have an anti-camp. He has held his coalition together, and he looks less at the numbers of overall public opinion than whether he has the votes, the numbers inside the Israeli parliament. But you are absolutely right that there is a significant degree of exhaustion. Reservists are tired. Many are not showing up for reserve duty. The heads of the military, now people appointed by Netanyahu himself, are saying, what is our end game? Where does this mission go? If we need to take over Gaza, then we need more troops, more resources, etc. And one of the things that has gotten us to this point where there may actually be a decision to go for a ceasefire is that Netanyahu, I think, does now have more political options, can now go to his public and say, we did Iran, we did what we did in Lebanon with Hezbollah, Syrian regime has changed, we may have an opening to relations there. We're moving on to a new phase. He may have options for a coalition that he didn't have in the past. He is in court on trial, and he has been having a very unpleasant time of it during the cross-examination, which began in early June. He doesn't want to appear in court. He wants to get out of that. He may see a set of political options and trial options which didn't exist previously, but Netanyahu still has to make that decision to cross the Rubicon, and to cross that Rubicon in a way where he doesn't, in 60 days, if there is a ceasefire now, doesn't then return to war. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you that that opens a vista for all kinds of positive things in the future, but a ceasefire itself is crucial. Unfortunately, I think we will still have the mistreatment, the occupation, what has been called, I think, legally accurately an apartheid regime against the Palestinians, because there is no broader horizon that Netanyahu is even contemplating embracing.
Yeah, I mean, and just to wrap up, and you mentioned some of this in your first answer, but I mean, clearly unimaginable cruelty has been inflicted on the people of Gaza these last 21 months. You're on the record. I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to diminish what happened on the 7th of October. You are on the record as calling Israel's actions genocide. I think you're quoted as describing Israel's actions, some of them as being war crimes. Do you see a day when people are punished? And if so, who do you see being punished for those crimes?
I have to be honest with you, Tom. I am much more focused on seeing a day when the crimes end, when people can live a life of dignity, freedom, equality. Right now, just a life where there is food, water, a shelter available to people. I also am convinced, as you know, that this does not end well for Israelis either. The possibility of being held accountable, the possibility that impunity edges away, the possibility that there are costs and consequences, all of that matters to bring this to an end. That is why I do hope that at some stage we do see that the people, whether at the leadership level or individuals much lower down the food chain, are held accountable, because one of the things that makes you pause before you commit that atrocity is whether you think it's going to be plain sailing getting away with this, or whether it might come back to haunt you. And that's why the initiatives like the Hind Rajab Foundation, which are compiling all those self-incriminating videos that you've seen from Israeli soldiers in their operations in Gaza. And let's not forget that this is a terrible time to be in the West Bank if you're a Palestinian as well, with the mass displacement, the mass destruction, killings, arrests there. But if the compiling of that evidence and the fact that certain Israelis, when they travel now, need to think twice, could I be finding myself under a legal challenge because of something I did and I posted and someone has gotten hold of, and they know that I'm traveling through perhaps my social media? That matters when people have to think about, do I implement a flagrantly illegal order to commit a war crime? And so that, I think, is where the rubber hits the road, and one has to go for these mechanisms of accountability.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Always a pleasure talking to you. Daniel Levy, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Well, let's turn now to the humanitarian angle. Well, as those talks resume, Israel continues to strike the war-torn Gaza Strip. According to local sources, Israeli forces killed at least 12 people overnight, including 6 at the Al-Rimal clinic, which have been sheltering displaced Palestinians. Meanwhile, collecting aid continues to be extremely dangerous for people there in Gaza, with the UN saying that more than 500 people have been killed so far whilst trying to collect aid. Well, let's get more on this. So we're joined now by the former Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator of the United Nations, Martin Griffiths. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Let me start by asking you, are you encouraged by the latest diplomatic efforts, in particular those being championed by President Trump?
I am. And I think it's essential that they step up, and President Trump has stepped up, I think, largely to making this happen. You only have to, and Tom, you know this better than me, you only have to look at the reports and the conversations, the interviews of the people in Gaza to know how deeply they feel the need for this, what I don't call a ceasefire, but a pause. We need to get aid in, we need to get fuel in, we need to get food in, and we need to do it properly. So if this deal can come through, at least for the pause period of 60 days, and if the aid arrangements for delivery are not poisoned by being a part of an Israeli strategy, then I think it's most welcome. It's not sufficient, but it's welcome.
Do you think it's an exaggeration to say President Trump single-handedly has the power to stop this conflict?
You know, I never really know the answer to that. It's a huge central question. It's easily said, and we've all said it, I've said it, and many people have elsewhere, but we also see so many of the examples where President Trump, with all his power and all his persistence and motivation, doesn't bring peace. But Ukraine is the obvious one. Iran, it didn't work until the bombing, and we're even in a fragile situation there. So absolute power is probably essential to stop these strategic wars, but we cannot count on it alone. We need to count on the fact that the parties agree. That's the problem in this ceasefire talks.
The United Nations has been largely sidelined, hasn't it, there in Gaza? And there is this Israeli US-backed GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, that's working there. What's your view of that entity? And why do you think it is that so many people in Gaza have been killed whilst trying to access aid from the GHF?
Well, I'm a huge critic of the GHF. I'm glad that the Swiss authorities shut that foundation down here in Geneva a few days ago. This is not what I call a humanitarian foundation. It's a foundation which is backed, planned, funded by one side, but including the allies of Israel, that is also Washington, D.C., where Mr. Trump has pledged $30 million. We see a lot of it's people leaving. We see a lot of reports, even from those who have been inside the foundation, of even the fact that they say that their own employees, these security people that they employ in southern Gaza, are asked to shoot and shoot to kill, and to make humanitarian delivery a war zone, as many people have said. So this is not a humanitarian operation as far as I'm concerned. And because of that, it's really important to understand what the provisions are in this potential agreement, where it's very, very unclear. It talks about humanitarian organizations, international organizations will be included, but in what way? At the moment, the inclusion has been brief, ineffectual, and tokenistic, I think, although better than nothing. So I'm a lot worried about that aspect of any pause.
But just continuing our focus on the GHF, you're quoted as saying that the GHF has been luring people to their deaths. I mean, I don't know why you think they would be doing that. And just as an extension of that question, really, when we put this to Israeli government officials, they all say this is Hamas propaganda, and it's actually Hamas that's shooting people and killing people as they line up for aid. How do you respond?
Well, fair point. We have a debate about it. The fact of the matter is that, as you said, Tom, earlier on, 500 people have been killed in this killing zone. They wouldn't have been there if it hadn't been the lure of food. They have been killed clearly, but not finally evidentially, because there's no accountable investigation, by mostly the IDF, for reasons I don't really understand. I understand the luring south because, you know, the IDF and Israel is very clear, always has been, about the need to displace people south and eventually give them the opportunity to leave. However, on your central point, Tom, my view is, and I've said this so often since the accusations against UNRWA right after October the 7th, it's fine to accuse. Where's the evidence? Where's the independent investigation of whether it's Hamas doing this? It's easy to say that in war, but we would expect more from a government in good odor in the General Assembly, for example. And we would expect them to conduct or say yes to independent investigations to find out what the truth is. We've had enough of these claims by Israel in which they say, well, there is an investigation ongoing. We never hear the result. We never see the evidence. And that, for me, is enough to say, OK, it's an open question at least.
And of course, one part of accountability in any conflict zone would be, you know, the journalists playing their part in tracking events, in recording events, documenting things. And of course, we're not there. We're not allowed in. I mean, how much of a difference do you think it would make having journalists from the international media on the ground in Gaza? And why do you think Israel's not letting them in?
It would make a huge difference, Tom. I'm a sort of huge, maybe belated in my life, devotee of the need for media and the need for free information. It's not at odds. It's central to our international norms, and it's central to the prospects of the people of Gaza in this case. Sudan is a similar case, as you know. And the reason why I think they've been excluded in both countries is because there is an appetite not to allow the international community to see the truth. Obviously, there have been a lot of television reports by other channels, but also through you, about what's happening and testimony. The doctors have been absolutely heroic in these senses. The doctors in Gaza documentary is a vivid recent example. But without media providing the first approach to evidence, and without that evidence being transferred to an accountable process leading to the courts, whichever they are, ICJ or ICC or courts in Israel, I don't know, it's going nowhere. And it defeats hope. When you have journalists expressing the views of the people in conflict anywhere in the world, it creates hope, of course, for the future.
Sure, and it means people's voices are being heard. And if we were on the ground in Gaza, we'd be able to find out for ourselves whether those Israeli claims that UNRWA, for example, is entirely complicit with Hamas. That's something we're told time and time again by the Israelis. Again, no evidence. We have no way of knowing. But help us put that one to bed. Put that idea to rest for us, will you, sir?
Look, I think that it's unequivocal. It needs more lobbying as well. It needs more international attention to the fact that the absence of media leads to suffering and tragedy and unaccountability. We need a process to do that, to go there, just as we need, by the way, Tom, in a similar vein, a process which in general, but also particularly in Gaza, provides a process for accountability for killing humanitarian aid workers. You know how much of that they have lost, doctors, medical staff have lost in Gaza. That gap between aspiration, let's get journalists in, let's get aid workers protected, let's get doctors protected, and doing anything about it is yawning. It's not being done. It's one of the many things about impunity and accountability which I fear is not happening in Gaza, and as a result, there is a precedent for it not happening elsewhere.
And of course, if we were there, we'd be able to find out whether indeed Hamas was complicit in stealing food aid, which is something else we're told time and time again, but we haven't been able to find out for ourselves. We have no way of knowing. I mean, have you ever seen any conclusive evidence? I mean, obviously at the moment, that now that aid is being distributed via the GHF, perhaps less of an issue than it was. But did you ever see or hear of anything that sounded likely or plausible that indeed Hamas was trying to steal aid?
None that I've seen, right since, as you said from the beginning, I was involved in my United Nations position in working with UNRWA on those very original accusations, and the Secretary General commissioned various inquiries, none of which produced any evidence. Israel was asked for evidence the whole time, nothing came forward. So I haven't seen it, but what I would say, I think what we need to understand, of course, is that in this conflict, Hamas is one of the protagonists, and they have a specific and often violent strategy to achieve those objectives. Secondly, Hamas, despite IDF's many claims, are still present, of course, in the Strip, and they were the administrative power, and people in Gaza who are not necessarily Hamas sympathizers, but who may have a father who was in Hamas, reference to that documentary, or whatever, are bound to be seen as complicit with Hamas. The truth is, I believe, let's see if it's evidenced at all, is the criminal gangs and the clan criminal gangs and militias are the ones who are inevitably, perhaps, perpetrating this scene of chaos, destruction, and tragedy. All the UN stocks coming in, and pitifully few as they are, have been looted. Trucks come in and it's looted completely. Drivers are shot. And this is because of the criminal environment that the Gaza Strip has been reduced to by this appalling war. And it's understandable. We see it in lots of parts of the world, but it ain't good.
You're quoted as saying that Israel's approach to eliminating Gaza could build a generation of jihadists. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think that it's natural for any people anywhere, if they survive this horrible, now long months, 17 months of war, 21 months of war, and the blockade of 17 months. If they survive it, their families, their descendants, their current children are not going to be very good at producing mutual security. And as we know, Tom, it's only mutual security that works. Thus, Israel's security is dependent on an engagement with the people of Palestine, and the region depends on that as well. Trying this, I think, hopeless task of trying to eliminate an armed group, and I've worked with armed groups for 50 years, as you know, produces jihadism, produces a new desire for revenge. Who wouldn't want that? So what we need to do, and hopefully President Trump and others will be actually paying some attention to this, not just on the fact that it should not fail after 60 days, as the last one did. It should address the conclusive issues, and it should address the issues of accountability. I fear, Tom, what's going to happen is we'll get a pause, but we won't get a peace.
You've described the situation as genocide. At least that's what you're quoted as having said in the past. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Who bears responsibility for that genocide, and what should happen to them?
I think responsibility for genocide is principally here the Israeli attack on the people of Palestine and Gaza. There's no question about that. There's enormous numbers of evidence and people, lawyers and others who come forward on that. There remains a dispute among lawyers, not with me, not for me, as to whether it's conclusive, and only the International Court of Justice can say this. But the fact of the matter is, it's perfectly clear this is a genocidal war in Gaza and in the West Bank increasingly, as you know. Now, what needs to be done about it, I think, is back where we started, is having a process of independent investigation and accountability and leading to indictments. It shouldn't be just a sort of a topic of diplomatic discussion or diplomatic evasion, as is so often the case. It has to be one of engagement. And why isn't that done? That's what I don't understand. Why don't we have governments in Europe and elsewhere saying we need an investigation, it should be independent, and we'll commission it?
I was just looking to see, what we'd heard from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, in the last few days on the issue of Gaza. And the answer is not very much. The last quote I can find from him is his spokesperson on Thursday expressing concern and saying that Mr. Guterres, this is a third party speaking on his behalf, saying that Mr. Guterres is appalled. Why isn't someone like him more audible on this issue?
I don't know. I know him quite well, and I have a high regard for him, of course, from the time I worked for him. But somehow it's not travelling, is it? His remarks, some of which have been very cutting, very deep, but it isn't travelling. And I'm not, it's not his fault so much as the state of the United Nations and the state of state support. When we look at places in Europe, governments in Europe expressing concern, as you say, like Guterres, or it being appalling, it's not enough. We need to take action, and everybody has said action, not words, please. Concern is a dilatory and distractive way to approach the needs of the people of Palestine. And the point about the people of Palestine's needs is that these are closely watched around the world. As many people have said, what happens in Gaza won't stay in Gaza. I believe that profoundly to be true, and I think we're beginning to see evidence of that elsewhere. Sudan is another example. So don't just say it's appalling and unacceptable. Start with that, but then say what you, in this case, the Secretary General, you, in this case, Prime Minister Starmer, you, President Macron, you, Brussels, are going to do. That would be welcome. That would be a change.
Okay, so you seem to be saying that the UN Secretary General perhaps ought to be saying and doing more than having his spokesperson use the word appalling on Thursday and not a lot since then.
I think, yes, I'm saying that fundamentally, I think, but I'm also extremely aware from the time that I was in the UN and worked for him, including on Gaza, as you know, about the fact that he's very conscious that Israel has lost confidence in the UN, rightly or wrongly in my view, in terms of what's happening in Gaza. He famously said at one point publicly that the UN would not be, he would like more, but the UN would not be acceptable in the cause of reconstruction in Gaza, the future of Gaza, because of this essential veto from Israel. So I know that he's trying to balance his obligation to a member state, Israel in this case, and his obligation to the norms that created his post and his organization. We can debate, I can certainly debate whether that balance is right or wrong. But we need at the moment, I think, courage and commitment and relevance rather than a retreat into concern.
And just lastly, I mean, if we make the assumption that President Trump does have the power to put a stop to this, and, you know, he is, of course, meeting Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House for the third time this year today, what would be your message to him? What's your appeal to President Trump?
My first message would be, make this deal happen because the people of Gaza are desperate. The attendant message is, be aware that if, as the guarantor in the draft of the agreement, you fail to make sure that it does not go beyond 60 days and that it does address the future of Gaza and the freedom of the people to choose their rulers, that will not be a success. That will not be peace. It will be a pause. And as we discussed, Tom, pause is good, but we need more.
And if he manages, do you see him winning the Nobel Peace Prize?
I think there are a lot of candidates for the Nobel Peace Prize. The doctors of Gaza would be an obvious example. I'm all in favor of everybody getting a Nobel Peace Prize if it encourages them to do the right thing. So let's hope.
Okay. Martin Griffiths, former Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator at the UN. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
And that is all we have time for on this edition of Global News Today, and dedicated entirely to the diplomatic efforts to bring about an end to what's been 21 months of violence and conflicts in Gaza. We'll keep you posted on developments. Meanwhile, thanks for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye. That is all we have time for on this special edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again on Monday for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. So JJ,
Yes.
Newcastle.
Yeah,
so
man.
we talk Shearer, we talk Rob Lee. I need to ask you about one guy who I think is
iconic.
I think he transcends football. Sir Bobby.
Oh my God, yeah.
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 Well, you mentioned the first conversation you had on the phone. What was that like with him?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up around... Italian United was my first World Cup. So... just having Bobby Robson even ring you, like it was always the excitement on his voice. In his voice was just like incredible, and he just put so much belief in you as well. I wouldn't say that like tactically, he was like incredible, but his man management style, and you know, you stood in that tunnel wanting to kill. That's how you just felt after you'd started talking. But yeah, it was more to do. I remember going into the boardroom at Newcastle and. You know, he came flying through the doors and he was just so excited and he was just like, all right, son, delighted to have you. And like the very first thing he said to me, he said, listen, you're playing. Like, you're not here like to be in the resis and go through. And he's like, you're going to be starting football. And like I said to you, like in the first part, my first 10 days in training were horrendous. And we had a training session on like the Thursday at St James's Park. And my first full game for Newcastle was against Sunderland away.
They're big as well up there, aren't they?
So I've come in for all this money, like spotlights on me, and then I've got the Time Wear derby staring me in the face. And the beauty of playing for these clubs like a Newcastle, and you'd have felt it at Southampton. You probably didn't feel it as much, Joe, because London clubs are very different, do you know what I mean? But you wake up on a Saturday and that place just shuts down. There's only one thing happening on that day, and it is football. Do you know what I mean? And you walk out and it's just black and white shirts everywhere. And so in training... He's on the Thursday. I finished the training session again, was bang average in training. And he just walked over to me and he just put his hand on my shoulder and he just went, listen, you're starting on Saturday, so just get your head around it. And that was it. And I was just like, right.
What day was it?
That was on the Thursday.
Right, okay.
So we trained again Friday back at the training ground. And then obviously we've gone to the game. It was a morning kickoff. I was so nervous, man. I'd roomed with like Nobby Solano. I think at the time, and Nobby was a pain in the arse, man. Honestly.
He's something else.
Yeah, he loved music, so he was always playing his bloody trumpet and stuff like that.
He had a band. He had a band.
I realised that. Yeah, honestly, like it was about half 10 at night.
He played for us because remember.
You was at Villa with him.
I was at Villa with him and West Ham.
Oh, you would have been, yeah. Player, by the way. What a
I told him that. I told him that when I saw him.
But yeah, it was about like half 10 at night, and I'm literally in bed, and I went on this TV show and told this, and like it came out so wrong because I was in bed at like half 10 at night, and Nobby started playing the trumpet, and I was like, but that's kind of what happened. I literally rolled over, and he's literally
just getting his brass band out.
He's literally got the full stand out with like the notes and everything, and he's just there, just playing the trumpet.
Man, trying to go sleep, bro.
And I'm like, mate, I've got the biggest game of my life tomorrow. You better put that down. so he's
you got placed with him on purpose, right?
Yeah, probably.
So he got stitched up again.
I know. Come down in the morning, and I was just like, I couldn't eat. It was like, remember those early kickoffs when they first started? I've come down, I'm looking at Shearer, and he's got like a plate of chicken and pasta and beans, and I'm like, fitness coach come up to me, and he's like, you need to eat something. I'm like, I can't eat. I cannot physically eat. I said, just get me a Lucozade, I'll be sound. And and he was just trying to force feed me all his food. And anyway, I said, no, I'm good. I had the Lucozade. The minute I got onto that pitch, it was just like amazing. And then I played well. We won the game. And
your fitness coach nightmare.
Yeah. And then after that, the lads were like, okay, this guy can do it. And that was it. As a start of my Premier League career.
Can I say, because he fascinates me, Sir Bobby Robson, because he won things as a coach, but he didn't win like loads. He managed Barcelona and obviously Newcastle in England. But it seems to me what he means to the players I speak to who played with him or the fans of the clubs, everyone loves it. Did he have that? Say, for instance, give me an example of when you would have got into trouble and how you would have dealt with it, because do you know what I mean?
Because we know I've heard loads about Alex Ferguson, how he deals with misdemeanors.
You must have had a misdemeanor and
loads. I mean, I was in Newcastle. I'm like 18 years old. I was out all the time. But he used to have this thing with me where, like, I don't know, he was almost like a father figure to me at that particular time. Like, I remember, like, one of the first things he said, like, when my mum brought me up, he was like, "Look, we're going to take care of him," and he'd have these little things to me where, on a weekend, for example, he'd get to like Friday at training and he'd just literally come talk to me and just say, look, you turn it on for me tomorrow, then you can go back to Nottingham and I don't want to see you till Thursday.
Really?
And things like that. He just had these little nuggets that were great. But, one of the things, like the first time I kind of got in a bit of bother was Rio got in touch with Kieran and Usher at a concert in Manchester. So I was in, but it was on the Thursday. You weren't supposed to go out on the Thursday. So I was like, frig it. I said to Kieran, I'll drive, right, and we'll just go down and enjoy ourselves or whatever. But like, I'm not drinking because we've got the game at the weekend. So drove down there and like Rio's on it, Kieran's like everyone. I think Kieran was injured or something, and we went to the MEN Arena, watched Usher. Then Rio's like, come on, let's go to. There's like like where there was those bars. There's always one bar that everyone went to that was in Manchester on one of those docks somewhere. Anyway, I'm in the car on the way back, and we get to train on Friday, and Bobby just walked over to me, and he just was like, bearing in mind it's the day before the game as well now, and just straight away just went, "You have a good night last night?"
Wow,
and I was just like, how do you know?
This is before internet, people. This is like before, like.
But you have to remember, like, him and Ferguson were tight. And Ferguson knows everything that's going on in the area. It's like simple, really. But I don't know why you think you're going to get away with it. So he just went, "You have a good time last night?" And I was like, "Yeah." He went, "You're not supposed to be doing that, don't you?" I went, "Yeah, I'm sorry, Gaffer." And he actually said to me something along the lines. He went, "Listen, if I had a barbecue at my house, like, I wouldn't invite him, and I wouldn't invite him, but I'd invite you."
Right, okay.
And it was like one of those ones that like tapped into your soul. Because it was his way of like saying, "I care about you." Do you know what I mean? And I would bring you close to my family.
See, that's genius.
And then he was just like, just don't let me down again type stuff. So he had these little things, and also he was very approachable.
Yeah.
You could talk to him about everything and anything, and he was so like involved in training. It was like you just could not love him. You just had to like just get on board with whatever he wanted.
I listened to Jose talk about him when he had the documentary, and this
was he not his interpreter?
He was his interpreter. And Jose, like, you could see when Jose was talking about him, you could see him getting like emotional. And he said, and the guy asked him, "What did you learn about football from Sir Bobby?" You see Jose thinking about it and goes, Jose said, I couldn't lose. He said sometimes there's something along the lines of that burns you, right, when you lose. And we all do it. Like we don't like losing, but he said Sir Bobby they lost a big game at Barcelona, and Sir Bobby said to him, "Listen, we need to pick ourselves up. We need to go again. That's beauty of life, beauty of football." He said, and also the way to deal with it is like they're celebrating the opposition. He said Sir Bobby had a way of feeling positive for the team that's just beat him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so I think he just had he had the keys to life, because when he passed and he had that, remember he met the players before, and I was like, that's a guy that's done so much for not just that city but football.
He was about the fan. He was so much about the fans. The amount of games that we lost, and he would just be like, you know, these fans have spent their money, and a lot of times I remember we lost the game at Southampton once. And because of the journey that Newcastle fans have to take to Southampton, he made us like go out and basically almost apologise to them. Do you know what I mean? He was always about the fans, so he always had them on board. Well, why I say like tactically, you know, as a manager, it's not that I saw gaps or whatever because I was so young, but it was just when I think about some of the things we went to Juventus at the Stadio delle Alpi when we in the Champions League once, and their team was mad. It was like Nedved, David in midfield, Trezeguet, Del Piero, Thuram was there. They had a proper team, and it was probably my second or third game in the Champions League, and. Like our team was attacking. Like our defence, when I look back on it, is like I don't know how we got where we got. Really, that was all it was, and we've gone there. And for some reason, he's decided to put Andy Griffin, who was our right back at the time, do a man-to-man job on Nedved, and Nedved's just gone, "You're all right." He's just sacked it off and gone to the other side, and Griff's like on the other side of the pitch. I'm right wing, getting absolutely mullered down this one side. It was just like he always just did mad things like that. But as a manager, honestly, at that football club at that time, all of us loved him. Every single person loved him. And when he got sacked, I mean, we were fifth when they sacked him. But there was this thing about. I mean, they called us like the Brat Pack, basically. There was like me, Kieran, Bellas, and Cole Court, and a few others. We were just young lads enjoying ourselves in Newcastle. That's all it was. But they brought in Souness to absolutely dismantle us.
Dismantle the Brat Pack,
pretty much.
Yeah, I remember that was when you got tarnished with that. You know, like you weren't doing nothing no different to what we weren't doing in London.
No, none.
It was just that you. I can ask you about that, like that Goldfish Bowl at Newcastle. So I think when you left the club. You said recently, like you felt that because you come to London, but did you feel like it was hard to sort of get away with things, not get away with things, but live your life?
The polar opposite, Joe.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, the thing that annoyed me about that statement.
Keys to the city.
Yeah, the thing that annoyed me about that statement was like I never said it. Number one.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It was just like in my eyes, it was kind of like Graham Souness's way of softening, kind of like. The blow of losing a young player. You know, I was a young player who was still playing for England at the time, and it wasn't a good look on the club because I was like, I need to get out. If I wanted to go to the World Cup in 2006, which was my goal at that time, I knew I couldn't be at Newcastle because I could feel it going the wrong way. Their focus was too much on like destruction rather than like how do we build a great team. It was like. Craig Bellamy is a nuisance, like so, and you don't get on with Alan Shearer. So
he has a reputation that he doesn't deserve sometimes. I love him.
I also don't care. Like he's a freaking sensational footballer who, if he's in your team, like when you play with Bellas, you don't understand how rare his type of player is. Where every single day, every game matters. So, getting rid of him. Then got rid of Laurent Robert, who was a bit rogue, but he was like creative genius. So it was all these things that were happening where you were just looking at it going, this is not, like, we've got a good team already and you're breaking it down. Yeah. So I knew I needed to get out. So that statement kind of came from that. But because, like Carlton says, like, I'm playing for Newcastle in the Champions League at 18. I'm telling you now, there's some stuff up there that people know that never came out because that city protects you. Like you wouldn't. Yeah. Whereas I came to London.
Yeah. Exposure.
Swear to God, my first night out, I hadn't even played a game for the football club, right? I think we were away with England, and I literally signed for Spurs whilst we were away. I landed back at the airport. I went straight to Waltham Abbey or whatever, and there was it was about a week before the first game. Played the game. And I've gone out basically in London with someone. Mm-hmm. Anyway, not that I don't know who it was, but I decided to kind of like go home early. I don't know why. Did. Anyway, I think I was at Funky Buddha or one of those places.
Yeah, it would have
been. I see you in there.
You saw me.
Yeah, I saw you in the corner.
You know, I was there in the corner. I'm always lurking in the crevices, in the darkness. All you just see is like glaring eyes. Yeah, there's Coley's corner.
You were there. Yeah. You were definitely there. But yeah, I got home and I just had in the morning I got this phone call from Donna Cullen.
Yeah.
And she was just like going mad at me at the phone. She was like head of the press at the time.
Yeah.
She's going, "What are you doing? You're not even paid." And I'm like, "What's happened?" She's like, "You're on the front page of the paper." I was like,
Front
"What?"
page?
I was like, "What's happened?" Anyway,
Yeah.
it turns out some cage fighter or some had stabbed someone,
Wow.
and someone had took a picture of me when I came out of the club, and it was literally like
You.
it was something like Prem footballer in death scare type thing. And I was like, I was home.
I was
like,
home,
What do you
yeah.
mean? So coming to London was a big wake up in terms. It was way worse in London than it was in Newcastle. Way worse.
Oh, come on.
Way worse.
London was a cesspit for like any kind of drama. It could be the smallest one, but they'll just blow it up.
Yeah.
So you just have to tread
Also,
carefully.
there's paparazzi.
Yeah, that's all
You don't
it
have
is.
paparazzi in
Mainly that, is
Newcastle.
it? No.
Yeah.
Ever.
It's different.
For them,
Like,
it's
we were
never.
like, remember back in the, we were like rock stars, man. Like you come out. Well,
All right, Jimi
Hendrix.
I definitely want a rock star. I wouldn't mind being one, like, but I definitely
I
was.
was like, I come out, I've got my guitar on my back.
That's an insight to this man's head. That's where he's at. I've just lit him up there, haven't I? He's a bit like, I remember those days. Yeah, the good times.
Yeah, but we had wild times, and it's not the same no more, obviously, because you got phones in clubs and that. So as soon as that started happening, I just fell back. I was like, this ain't for me no more.
Stepped into the light.
I was like, when you start getting photographed in the club, like, I'm like, nah, this ain't for me.
This is your safe space.
Yeah, it was just a little bit like when we started getting the sat navs on our back when we was running on the pitch.
Yeah.
And they would test. I said, nah, football's not for me anymore. Things like that. I just said, well, it's not a safe space no more. I got to get out.
But Bobby was a great. He was a great.
See with Bobby, like, so he's talking about his coaching and was he just more of he just inspired you?
I think so, yeah.
And the whole team as well. So he had different techniques to get the best out of different set of players.
But also his history. You know, he would talk you about players that he's had and stuff.
That's
like
what
that.
I would say. That's what I was going to get into. So he's the history. So he's the one that really found R9.
Yeah.
So
he had him at PSV and then took him to
so he
Barca.
had an eye for youth coming through, didn't he?
I think that was his thing. You know, he had a couple of good scouts around him who knew good young players. So you knew going to him, you know, you was going to elevate your game, number one, because he'd what he'd done with people in the past. But he, again, it's hard to put your finger on exactly why. I think as a player, most of your jumps that you take are around your surroundings. So, you know, at Forest, I got myself to a level where I was like, I'm the best player here, and if I stay here, this is where it stays. Whereas I think that then when you jump to Newcastle and you realise, well, there's another step I need to take. Then you go and play for England and you're like, geez, I need to step up even more. It's just constantly trying to prove yourself, innit? And I think that Bobby was just very good at, like, for example, he signs me, I win Young Player of the Year. The first thing he does the next year, he signs Hugo Viana. Who, at the time, Hugo Viana had just won Young European Footballer of the Year. So in my head, I'm like, oh, there's a big challenge already. Not only is he, like, young, but he's now bringing a different level, and he was that flair and stuff. And I mean, he's
he was a player when he first came.
Yeah, he's at Man City now, isn't he? He's their like sporting director or something.
So can I ask you? Ask you Spurs.
Yeah.
You moved to Spurs. Was that your only option, or what was it that made you go to? Because that at the time it was, I suppose, it was quite an exciting time to go there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'll be honest. Again, I think I've spoken about this, but I thought I was going to Arsenal at the time. Arsene Wenger had been like quite openly admiring of me, and then even at the year I won Young Player of the Year, I was speaking to, because Thierry won it that year. He won the main award. I won Young Player, and Thierry had mentioned, he said, look, the whole team voted for you to win Young Player of the Year. So you're like, okay, I'm respected in the dressing room. I know that Arsene Wenger had kind of like spoken about it in a certain way, and also Arsene Wenger was pretty much what Pep Guardiola is to football now for young players. He was developing them. But they had just built the Emirates, so they didn't have the money really. Also, he was, you know, Fabregas was there and he had all these players, so that didn't quite work out. But we played against Spurs in the quarter-final of the FA Cup, the year before, and I could see they were coming. You know, when Carrick was there, Pedro Mendes, Sean Davis, and they started to buy these players. Then they added to that in the summer bit with like Lennon, Tom Huddleston.
Was Defoe there?
Jammer was already there, I think, with Robbie Keane and so on. And I remember looking at them in that quarterfinals going, they're going to be better than us.
Yeah.
And that hadn't been the case with Spurs for God knows how long. So I was like, they're buying young, they're buying English, they're going to have a right go. And I knew there was interest, so I just decided, you know what, that's the place, basically. But it was a big change. So I went from a dressing room of what I would say is like men to a dressing room of kids.
Right.
And it was a different dynamic. Like at Newcastle, you'd finish, like half time would come, and honestly, most weekends, a chair's getting thrown across the dressing room somewhere, like Speedo's going mad at someone. And it was so, the accountability was high. It was like, you know, if you weren't playing well, between like Speedo, Shearer, Bellamy, like someone's in your face saying you need to sort yourself out and digging you out personally. Then going to Spurs, it was like, I don't know what your lot's dressing rooms were like, but I remember like coming in at half time and everyone just sit there, just wait for the manager to talk. And I was like, God, this is weird. Like no one's really got that a kind of accountability. And I remember like Robbie Keane, because he was one that did have it, because he'd been in old school dressing rooms as well. He came up to me once at half time. And he just used to create scenarios, and he'd like say, "Right, Jay, when we go in at half time, I'm just going to come for you." Right. So he says, "Let's me and you just have it out, because when they see me and you arguing, then the rest of the lads would be like, oh, damn!" Like, and he'd just come in and just start freaking going mad at me. I'd throw some at him, and he'd just like, and then we'd just settle, and we just make it up. But it was just a way of just like, if we weren't playing well, we just made stuff up.
I struggle to keep a straight face with that kind of dramatic stuff.
I'll get well into character. I'll get well into character.
But that's because you lot are from my school. That's why I'm like, they're faking it.
I think at Southampton there was a bit of battering from the players when they needed it. But I don't think any of the other clubs are. Bella's obviously when I was at City, he would.
That's
Bella's
what I mean.
would just give it to you if you like.
But that's what was interesting about that Newcastle dressing room. That I don't think I've ever been around more egos. You know, we had people like Shearer who, you know, at the time he's bowling around, I am the best goal scorer and the best player in the Premier League history. Then you got people like Speedo who are just born leaders and have got like 600 appearances and so on and so forth.
Won the title at Leeds as well, didn't he?
Exactly. Then you got like Robert who just bowls in when he wants, but then will stick one in the top corner for 40 yards. And, you know, Dyer's just like, you know, the characters were just so big.
You had a lot of Mavericks in your team.
So many. And and it was so hard to like for the manager to navigate. But that's where he was good, because he was like, he turned a blind eye to Lauren Robert being late every now and again, you know. But there was other bits and pieces where those characters are not easy to put together.
Do you know what? Yeah, like when I first broke into first team, like I didn't see that argumentative side from the team. Everyone was on the same page and knew the common goal. And
who was the manager though, Coley?
Claudio Ranieri.
So we worked with Claudio. I think Claudio had more of a disciplinarian.
So he was already.
Bobby's more like he's working with what he. It seems like he's working with what he's got, so he's allowing for that. Do you know what I mean? And Souness, I would imagine, pardon me, come in and try to.
He was on a warpath.
But Bobby probably identified. No, that's our strength. These characters are our strength. Yeah. So he's a bit smart.
So when you went to Spurs, so who was the leader in the dressing room? Who would you say, or did you feel you had to go and be that leader?
I had to grow into it. I couldn't do it straight away, but I think that like as I walked in straight away, to be fair to Edgar Davids, Edgar, what I loved about Edgar, you know, there was two sides with Edgar. That like one was disappointing and one was like, I can see why you are what you are. Yeah. Like the disappointing side is like I grew up on the adverts of Edgar. But then like when I played with him, as much as I loved him, like technically I just didn't see it.
Because that JJ, because he was at the end of his career, injuries.
I don't know because I played against him at Juve as well, and when I look back, that, you know, all those tricks and stuff weren't really a big part of his game. If I'm honest with you,
no, he was a ball.
That's what I'm saying. So you know, but if you ask him to hit like a 60-yard diag, you could only hit it about 30 yards. Do you know what I mean? It weren't really his bag. But when it came to like your mental
capacity,
I'm honestly, when we were the year we were going for top 4 and the Lasagna Gate thing, he called on a meeting. It was the first time I'd seen a player call a meeting. So he's called on a meeting and he just was like, look, he just stood there, like, he just got a shower, he got a towel around his waist, the whole dressing room sat together. And he went, look, what do you want? He says, I've done it all. I'm fine. Do you know what I mean? But if you don't want Champions League, that training session weren't acceptable. And he was very, and he was quite happy not being people's friends.
Right.
And I thought that was like, amazing in terms of like something to learn and to see that like we're always trying to be friends with each other when in reality it's a business and you're trying to achieve something, and he was the only one we had in the dressing room that would lead like that. So
and he's achieved so much.
Correct. So yeah, he was the big leader. I mean, you know what, you lot know what Ledley's like. To this day I think I can count probably 10 words I've heard Ledley say
until he has a drink.
Yeah, but then you can't understand them.
You don't understand anything.
Too busy spitting on you.
Saying something.
Just spitting all over you like letters.
Let's go back to that.
Get you back to your freaking house, man. Spitting all over me.
Man's like got an apron, like a umbrella. Lasagna Gate.
Yeah.
That was against West Ham, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Come on, talk us through that. We want to hear this Lasagna Gate.
Explain it to the people who are not listening.
Because we don't.
I remember hearing about this of the morning of it happening, because it was a massive game, wasn't it?
Well, it was basically we win that. We're in the Champions League.
2006?
Yeah, 2006, the year of the World Cup. So we were above Arsenal. We're above Arsenal. It's like, all we've got to do is win the game. And like wake up in the morning, and I wasn't actually playing. I was I had a stress fracture in my shin, and you know, like when the England doctors come to see you, like before you're going to like a major tournament, and they were like, "Look, Jermaine, like." They gave me an inclination that I was going to be in the squad.
Right.
So they were like, you know, if you keep going on this, there's a good chance you're going to fracture it. So just don't. So, but I was with the team. So I was in the dressing. I was in the hotel. Weirdly, it was my mum that rang me and was like, "What's going on? Like, you know, apparently Daniel Levy's trying to get the game pushed back or something." So I've gone down. Lads are in bits, like, and I mean, like, you know, down for pre-match. Everyone's just like that.
Really?
Just gone completely.
Drained,
different. You know, everyone's just a different shade. Ledley's turned into Joe Cole. It's mad. Like, everyone's lost like layers of freaking skin colour. So we're in the dressing room, and honestly, like, there's no music. Everyone's just like, "How am I going to do this?" type thing. We go out, obviously play the game. One of the funnier things is like Edgar was always quite funny about his food. So I think even sometimes he'd have his own type of dish that he would always eat. So he was about the only player that didn't have food poisoning. And then during the game, like
it was West Ham, right?
Yeah. Sorry, against West Ham. Yeah,
away at West Ham. So you'd all stay at the hotel.
Correct. Yeah, we was in Canary Wharf.
And you'd eaten something.
Yeah, they've had what turned out to be a dodgy lasagna or whatever. And
everyone loved the lasagna.
Mate, it was everyone was on it. They massively sucked us in. I don't know what they put in it.
This is the tastiest lasagna you will ever be exposed to. Have some.
That's what it was like. Honestly.
Everyone getting on this.
Yeah. But like before the game, people have been sick, throwing up, got the runs, everything you can imagine about like, having food poisoning is happening before the game. They go out and play. And, you know, I think we got off to a decent start. And I remember Martin Yole's gone to try and take up, because Edgar, like I said, he'd eaten his own food, he was fine, but he was having a nightmare.
You're still having a nightmare.
He was having a beast. Martin Yole's gone.
So one guy
he's gone to try and take him off, right? So, like, you know, obviously speaking to the assistant, but we're like, numbers like nearly gone up. Carrick has come running over and gone, absolutely no chance.
Really?
I'm not staying on his pitch.
Really?
Keep him on, I need to get off. And so, like, Carrick, everyone's like coming off, and then obviously we lose the game. And look, the Spurs West Ham thing is what it is anyway. But I've never hated a football club more in my life. Because it was like, I was in this dressing room and I'm like, they are celebrating like they've just won the Champions League.
Yeah, that's what we do.
That's what we do.
It was.
Mate,
it was unreal.
Do you know who the man of the match was?
Who?
It was the chef. Mate, we'd won the game before we set foot in the stadium.
I just got visions of like, as you're coming down Upton Park and JJ walking into the away dressing room, the West Ham, that door over the West Ham players celebrating, and there's geezers with chefs out.
We got him, lads. We got him.
It was horrible. So we obviously got.
What was the turnout with that? What was the? Did anyone ever?
They just said it was a lasagna, but nobody knows if it was actually done or not. But I mean, if you go through history, has it ever happened?
No,
you know.
True.
So it's very coincidental that on that biggest game that's happened.
We're still getting blamed for it. You know what I mean? Look,
there's a geezer. There's some trainee chef in Canning Town. You know what I mean? Some pub guy that done.
He's got to write a book or something. I need.
Yeah, he's got to write.
Just bring it out now.
Just say it now.
Operation
Operation
come out.
Lasagna.
I mean, it's a great story in Premier League history.
That's what I mean. Like, we're talking. How long was that? 20 years ago. Nearly, we're talking about.
But like, ever since though, like I think after that, loads of clubs started to employ their own chefs on the travels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you can't be infiltrated. I don't infiltrate the building, bro. Like I just can't trust everyone to cook your food.
Exactly, but I remember. How are you going to like? What is it? You go in there and the chef's just watching everyone in case they pour something in. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. The whole scenario is insane. But usually, I mean,
Listen, most of the time,
it's allegations.
There's
allegations.
Unfounded allegations.
No, it's allegations. Allegations.
This part of London.
You come to East London, you got found out, mate. That's what it was. Gaddafi was having a beast anyway. You know what I mean?
We did. We got found out. Proper.
Anyway, so I moved to Tottenham, and then obviously
the 2007-2008 Cup final against me and Bridges.
Yeah, you know what?
How'd that go?
One of my big memories from that final. Yeah, I mean, look, again, like Juande Ramos, for me, is a big reason why we won that game. It was the first time we had a manager who actually believed we would win. And, you know, even to the point where, even if it was delusional, you'd start every pre-season, and at Spurs, usually you had managers who were a bit like, right, you know, we'll try and get Champions League or whatever. Juande Ramos used to start every season to win the league. Right. That was just his mentality. It was like, well, we're trying to win the league. What do you mean? Yeah. Even if it didn't happen, he was trying to put that in your mind. Yeah. So going into that final, we were like quite confident we'd just beat City, who had, you know, like the Robinho times. We beat them with 10 men. Then we beat Arsenal over 2 games, and you lot was easily going to be our biggest challenge. But we were quite confident. You know, the game was. I thought, you know, we played really well in the game. To be honest with you, I think one of the things that I'll never forget from that game was against Bridgie actually, and it was in extra time, right? And I got the ball on the right hand side.
Oh, you pegged it down the wing. I was like, fuck.
What happened? Because me and him, obviously, like we're high energy anyway. Do you know what I mean? And when you got like the fitness, I'm thinking about extra time. So I'm testing someone. You know what I mean? So I'm still feeling good, and it was the first Wembley pitch as well. Remember how heavy it was? It used to slip all over the place. So like I've just knocked it as far as I can into the corner. Me and him were like that, just going for it. I got into the corner and he was like, "You prick, don't do that again."
You prick, don't do that again.
I was like,
but he's rapping as well, isn't he?
I know, that's brilliant.
You got him having a meltdown after 90 minutes when he had that big chance, didn't you?
Yeah, but you know,
I didn't even see it. That's what was mad. People told me afterwards. I didn't even see it. I was too busy celebrating.
So listen, this is what. So that game. That season, I played every game. That was Avon Grant.
Yeah.
Chat from more or less every game. And for some reasons, he dropped me for that game.
Yeah.
So I had I got no thickness coming. I'm playing really well. And I got the curly finger at breakfast. I'm thinking, hey, it must be tactical. He wants me to do something different. Me out, and he's gone. I'm taking you out.
Wow.
I was like.
What for?
Who did he play?
What have I done?
Was it Shawnee?
Was it Righty? Righty played, didn't he?
He had a tactical reason for it. Nicholas and Anelka maybe on one side. Anyway, I remember because I was in Maribor in the hotel, and I was like, I need to get away from you as quickly as possible because I'm fuming. Yeah. So I went, all right, boss, no problem. We'll win the game, brother. And I went for a walk for about 2 hours just to calm down.
Let off some steam.
And then... And you're sitting there watching the game, and you're right, you did play well. And we weren't really at it, and the goal went in. Then I come on the pitch, and I missed the chance. And your right back, or right midfielder, like Icelandic or Norwegian.
Is it Tainio?
Yeah,
Timo,
mate. I wanted to kill him.
Yeah, he's a rat.
Mate, I wanted to kill him. I'm shouting at something, right? And he's come running over me for no reason like that. And he's gone, pointed at the scoreboard.
Oh my gosh.
And I wanted to go, who are you?
Ego sets in.
My ego, like, he done me. He done me, my head had gone.
He was a great lad, you know.
Was he a great lad?
Great lad,
yeah, well, he done me.
Good teammate.
Yeah,
just a great lad, like, you know, I remember end of year when you have, like, your meet, like, your end of season, get your, like, you know, post-season, like, stuff, like, to go and train and stuff. And it's all kind of serious, and he just came in late in a Spider-Man outfit and just sat there in the meeting with the full mask on while Martin Yole's trying to give us this serious chat. But he's a great lad, but you're right, that was...
He done me.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's a bit of a crazy one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole game, and we went 1-0 down, didn't we? I mean, like...
And you bit.
Yeah, Robbo pissed me off with that goal that he conceded with Didier. Do you know what I mean? Didier puts that free kick, and we're 1-0 down, and then... Look, I mean, like... the penalty, you give away the penalty, didn't you, in the game? And I think when we got the penalty, I was like, I fancied us massively.
Okay.
We had big players at that time, though. When we had Keno and Berber
Woody played well.
You know that game, the first time they ever played together as well. So Woody and Ledley, first time they ever played together.
Really?
So we had that foundation, do you know what I mean? And once we had that, it was like, just try and nick it, and we did.
Woody, Ledley,
good team.
Berber, proper players.
All in one team.
There's a reason they won the trophy,
100%.
and it's been 17 years. I don't think Tottenham, maybe that little spell under Pochettino, where
Well, we
Tottenham
could
had
have
as
got
good
Champions
a team as they did in 2007, 2008.
Yeah, but also, like, I always have this, not argument, but I'm always trying to tell Spurs fans, like, I don't know where they get this God-given right to think that they can win trophies these days. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many good football clubs out there. And if you actually look at, over the last 10 years, who's been winning? Man City have won everything. Liverpool have won stuff. And Chelsea have won it. There's no really others that are massively putting their names in the hat. So, and these clubs are spending money and they've got the history of winning things. Like, you've got Spurs, Newcastle, Villa, are all in a similar boat. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like,
where's Arsenal in this?
Well, Arsenal were winning stuff, but I still, when I was at Newcastle playing against Arsenal, and you're probably early years at West Ham and then to Chelsea, Arsenal were the best team.
Yeah, they were unbelievable.
Them Man United were the two best teams in the league. You couldn't get near them. But then when it went more Fabregas, Van Persie, like, they're probably the best footballing team, but they weren't winning. Like you'd expect them to win.
No,
but they were there, definitely.
But you had fantastic career, Newcastle, Tottenham. Then injuries, started to come, which we've all sort of, all four of us, there's probably about half a knee and one hip between us. And you finished up at QPR, JT. What was it like? Talk to me about, when did you realise, because you went straight into your media thing, when did you realise, I need to go in this direction now, the body's not working?
As soon as I signed for QPR.
Really?
Just go in and took the money and started planning.
Nah,
this will set me up.
You know what, right? I went to when I went to Villa. I went there with a real kind of like positive mindset, and I ruptured my Achilles, after like a month or something like that. So I went back to Spurs, rehabbed and everything, and once I kind of got back fit, we had AVB at the Andre Villas-Boas at the football club, and I didn't really get on with him, if I'm honest with you, which was weird because I actually had a phone call from JT about 18 months before, and he was like, "Oh, I've just had a meeting with the gaffer," and I think he said him and Lamps, and he's earmarked. There was me, Romeu, and another midfield player to come into the club, whether it was to like squad player or whatever it was. And he said, "Look, me and Lamps have said to bring me in as the English lad or whatever." So in my mind, I'm like, well, he likes me because I'm on this list of people that he was thinking about taking to Chelsea. And then when he turned up, I think it was just very similar to what he did at Chelsea. There was something about him being a young manager, and I don't know whether it's because he didn't play football, but he was just like, the ego was a bit too much, if you know what I mean. So kind of like, when I left Spurs and obviously ended up at QPR, I was just more like, right, fresh start, let's just try and get fit and get playing, after, leaving Villa and everything. But when I walked into that QPR dressing room, I was just like, oh no. And weirdly, because
who was in the dressing room?
Mate, this is what annoyed me most. I was looking at him going, how are you lot bottom of the league? This is January when I arrived.
What year was this?
Mate, they got Julio Cesar, probably 2011, something like that, 2011, 2012, something.
I think I was supposed to join.
You probably was. Everyone was. You know what I mean? They had like Julio Cesar, Josie Basingwa right back, Armand Traore left back, Bobby was up top. We had Jason Park was there. Righty's there. No, Rio came back the year after. Loic Remy up top.
Loic Remy,
We had like Stefan Mbia midfield, myself, Esteban Granero was there from Madrid. Mate, the team was a joke. But then, like, you go into training and you're like, these lot are taking a mick. Like, this is not what I thought it was going to be.
It's a retirement home.
Basically, it was an expensive retirement home. You know what I mean? And look, the lads were decent lads and everything, but it was the first dressing room I was in where I was like, this is pretty toxic.
Harry Redknapp, the gaffer then?
Yeah, Harry brought me in, and Harry was... Mine and Harry's relationship was always kind of like mixed, if I'm honest with you.
Really?
Only because he was just one of these managers that, like, for me personally, he'd always he'd put you in, take you out, put you in, take you out, and it was just a bit annoying. Like, I had an incredible Champions League run with him, and then you'd be coming back to like White Hart Lane playing against like West Brom, and you wouldn't start, and I'm like, I just want to play all the time. So we was always just
like, as you get older, You just need to
continuity.
Because you can't stop. Because you can't just kickstart
You need
again.
two things. You need to play,
You need to
or
be
you need to adjust your position.
Or and you need consistency.
And you need a manager that accepts that as well. Like, I really probably should have gone to Harry at some point during my QPR days and gone, listen, I'm not a box-to-box midfielder anymore.
Okay.
Get me in here and I'll just control the game from here. Because I could have done it, but I was just... Everyone always G'd me up. I don't like... Bridge, you might have had a similar thing. Once you're kind of known as the fitness guy, that's just your bag. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, get up and down, box to box, and then you try and live up to it, and then your body starts going, mate. Pulling my hamstring every other week. And I was like, my body's saying, Jay, just chill. And I just never listened to it. So it was a tricky time. I'll tell you one quick story about Harry. When we played against Real Madrid, it's not really about Harry, but he was the manager, but it kind of gave me an insight as to kind of like top managers. And Harry was a top manager in his own right, obviously, but it was just like, we've gone to Real Madrid, this quarter-final Champions League, and we pulled up in the coach, and Real Madrid got those steps, haven't they, that go up to that door. And at the top of the door, Jose Mourinho has just stood there. Right, and I'm like, that's odd, like really odd. But this guy's always playing some kind of game. So we've come off the coach and we're walking up the steps, and he's just at the top going like, every single player that comes, even Harry's come, shook his hand, welcome, like good on you. Like players have come through, and it literally didn't land until about 6 months later. I was like, this guy just buoyed us off. He literally shook our hands and patted us on the back of the head, like, well done getting this far, but this is as far as it goes. That's basically what he was saying to us, and none of us saw it. That's when you know you're in like an amateur Champions League team. Because he was just like, these guys don't know what's coming.
We're going to rip them apart.
Enjoy your time in the Santiago Bernabéu.
He does that thing where he shakes hands and gives you all the time as well.
That's a point.
You take it because it's Jose. And you're like...
Surely you didn't do that to Harry.
What am I doing?
You didn't do that to Harry.
He didn't tap him up. You know, even then, like... but in hindsight, Harry might have had the same thing, but he probably should have said... Like, don't touch my players. Do one, like, you know what I mean? But it was funny anyway.
Oh, mate, that's brilliant. So so we're at QPR. You've called it quits.
Yeah.
And then like now you're looking at, okay, what's the next plan for you? Why did you want to go into broadcasting? And was it a thing that you just was already planning at the back end of QPR?
No, I wasn't planning it. Didn't want to do it. The thing was, I just done my knee and I was trying to get back fit, and I was like, right, how do I just keep my head straight?
Okay.
And I had an opportunity to go to the World Cup in Brazil and do some broadcasting for radio at the time. But I was on crutches, and I'm like, I'm not hobbling around Brazil doing that. So I said to the BBC, look, give me a shout when I'm back, and maybe we'll do some stuff. And I think it's just one of those things where, because from a career perspective with my injuries, it felt like to me it just went like that. It just went down. And so my confidence kind of went with it.
Yeah.
And once I was told I was never going to play football again, I'm like rock bottom. Do you know what I mean? Because you essentially, every day as a footballer, you know where you're going, you know what you're doing, you got a place to turn up to, you're getting paid, life's good. And then all of a sudden I wake up and it's like, you know, your friends in football, when you really look back on it, your colleagues, really. We've all had so many people we've met in football who we probably don't speak to anymore. And so they were my and then so the phone's not even ringing from anyone of like, even like, are you okay or whatever. So I just needed to kind of get my confidence back. So when I started doing the media work, I remember doing my first match of the day, which weirdly is match of day 2, and it was QPR against Man United at Old Trafford.
Right.
And I was still going into the club doing rehab. Right. So I'm obviously like, and they got battered something like 4-5-0, and this is when Rio was there. So I'm doing my analysis and I'm going, he's not getting tight enough, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. And then obviously on the Monday I'm going into training and I'm bumping into Harry in the corridor, and Harry was like, I saw your match of the day, and I was like, and he went, can't disagree with anything you said, to be fair. And then I went into the dressing room and all the lads kind of like created like a circle around me, and I was like, here we go, what's going to go on here? And every single one of them just went, what's it like on match of the day? Like, what's it like? So they, you know what it's like as a player. You get to that point at your end where you're like thinking about the next thing. And I just got a good response from it, basically. And I think from a confidence point of view and like my mental health, it really helped. That's good. I just kind of stuck with it.
Yeah, well, you're brilliant at it, JG.
You're
brilliant.
And you ended up, like, we worked together, obviously.
Yeah.
But you know, like the one show, you transcended. You know, you was the guy, wouldn't you? Do you know what I mean?
I don't think there's anybody that's done it really. I think that like obviously Wrighty had like Ian Wright's Friday night show, I think at one point, but I don't think there's ever been a footballer that has gone on, say, like a daytime, evening, live television slot and presented in an entertainment space.
And how did you find that stepping into that world compared to a football dressing room? Because
I'll
sometimes message you, be there like, with like Tom Cruise, and you'll be there chatting.
Yeah, that side
true
of it,
though, man.
it is mad. It is
crazy,
mad.
innit?
It was crazy. I think that side of it was strange, if I'm totally honest with you. I think that what you realise when you go into kind of television is, you know, the football world is just very different because we are naturally competitive. We're naturally, and also, I've always been the type of person that's very much like, if I'm not doing something right, just tell me.
Tell me, I want to hear you.
Yeah, because it's like that in training, isn't it? If I'm not playing, I go knock on the manager's door. What am I not doing?
So I can improve.
Correct
it.
You're going out too much. You're not working out enough. You're not in the gym enough. Right, I'm going to do all those things, and then I want to be playing. It's simple. Television's not like that. Television, they just talk behind your back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You are say, is that all right?
Yeah, and then everyone will say,
if it ain't, just tell me.
Correct.
If it ain't, just tell me.
Try correct me so I can improve.
No. Everybody in television will just lie to your face. Yeah. And I work with so many people. When I was like a main presenter on the show, we would have, sometimes if Alex Jones weren't working because she was having children at the time, I was working with various different kind of like female presenters, and we'd come off air and they'd go, oh, did you like her, JJ? I'd be like, yeah, she's really hot. It's her first time or whatever. She's done really well. And then I'd just see them talking crap about them. Like going, she's not coming back. And I think, why don't you
positive? Well, I'm like positive, and then they're just being sneaky.
Well, it was more to do with, I'm thinking, tell them. Tell them what they didn't do well then, and then they can improve. And I just hated that side of it.
Well, why do you think the culture is like that? Do you think it's insecurity around people's jobs, or do you?
That's a big part. I think there's a lot of like, I always used to say on the show that I always felt really fortunate, and it's why I never took any crap from people who came on the show, because every now and again you get the odd comedian who'll come on who'd try and be a bit of a smart arse or whatever. But in my head I was like, I lived my dream. My dream was to play football. My dream was not to present on the one show.
I've done that.
I've lived my dream. So if you think I'm going to sit here and take crap from you, that's not happening. I'm going to give it to you. Do you know what I mean? But I think in the television world, you underestimate how little amount of these spaces are available,
right?
And and what people are doing to try and get those spaces, and people are literally like, you know, beg, steal, and borrowing and creating scenarios just to get that seat. So when they get it, they're like cling on to it. And my mindset weren't really like that. My mindset was
crabs in a bucket kind of.
I was doing the one show because I was just like, well, I want to be able to present live television so that when things come along like hosting the FIFA World Cup draw, I'm prepared for it. I'm ready for it.
Well
because,
practiced.
in those, there's nothing like hosting like live television in really difficult moments that prepares you. So it was like a training ground for me. That was my mentality with it. But it was just, you know, I'm speaking to like Dolly Parton and stuff. I'm like, this is mad. This is mad to know. It's actually mad.
So what moment, like, was there any moments when you're like obviously Dolly Parton and question, like, do you know what I mean? Just trying to keep the eye line whipping for me.
Honestly,
but like, is there any moments you're like, wow, what's going on here?
There was one time like I almost fell out with Jennifer Aniston. That was strange.
What? Fell out, yeah?
It was weird. She was just rude.
Really?
Yeah. It was on
Rachel,
Yeah, it was on a Zoom. It was on a Zoom. That's what I was thinking.
That's disappointing.
Bro, trust me.
Rachel.
So there's like her and like Reese Witherspoon were on about the morning show.
Right, yeah.
But they're on Zoom. And you get like a list of questions like before, and I'm always trying to like adjust them based on how I feel they're talking to me. And you'll see one, you think I'll swerve that because they're like in a good mood or whatever. Yeah. And I asked her something about being a morning person or something like that, and she just like snapped back at me, and I was just a bit like, all right, Rach, you know what I mean? Chill out, will you?
Really?
And it was just like it kept coming, and
she obviously doesn't want to be there.
I don't know what it was. I just think that like what you underestimate again is we are one interview in a run of 20, and you might be the last one.
And they might be having a bad day. You don't know.
Yeah, they're humans, and I think you just forget that sometimes. But I remember thinking, oh man, Rachel don't like me, man. I'm devastated. Yeah, but honestly, like everybody that came on, like Tom Hanks came on, and he was just unreal. Really? He came on a couple of times. Like George Clooney's quite easily the coolest person I've ever met.
Really?
Like,
What's cool about him? What's
it's
cool
just
about
like
him?
his voice, the way he sits, the way he dresses, just everything about him. You're just like, I get it. I get it.
Big man like George.
I get it.
Hey, that's my middle name, you know.
And that ended up
Part of Michael George Cole, bro. You know what I mean? George, man, I'm a George, bro. Yeah.
But that ended up being the funniest part of the show in the end. Was just like meeting all of these kind of like stars and getting to like speak to them afterwards and stuff like that and how they were. And there's loads that kind of like stick out in the mind. But that was it was. Yeah,
So,
it was an enjoyable
so you've
experience.
done all of this, and it's amazing. What a journey! Because now you've evolved. Because I always say that that humans, we'll never stay in one place. We always evolve into the next stage. And you've lived your dream, as we were just talking about with football. You've done that, captained. Do you know what I mean? And well respected in the game. Then you move on to presenting and broadcasting and doing all of that stuff that we're just talking about now. Now, you've had a misdemeanor. We won't delve into that too much. But what is that? Well, how's that made you evolve? How have you evolved again now? How are you feeling for how's the future looking?
It's a unique
For
thing.
me,
Because we're just talking about how crabs in the bucket.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And now you know the dark side of it fully.
Yeah, definitely. I think,
So how's that going to change? Because I don't know if you want to talk about it or
No,
not.
I will do. Yeah, definitely. I think that look, there's a couple of elements to it. I think one of the big things was what a lot of people probably didn't see, because everybody looked at my life through a lens of like social media essentially, and you kind of go,
Basically,
JJ's having a great time. He's talking to all these stars and this, that, and the other. But I wasn't enjoying, I'd say, probably like the last 3 years of work. And a lot of it was to do with like missing out on a lot of the things the kids were doing, because I was working pretty much every single day, including weekends and stuff as well. And then when I took Formula E into that, you know, I would literally fly to Brazil. I'd work in Brazil for like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'd land back in England on Monday, and I'd go straight to do the one show, and then do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on the one show. I'd do Europa League on TNT on a Thursday, and it was just like this for years. And it just became. It's not like the work wasn't fun, but I just didn't even know who I was anymore. Like it just consumed me. So I started to really fall out of love with it, and so my mind was drifting into kind of what I wanted to do. So yeah, obviously in terms of how it changed me, the reality is, when you lose everything, you know, that you've built. So the agency that helped me kind of get to where I was supposed to get to,
at the time,
they dropped me.
Thanks.
Which was absolute like madness to me at the time as to why. Then it's a weird scenario. I've got this like analogy in my mind of what it was like, and it's like, it's almost like being not like at a mountaintop, but almost like almost like a mountain, but like with a crevice in it, right? And it's like you fall and you hit the first ledge, which was like maybe the agency, and you think that's it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you've lost this job, fall again, and the phone calls just keep coming with just like losses and losses and losses, and then you know you add on top of that, you know, now me and my wife are getting divorced. I think you get stripped back completely to like your raw form, which is quite empowering in a weird way, because you have to, you know, really look inwards as to kind of like that part of your journey, which was great, but actually now analysing, what do I actually want to do? What's actually going to make me happy in my life kind of moving forward? Because as much as everybody thought I was happy, I wasn't. So then the self-destruction type things start essentially. So it's been quite a like eye-opening experience. I wouldn't like recommend it for people, but at the same time, there's been some really like key components of being able to. Like, I get to see everyone for who they are now, which is really nice, because I never had that before. Everyone's your best mate when you're doing. When I'm still earning my agency 20%, everyone's your best mate. When it all goes to crap and you really need people, you figure out who's who. It's really simple because, you know, I've said to you numerous times, Joey, you've been a massively supportive component to, you know, just a phone call here and there, but then actively trying to help as well, which was massive.
Coley's got a heart of gold.
Yeah, which was great as well. And, you know, that element to it has been great. You know, in terms of the, you know, the reason why I got sacked, essentially, I mean, you go through history with regards to, what I done. People don't get sacked for that.
No.
People don't get sacked for two adults consensually texting each other.
No.
But I personally feel that the BBC had their own agenda. They knew that they were in a serious problem because of how they handled like Hugh Edwards' situation and people historically at the BBC, how they handled everything prior to me. And it was just a great opportunity for them to go, let's make an example of the fact that we at the BBC don't tolerate X, Y, and Z. So we're going to use Jermaine, who's a big enough name, to showcase that.
Mad.
And I just had to swallow it because essentially I did do something wrong. So I have a wife. I shouldn't be talking to women in the first place. But you make mistakes in life. I'm a human being. And, I had the ability to hold up my hand and kind of go, you know what? I was in the wrong.
Yeah.
I will take whatever lashings and beatings you want to give me.
Yeah.
But I just think it went too far. Personally, it was unnecessary.
It's just too much.
Yeah, but
I've seen it and I'm thinking, mate, you could have. There's worse things that's been out there, and that's people that's done, and you've not even touched the sides to that.
No, but you have to remember that they have an agenda, though, Colton. So the agenda is, right, we need to push this narrative because we've got this huge stuff going on over here, but if we focus enough attention on this, it's here, they'll forget about all this big stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's just like a really contrived thing that the media do.
Yeah.
So the press get on board with it, the channels get on board with it, my agency probably got on board with it, and they're all like, look...
And like sponsors and all that sort of stuff.
They all
it's
get
crazy.
on board, and even like now, when you speak to like... we were talking about it the other day, today, where, what was that show? The 1% thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I was watching it last night and I was like, there's literally about 60 people involved in football on this show.
Yeah.
And I didn't even get a call. Do you know what I mean?
I didn't get a call either. They've seen my work.
I was sat on the sofa thinking the same thing, mate.
I felt that
But actually,
Tony, did you get a call? Did I get a call? You got a call?
Did I get one?
Tony got a call.
Oh, you never told me I got one.
Did I get one?
Did you tell me?
Yeah.
He didn't tell me. He always says he tells us.
There's no fee involved.
It's charity.
I did do that. I did that when I saw like 50 footballers on there. I was thinking they ain't paid them that much. You can't get that many people in the room and pay them that much. But no.
Yeah.
So I think, look, in the media, what you notice is that they're in this bubble that is like, it's not the real world. And I've been able to live with real people for the last kind of like year, whether it's kind of going down to the golf range and speak to people, school runs, mixing with like the dads and all that. And it's been like a huge reward because you realise that it's not that bad. Like, they're looking at you going, Jermaine, like, everyone's done this. Like, don't just, yes, you've done wrong, but you haven't killed anybody.
Get back on the ladder,
just
mate.
keep going. And I
Keep
think
going.
that element of it has been really nice, just speaking to, like, real people. Because the media, like I said, like, you step into a media kind of, like, outlet, and everyone's like, they don't want to, they don't want to look at you. Like, I went and did a game at Newcastle.
Absolutely.
And bearing in mind, like, at TNT. I don't know if you were there for that one or not. I don't know who they played, but I was working for another broadcaster, and, like, half of our colleagues are like...
Yeah,
and I'm like,
That's only happens when someone's done something wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You feel bad because that person's just been basically lynched and you've been a part of that. So they're not going to look at you like,
that's what I'm saying,
and come and shake around and say like I feel like they've not done something wrong because they've been part of that process.
But they all want to keep their jobs as well, and they're all probably been told if you mix with him, it's like come on, you know me as a person. I've been with you for 10 years working.
Nonsense, mate.
Have you changed in a way from it or grown from it? Because when you hear you, I know you, but I don't know you know that well. But when I look at you, I think. You seem really well. You seem good.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I think it may have been really hard for you, but it seems like you've really grown from it. It does happen in life. People grow from...
That's why, and it's hard for people to understand, but it kind of has been a good experience as well as a bad one. Like, what I put my family through, I hate.
Yeah.
My kids were getting followed to school, and like pictures of us, like they camped outside my house for like a week. It was like that side of it was hell. Yeah. But then the other side of it has allowed me to kind of like grow and evolve as a person, and actually, just understand everything a little bit more. I think when you're in it and it's go, everything's great, and it's like. It's a really fake world. Really fake world.
So fake.
Yeah,
you know
and
I love that you know that now.
Such a fake world.
I love that you know that.
Yeah. And then when you kind of gravitate back to, like, I went back to Nottingham loads. I was with my people,
my
mum, my sister, my friends. And
Healthy.
it does, you know, and don't get me wrong, I must have read about 20 self-help books and did the work and this, that and the other. I was just searching for answers at that particular time, but I think you eventually land in a place where I am now, where I'm still feel like I'm evolving and growing. But I am happy,
The thing is that for you now, I think you're going to come back into a space and things are going to be on your terms.
Correct,
now.
yeah.
You're gonna, everything has to be on your terms because you know what this world is.
Correct, I've seen it.
And so now anything you have for the future and plans you got for the future, it's got to be on your terms. And that's the way I'm living my life as well.
Yeah, control was, when I first kind of like went, right, what do you want to do? Control was my big thing.
Yeah.
So no one's ever going to control my life again. Do you know what I mean? So whether I go back into broadcasting, whether it's for TNT or whether I go somewhere else and get back involved in television, it will all be on my terms as to kind of how much I want to do, when I want to do it. And obviously that allowed me then to start developing my own stuff as well.
Yeah.
Which is my bag anyway, because I've filmed 5 documentaries, you know.
You're unbelievable, man.
Yeah, I've done all these social issues documentaries. I've been on TV for God knows how long. I've gained enough experience to be able to kind of like run my own stuff now.
I'd love to do a documentary of you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We should do one.
What should we do?
I've got a few ideas.
Have you?
Yeah, I've got a few ideas, but we'll keep them as ideas.
Yeah, we got loads of ideas.
We got some ideas.
Okay,
anyway.
You can draft me in for one of the shows.
Look, we are running out of time, but
go
quickly before we go, you launched a new podcast
Yes.
with Derek Chisora.
I am, yeah.
Who seems like a great lad.
He is.
I'd love a night out of him, actually.
Oh, mate. He can set that up. We can set that up. Don't worry about that.
How's that going?
Yeah, honestly, it's been great. I think, again, kind of just taps into that that control element. So I set up my own production company, which I'd been wanting to do for years.
Brilliant.
And me and Derek have been good mates for about 10 years. And I just thought that, look, I know the image that I had in the media, it was, which is what was eating me alive a little bit, was this like pristine, corporate, perfect, you know, family, life, wife, kids, and it's not sustainable. Like,
that's not you that do that. It's just what people.
That's what they do. Yeah, correct. So they put you in that box, but I'm like, that's not me. You know. And then you're on the one show, and it gets even more.
Yeah.
So like, in my mind, I knew I wanted to do a podcast, and I was thinking about it with Derek for ages because I know 2 sides to Derek. Derek's rogue, number one, he is, but he's also got this other side where guy loves being at home, loves his kids more than anything like we all do, loves his missus, like he's got, and you know, he just knows how to sell fights. That's the bottom line with Derek. If Derek's got to throw a freaking table at someone's head to sell a fight, he's throwing it at your head. He don't care. But I just was like, right, I know that I can steer the ship of a podcast where I can maintain the structure and so on, but I know he's going to be coming out with some madness.
With the skills that you've got, that you've learnt, you're using it for that.
That's brilliant.
And that was it. So I was like, I didn't want another kind of like polished host, essentially. I was like, I can do that. I need like a red flag in the room. I need someone who's just going to say the stuff
off the cuff
that anybody's thinking. You know what I mean? A bit like your role here, to be honest with you.
I
watch your stuff. That's what you do.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that, bro.
That's what you do.
I see some wild stuff, and I think you got to be, and I believe it too. I believe my wild stuff.
The best thing you said on TV, when the geezer scored the toe punt in the Europa League, the Conference League, and I'm looking at you and it's gone, and we're dissecting it professionally. You've gone, well, what he's done there, Jules, is he's hyperextended the toe. He's done what?
Go gadget toe.
Never underestimate a toe.
Yeah, that was it. Never underestimate a toe.
Never underestimate the hyperextended toe.
You can't. I don't think you can train that stuff.
No.
So yeah, we've called
personality,
it
man. It's just personality.
Yeah. So it's called Let Me Tell You Something. And it's not kind of specific to sport. Kind of the framework for it is you tell me your kind of like your lessons in life, your wins, your losses, the lessons you've learned, the legacy you've left behind, and then we just go on a tangent and talk about everything. But it's loads of fun. We've filmed 10 eps and it's going to be launching June the 8th.
I can't wait for it.
So yeah.
I can't wait for it.
It's going to be.
You're going to invite us on?
Oh mate, well Joey's already been on.
Oh, you've been on already?
Joey came on, but I'd love to have you two on.
Yeah, man. We'll come on. We come as a duo.
If you want to do the duo or you want to do it individually, I'd love to have you both on, man, because you both got incredible stories.
Yeah.
And this is what it's about. This is what it's about. You know, like, you know, you want to be supporting each other in the journey. Like, it's you don't ever want to be like, this is mine. Do you know what I mean? Like, as long as you push it out and put it into the world, and
we've
give
spent
everyone
so much of our lives together. Really. And I know, like you said, like you three are obviously really tight now, but like I've dipped into kind of parts of your lives throughout your careers. We've all had moments where,
like, mate, you're in now. We drag you right in now.
So, you know, we've got some stories to tell.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all we got time for. That was brilliant, JJ.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me, lads.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Do it again.
You've been listening to The Dressing Room without Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to The Dressing Room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Santiago, Chile's capital center. The city offers tourists with a bevy of museums, theaters, restaurants and bars, as well as events and entertainment. Santiago de Chile is also located at the country's center, making it a convenient springboard for when you want to explore the rest of the country. What's unique about Chile is that it allows you to ski and be on the beach at the same time. This is due to the capital's location, nearing the mountains and the Pacific Ocean too. Such a treat to be skiing nearby Andres and enjoying the beach as well. Santiago is fast growing and has about 7 million inhabitants in its metropolis. What to do in Santiago? Of course, there are the hikes and mountain climbs. The city, after all, is surrounded with many mountains for such activity. You can go for a simple day trip or try hiking up the peak and ski down too. The city is also great for wine tasting. There are many remarkable winery and vineyards around Santiago. There are also tours in English and Spanish for your convenience. You may also opt to explore the city via a walking trip. There are many parks, historical sites, and places for shopping. There are parks that give you a beautiful view of the city. Some of the mountains where they offer cable cars for you to marvel at the city below you. There are also botanical gardens, zoos, and swimming pools for the whole family to enjoy. Plaza de Armas is the main plaza, where you'll find the National Cathedral and the main post office. You may find spice and food stores around, and it's great to get to know what else they offer. Try dropping by during the day. The National Cathedral is where the beloved state of Our Lady of Mount Carmel is located. It's a breathtaking neoclassical style building with several interesting spots and views. It houses the crypts of many bishops, has several altars, and has the tomb of statesman Diego Portales in it. Access to the cathedral is free too. For the ultimate shopping experience, visit the Mercado Central. It is the city's thriving hotspot, with stalls that sell food, especially fresh seafood. Plus, there are lots of restaurants around to choose from. Need entertainment? There are lots to see. Jazz clubs, theaters, and dance concerts are scattered throughout the city. Make sure to catch one during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.